It's gonna be harder because last week, obviously, we came with different expectations. Every team did, and we ended up being the strongest team in the group.
And with the crowd behind them, Origin go undefeated.
I feel like this week can be a lot different. Teams have prepared more for today. I don't think any of the teams gave up. I think all the teams are gonna try their hardest because anyone can make it. They're gonna come in super prepared, and it's a big worry, so saying we wanna go 6-0 wouldn't be realistic. We will be really happy if we got to win 2 games because that means we got first. And that will just mean we proved that we actually deserve to be going through group stage, that it wasn't just luck.
Championship. If the defending world champion could start his first week 0-3, LGD have so little time left now. Oh, quadra kill! They get the beautiful shockwave.
These guys are legit, man.
Bonjour and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2015 World Championship. Today we will follow Group D as they battle it out in their final day of round-robin matches to see which teams will advance to the quarterfinals in London. The crowd is plenty hyped and amazing in Niels. They're headed to the stage, ready to do battle in our first game of the day. So as will he finally get his hands on that gangplank today? Only time will tell. Of course, TSM making their final adjustments, and Lust Boy looking stone cold. Hello, everyone. I'm still James Dash Patterson, and once again, I surrounded myself with some of the premier regional experts to help break down the action. To my left, coach for Europe's Roccat, Jacob Yamato Kenan Mebdi, LPL commentator Jake Spawn Tiberi, and the NALCS's own Aiden Zyrene Moon. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
You're looking quite relaxed, my friend. Yeah, it's a very laid back, very still waking up, maybe. Oh, conserving for the many exciting games that we're going to be having today. Now, yesterday we saw 2 more teams advance to the next round of Worlds, SK Telecom and Edward Gaming. While SKT showed why they were the favorites in this tournament, China's EDG was much less convincing.
Yeah, SKT looked amazing. Like, let's just get it out of the way. You know, teams came into this tournament and said there is no Samsung White. Well, I'm going to dispute that because Blue last year was a second-best team, and White beat them in the best-of-3 in an average game time of 27 minutes. And game 2 and 3 looked an awful lot like what SKT did against EDG in their 2 games. They beat them in an average game time of 28 minutes. This is supposed to be the second-best team in the tournament. And my God, this Korean powerhouse, man, they are intimidating as all heck.
It's like, while I see where you're coming from with the comparison, I think it's too soon because the thought of EDG being the second team in the tournament, I understand that sentiment as well, but looking at the other teams in all other groups, like Origin, like facing SKT, I think that could be interesting in the future as well. Maybe Flash Wolves, maybe Ku Tigers, KT. I think there's a lot of teams that could be the second best team in the tournament by now.
It really just brings up the idea of whether or not you value the, past performances of the team at MSI, something like that, the way they came into the tournament on paper versus their performance and their relative strength of group.
I think that's definitely true. And we have to look at longevity because there's still weeks to come, right? Some teams could actually go up to that second spot. Maybe KT comes out. Maybe LGD gets it together. We'll have to see this week. But we'll talk a little bit more about EDG here. They had some problems in the early game. They look like the second best team, like you said, but there's definite problems with the lane swap that they are just not used to yet. The European lane swap with the fast push, they're trying to avoid that, and they're putting band-aiding the problem. They're picking mid-late game farm champions like Jinx, and they're getting around that. But that is something, the European lane swap, that when you make it out of groups, if you do, and the EDG did, you're going to be going up against teams that have this perfected. So you have to find a way to adapt to that without just band-aiding it for the time being.
Yeah, we saw them claw their way back from a 6K deficit against the Bangkok Titans, but they might not be afforded that opportunity against a team like Origin or SKT again in the future. Now, moving on to today, let's see how the teams in Group D are stacked up. Europe's Origin is currently in the #1 spot after going undefeated in Week 1. KT Rolster is behind them at 2-1, followed by TSM, while the LPL's LGD is still looking for their first win after a rough start to the tournament. Of course, we'll be able to lock down those rankings after our games today, which of course begin with TSM versus Origin. After that, KT Rolster will take to the Rift in back-to-back matches, first against LGD and then against TSM. If there are any tiebreakers required, we'll bring you those immediately following our 6th game, LGD versus TSM. Gentlemen, let's start with Origin because they surprised everybody. We heard FLICKR talk about it. They surprised themselves with their 3-0 start.
Yeah, I think Origin is a team that coming in from a pool 3 definitely overperformed. But the thing is that this is their level. Because what happened is FLICKR came into his own. He's now one of the best performing mid laners at the tournament, and he has really high kill participation. He's becoming a part of these fights. He's no longer a liability, and their draft has been amazing. Hermit, their coach, he's not just drafting around his team's strengths. He's drafting around the enemy's weakness and making it so that they get to attack the weak point of their enemy's tendencies, which is something that I think on the world stage everybody should be doing, but they have done it the best so far.
See, that actually worries me a tiny bit for Origin because that's easy to do if you play one game per game, but you put all 3 into one and you make one executional mistake and all of a sudden you lose a game. However, Origin's play on the Rift, especially out of their bottom lane, who I was expecting good things but not amazing things, has been like second to none so far this tournament. Niels and Mythy have shown that they are class through and through.
Oh man, you give him Kalista so many times, you enable Mythy to make
I have
these
a
plays.
feeling we won't see Kalista too often in the hands of Origin.
But Kalista hasn't got the best win rate. It's like 38%. And only Niels is the one.
But in the hands of Niels, it's
Imp
been
is
very...
a great Kalista as well, and he can't win with a champion. So
Well,
also
that whole team is underperforming.
Very important to highlight the fact that the European and the North American teams have kind of an advantage in the group stage simply because of how the LCS structure is. We have best of ones, and I think that is something to consider simply because when we come into the quarterfinals, I think Origin should have if they manage to have these strong strategies for the entire best of 5, I'll be super impressed. But it's harder to do than just best of ones.
Important to note that they only need to win their game against TSM. TSM specifically, first game of the day, in order to guarantee that they do advance to the quarterfinals. Want to move ahead now to KT, sitting at 2-1. This is a team that can fight for either the 1 or 2 seed here and looked exceptionally impressive even with that loss that they incurred in week 1.
Yeah, this is a team that just has a really solid top laner and then the rest of the map supports him very well. So I was impressed by KT's performance. I think Someday is an absolute monster up there and they've got a really great support staff. What I wasn't impressed by was how Origin beat them around the map, and I thought that was a telltale game to show that KT still has a way to grow. Are they an impressive team? Sure. Can they take a game off Origin, hit back and prove that they can play that macro strategy impeccably? That's what I'm looking for today out of KT.
Yeah, because KT, they lost the game while down in kills, or up in kills. I think it was 12-11 with KT having the 12. So they lost the game up in kills, but KT, they kind of suck at taking early towers. They haven't gotten a tower before their enemy in all 3 of their games, and they're lacking that macro strategy because they're all about the fight. And that's another thing, too. They have kind of that problem that EDG is having with the macro strategy in this current meta and how it's stacking up in the tournament. So if they can just do a little bit more studying, polish that, then they'll be ready to take on
or
those
if they can bait teams into fights, because that's what KT and EDG
really
were
good at
both
that.
known for. If you fight them early in the game, they smash you.
It's also like the game KT versus Origin the last time. They had the game in their hands simply because they should have just sent Someday into the bot lane instead of the Coke. But what kind of is in my memory is the fact that Someday kind of crushed Soaz. He was ahead. And
He had no deaths.
They could have pushed that because Someday's kind of known for that split push, just doing it flawlessly. I'm surprised they didn't push that, but also something that is important to highlight, in the next time they face, KT have the red side. And I think red side has been so important for Soaz because he has this deep champion pool where he's able to counterpick almost anything that is played on top lane.
Now let's quickly hit LGD, the team that surprised us in the wrong way by not doing so fantastically, starting 0-3. Now, it's important to note with this team that even if they win all 3 of their matches today, they are not guaranteed a tiebreaker. They need certain things to fall in their favor with KT losing to specific teams in order to force a tiebreaker. So we'll see if that can even happen, but they're going to have to come out swinging to make anything happen today.
Yeah, typical LGD, right? They can't even get anything right coming into this tournament. Their preparation looks sloppy. On the Rift, they look sloppy. They got beaten by a Shockwave and a Mordekaiser Q, respectively, in 2 different games. They're all over the place. place.
And then, of course, we'll move on to our last team in the group, TSM. They need to win against KT specifically in order to keep their tournament hopes alive to force a tiebreaker with them for that second seed. We'll see if they can do that. Of course, let's look towards today's games where we want to open up our expertise to you. Tweet your questions for our analysts at LOL Esports with the hashtag AskTheDesk, and we'll see what you want to know a little bit later today. Now, before we get to the caster desk, an important piece of business. As always, TSM versus Origin. Who are you guys picking to win this game? Yamato, we're going to start with you.
I have to say Origin, simply because the only win TSM has managed to grab is against a weak LGD with Mordekaiser. It's very easy to push that early game and the mid game with the Mordekaiser. In the other games, when they haven't had the Mordekaiser, they've just looked pretty like stalemate.
Fair enough. Moving on.
If you are an LGD fan, barrack for TSM all day. That is all I'm going to say. But this game, Origin will come out quite handily. I think they're a much better lineup.
And finally,
I'm going to have to go with the rest of the desk here and go with Origen because I don't see how TSM really realistically wins this. They have the late game, right? But Origin last time drafted late game and said, we're just going to beat you in that late game. So they went after that weakness there. So I feel like Origin, they have more avenues in, and TSM just has to play a better game. Dyrus needs to step up. He's one of the worst performing top laners at the tournament right now, and Bjergsen needs to be utilized on the map because he's one of the best performing mid laners at this tournament statistics-wise.
well, today's the day for Dyrus to do it. However, if week 1 performances are indicative of anything, Origin's going to run away with this game. TSM have had their time to make their adjustments. We'll see if they've done it. The teams are gearing up on stage, so let's check in with our casters for a preview of our first match. On the way, Dyrus says Xpeke has several qualities that make him a real contender.
One of my theories about Xpeke is that not only that he's a veteran, but he's just a very confident person in general. I feel like since he's been playing for so long, he kind of like slacks on the practice and just like goes out and does what he wants to do. But now that he has a goal and he's going into this Worlds with his team that he can trust, I think he's giving the extra effort, and it's showing that he's a much, much better player than people think he is.
Hello, everyone. I'm Eric Doa-Lundqvist, and with me, of course, for our first 3 games are Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler, and Mitch Kruppo-Forspolson. Let's get into game 1. TSM versus Origin. A lot riding on this game, a lot riding on really every game in this group, of course. TSM looking for a second win. Origin looking to go 4-0 already.
Yeah, and this is actually a really, really interesting matchup because we've been telling the same story about TSM all year long.
Bjergsen's the
So
god.
Bjergsen. You know, there could not be a more aptly named team. It's Team Solo Mid. But we have some incredible stats to actually back up the stories that we've been telling. Amongst all of the teams at Worlds, Bjergsen has the highest share of his team's damage at 45% among any player here. Meanwhile, the rest of the team sit at the very bottom. And this, it's not only that Bjergsen has a high percentage of his team's damage, but he also uses the gold that he gets to deal damage very efficiently. If you look at the damage dealt to champions by players divided by the gold that that player has gotten, Bjergsen is #1 again among all the other mid laners here at Worlds.
Yeah, for every gold that he spends, he just deals way more damage than everybody else here. Compared to his teammates, we took a look at Dyrus. Dyrus, for example, is the worst top laner when it comes to damage efficiency. Again, that is damage done for gold spent. Whereas Wild Turtle, for example, he's in the 3rd last position for his role too. So they're doing just very poorly overall. And then if we look at how Bjergsen gets that massive lead usually and how he gets to be that efficient, it's also due to how well he CSs overall. He has at 10 minutes on average, he is 17 CS up. That is an incredibly, astoundingly large number, and that just gives him such a big gold lead. And for TSM as a whole, as a team, at 10 minutes, they're up on average 1,000 gold right now.
And half of that is all Bjergsen.
Yep.
He's doing so much of this work himself, right? And he's getting solo kills on Nagne. It's impressive.
Well, the guy only has 4 deaths, too, on top of all this. So he really is, like, carrying this team. But TSM needs more than just Bjergsen. These other guys on the team, need to step up today. So now, if we look at the other side of the matchup, out of 2.2 million pick'ems locked in for the group stage, only 16% were predicting that Origin would take first. And in that 16%, Origin have only improved over their first week. So those 60%, man, they could tell the future. I don't know what's up with that. That's crazy
they are
psychic ability
They are the 16%, and overall, they were right doubting Origin to an extent. Many people were right doubting them because they actually have improved a lot. They came to Worlds with a lot of creative shot calling and they have a mentality, a get stuff done mentality. They don't mind overextending here and there with the risk of being picked off because they always have cross-map potential. They're always doing something.
Yeah, they're very proactive.
Especially when it comes to vision. And I think that is the breaking point from last matchup because TSM, let's not forget, they were incredible. They were decently far ahead against Origin in the last matchup.
Yeah.
But with that that average gold lead at 10 minutes, they even got that against Origin, but they failed to get deep vision, and that's exactly where Origin excelled.
Yeah, the biggest failing for TSM so far has been the Santorin plus Lustboy lack of vision. They've been constantly getting picked off across the map. Origin, though, to go back to these guys, not only do they have extremely flexible champion pools? I mean, FLICKR has played 7 different champions in 7 different games here at Worlds, but they also have all of the new picks here at Worlds ready to go and picks that other people haven't used yet. Plus, FLICKR and SOAS, they've been playing this double TP high map pressure style for upwards of 4 years. And that is one of the styles that benefits from experience the most because you constantly have to reevaluate the game state and continue to make quick decisions. Also, you force your opponents to make those same decisions. If they haven't been in those scenarios before, then they start to feel the pressure and they fall behind.
Yeah, we see like xPeke's crazy kill participation too. This guy is all over the place. It's way higher now in Worlds than it was in the regular season, jumping up to like 80% at this point. And so, I think it's about time to check our starting lineups for these two teams. At least I'm ready for it anyway. I want to get into the games. For Team Solo Mid, of course, in the top lane, it is Dyrus at jungle, Santorin, and in the mid lane, the Solo Mid himself, Bjergsen at ADC. We've got Wild Turtle down at the support, Lustboy, and their coach, Loco Doco.
And then on the red side, hoping it will be slightly less close here in the early game. Top lane coming out here, SOAS performing incredibly well. Jungle will be amazing. Mid lane, obviously, the Herald here, xPeke, fan favorite. AD carry, rookie of the year, in my opinion. Niels, supported by Mithy, fantastic player overall, and coached under the all-seeing eye of Hermit.
Yeah, I really have been impressed with Hermit this year. I mean, he's been a big part of taking the tools that he has on his team and getting strategies that are effective for those players, sort of tailoring the way that they want to play to the players that he has on his team. And that's very important when you have players that are long-standing and have they're very opinionated players like SOAS and FLICKR.
You can also see the respect that Origin have for Hermit. He wasn't their coach in the regular season, that was Ducky. Ducky stepped down at the end of the season, and then the Hermit, who was the analyst behind the scenes, actually flew over, stepped in, and the team actually listens a lot to him. So he's very involved in that pick and ban process. And I think we can see a more secure Origin. They have things more together right now with Hermit on that coaching stage.
That's right, and it looks like it is time to get into picks and bans, guys, between Team Solo Mid and Team Origin here in our first game of the day. Today we find out who from Group D moves on to the quarterfinals. Kalista and TF, the first couple bans.
Yep, no surprise there with the Kalista. They mentioned it on the analyst desk, and even Niels himself in the interview afterwards was like, yes, oh, well, first pick Kalista every time. We value it much more highly than the other teams.
I mean, Kent just benched.
Yeah, the Kent
benched.
All right.
We're still expecting a Gangplank bang. 100% pick and ban rate, and every time he's left open, immediately that team pays the price. They lose, so definitely want to get Gangplank out of the equation here. Origin may be confident, though, to give it to Dyrus, who hasn't been performing that well, and SOAS is known for counter-picking these top lane matchups.
It seems like they really want to maybe grab a Darius for Dyrus because they do have that Lulu banned out. There's a Gangplank ban.
Yeah, the counter-picking game here is actually really interesting between these two teams to me because, yes, SOAS is great at counter-picking top lane, but also, if you only get one counter-pick here for a solo lane, even if you're on red side. So do you really want to trade a SOAS counter-pick for a Bjergsen counter-pick in the mid lane?
That is bold. Kennen Kog'Maw locked in, first rotation.
Yeah, Kennen, very aggressive support that we've seen come out of Korea, but let's not forget, it is a flex pick, and SOAS used to actually be a very AP-heavy top laner, so he can most definitely play that Kennen top lane, and more importantly, Dyrus as a player generally doesn't adapt very well to really quick changes in terms of meta, so being put up against a Kennen may actually prove cumbersome for him.
Well, TSM's weakness for a long time now has been adaptation to picks they weren't expecting, so not surprising to see Origin maybe throw something like that at them early on.
Yeah, definitely looking at Loco Doco up on the stage there to send them into the game with a game plan when facing something like this Kennen flex pick.
Here, though, Jinx and Morgana, they have been some of the most underrated picks here at Worlds.
Yep.
Jinx is actually 9-2, and Morgana is 6-1 herself. So really strong, at least statistically speaking, lock in there for TSM's bottom lane.
Also, in terms of damage that Jinx brings to the table, the highest damaging player, I think, at Worlds overall is NL, and he played, I think, 3 Jinx games, so definitely...
You got that Penta on Jinx, too. I'm sure that helps a bit there.
Penta's generally...
You generally need to do a lot of damage to kill 5 people.
But the trend within those first 3 picks is that they all have, like, a long-range tool to CC people. So you have Zap coming out from Jinx into Bind, Cocoon. Any of them connect, they facilitate the others. Jinx can follow up with traps. So TSM, they actually have an identity that doesn't involve them to get too much deep vision. They don't need that. They can just start sieging towers straight up. So this may be easier way to play out the game for them, and they may actually be able to snowball their early game lead if they can get it again against Origin with already this 3 out of 5 composition.
Yeah, and they are going to have to watch themselves spread out. It does look like it will be a top lane Kennen, so it will be a lot earlier. Zonya is looking for the AoE there to try and corral TSM.
Yeah, Gragas Thresh locked in for Origin. And I was wondering if we were going to see an Azir here for Bjergsen. You know, the Siege we already talked about a little bit. It would fit in perfectly with that comp. Don't think we're going to see the Talon, but that's like a lot of Korean players hover over Talon. There's some like inside joke with Korean players. I don't know about it, but I know, Jen, we see this like every single match.
Well, he's an extremely effective assassin, but as you said, probably won't be picked here, so
Doubt it.
We won't go into too much detail on Talon. I have to say, though, the Thresh has also been a highlight for Origin so far because of the way that Mithy trails his laners as they're trying to split push with the Lantern there, reliably trying to get them out of harm's way.
Really? Ooh. Wow, Syndra locked in along with that Malphite. Kobe's excited. You're both excited. Who wants to talk first?
Well, so Syndra got some mana buffs, and a lot of the players over in the Korean bootcamp were playing her a lot, namely Incarnation and Bjergsen.
There have been rumors.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And Bjergsen was also a long time ago known very, very well for his Syndra, specifically for bursting people out when she was much more of a lane bully. I want to see how he pulls it off here. Also, the Malphite lock-in for Dyrus. Obviously, looks like they might be leaving him to the wolves a little bit. They want him to be on a tanky champion, come in with a teleport ultimate.
I think overall TSM did a great job drafting around their weaknesses. They do tend to get ahead individually in the mid lane and just as a team gold-wise, 1,000 gold at 10 minutes. With that gold lead and a struggling top laner generally, you can leave Dyrus on an island, he can get behind, he can just bring the utility to these fights. You have 4-man siege that can set up each other. Only one of them needs to hit their spell and the rest is very easy to chain.
Yeah, I want to bring it back to this point that you highlighted earlier in the introduction here of TSM not being the proactive team. They have so many ways to make picks and start fights here. Syndra also has one of the longest range stuns, plus it goes through people, so she can stun multiple people, and it travels so fast that you can't dodge it. So there are many pick opportunities here for TSM.
Also in their last matchup, Lustboy and Santorin were struggling to get into the enemy jungle. Now they have double ranged brush tech champions.
Yep.
Also, they're not fighting against Amazing's Rek'Sai, who had 100% uptime every time he would base ulti back. So it was incredibly hard to enter the jungle because Amazing was always watching that. Now that Gragas actually has to base, combined with the fact that you have Morgana at least, there could be a distinct possibility that TSM's deep vision warding will improve drastically in this game.
It's going to be insane, but I mean, the same things hold true in week 2 as they did in week 1 for TSM as well, where they need to watch that positioning. They need to be more of a team and less of Bjergsen and 4 other dudes who happen to be on the map at the same time.
Yeah, and speaking of positioning, I'm actually going to keep my eye very closely on Soaz this game, because with all of these skill shots and long-range stuns, the Kennen, if he gets hit by one, has a very hard time of getting in there.
Sure.
He's a very squishy champion. If you have to blow your Zhonya's early, then it greatly reduces the effect of you in a team fight.
That's right, guys. So send in your votes throughout the day at LOL Esports. And for this first game, you can use hashtag TSMWin or hashtag OGWin and let us know who you think is going to take the first game of the day. I think this is going to be a crazy group, man.
Very excited to kick off this day with you.
Oh, yeah.
Just thinking back, even if TSM closed out that gold lead that they had, this group would have been Origin tied with TSM.
It's true.
LG all the way at the bottom. This could have been even crazier, and even now it's going to be fantastic to see how this plays out.
As we move on to Summoner's Rift, yeah, TSM and both of their losses lost gold leads that they had between the 10 and 20 minute mark. These guys need to have a solid mid game.
Yeah, and remember, most of those were coming from Bjergsen creating that lead himself. He's not being given gold on his team. He's doing so much of this work.
Right.
Also, as we're into the Rift here, let's take note of some summoner spells here. It is going to be the double teleport for Origin, not really surprised there, but also Lustboy down on the bottom here for TSM with the exhaust, just in case Soaz makes it past all of these skill shots and into the team, then you can exhaust Kennen during the ult.
You have to be a true ninja this time.
Sneaky from the flanks here. That's what Soaz is looking for. Just get in unseen somehow, unspotted. With TSM's lacking vision control, he could technically, but I think right now they'll just have to ward their flanks.
Well, Kennen has never really been, you know, like primary engaged.
No.
So it seems like it's a very fragile composition for Origin too. I mean,
Yeah, because at first glance you'd think, oh, they have Kog'Maw and Orianna. They're sort of trying to protect the Kog. Maybe they'll save their Gragas Ultimate for defensive purposes. But that's a great thing about Gragas Ultimate. It is flexible. You can also use it as an initiation tool.
I mean, looking at Myth, he actually started Corn, so they may indicate that Origin actually wanted to get a lane swap. Very often you see Relic Shield on Thresh when they want to lane because you want to bring the sustain.
Yeah.
Coin, if you're not going to lane anyways, just get that passive gold gen.
right. Makes some sense. Looks like they will lane swap here against TSM. Dyrus and Lustboy moving through that ward into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, it's actually going to be a three-man delayed invade here for the red. They're going to start the red up actually a little bit slowly, but Origin did see them walk on the way in, so they're going to try and react. The only thing is that TSM also have Santorin starting off their own red, so a double buff start here for TSM. However, Turtle behind on experience already because he's not in lane.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit odd to see Turtle sort of wander his way back through the jungle, back to lane. Dyrus is going to grab that red buff, though.
So this is a good move by Amazing. He saw what was going on, so he immediately moves into the other person's jungle aggressively to find some more information to see what is going on exactly. Turtle, he took the hit for his team. He set himself behind to get a potential 3-buff start for TSM.
Yeah, it's actually fairly interesting because they will be relying on Jinx for the late game attack damage threat to make sure that Orihin cannot just build magic resist. But as you say, Amazing did go check towards TSM side, but remember, with Santorin starting that red, he couldn't get anything done, and Amazing actually ended up wasting a lot of time, so even he is going to be fairly far behind here.
I think this is an incredibly smart start here just overall from TSM. If Bjergsen can keep up what he's been doing in every game so far, and this start will play out the way it did, then TSM will get that average goal lead at 10 minutes.
Yeah, and look at this. It was actually a very interesting mind game here from TSM. All they did was take the red and one of the small monsters in that camp. They didn't fully commit to taking over this side of the jungle, which is what teams normally do. And Origin, you know, basing Amazing's moves off of the expected behavior of their opponents is what cost them that, you know, 10 seconds moving across the river there.
You know,
TSM actually came out ahead in the mind games of the early stage.
I just wonder what's going to happen, because, I mean, we've seen TSM be pretty solid, like we've talked about in that first 10 minutes, but
both up.
It's just always between 10 and 20 that the lead slips away for these guys. Oh, and maybe again coming in onto Expecte. There's the stun from the Sphere for Bjergsen. That's a lot of damage. Expecte, Ignite ticking down, and he's going to go down. First blood goes to Santorin.
Renamed to Team Duo Mid.
Team Duo Mid. This is exactly what we were talking about. Only one of those spells needs to connect. QE from Syndra, followed by the Cocoon. If Cocoon hits first, then Syndra follows up. Then Morgana Binding. They have so much CC they can layer on top of each other. And honestly, Peke may have been wiser for him to bring Cleanse rather than that standard teleport that he's been running.
I think so. And that flash is down now, so he's going to be even easier to gank next time.
Yeah, that long-range stun from Syndra is one of the reasons why she became my go-to mid. The missile speed is just so quick on the combo. There's no way that you can reliably dodge it.
And generally, you don't get punished if you miss it because that's such a large range too. Generally, if you're in the mid lane, when you miss your spell, they can aggress on you. Good players will use that window, but you can backpedal relatively safely.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give that one to you, but there are situations
6 out of 10,
where,
maybe?
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Kobe's like, well, if I'm against the Syndra, no way she's getting away. I'm good enough to punish that.
Because I'm thinking, if you just blow your E on Syndra, it actually leaves you extremely vulnerable, and Gragas is great at closing that gap. So if Amazing had been there for a counter gank, then you know, he could have disrupted things. But you're right, with the jump that TSM got there, well-deserved first blood, and it did go to Santorin, so some money spread about. We'll see if Santorin can actually make that money count and get some deep vision for his team.
Yep. Meanwhile, Dyrus has fallen a little bit behind in CS down in that bot lane, but that's not too surprising if he's landing against a Kog'Maw Thresh. It's going to be tough for any he meleeed a lane against.
Yeah, Origin, they swapped it around right now, and they dropped a pink ward on the right side of mid. Soaz pathing into Santorin here.
Oh.
Santorin.
Wow, taking a lot of damage from Soaz. Soaz is going to chase. There's the repel. Lustboy coming in, though. He's got nowhere to go. They're going to catch him. They're going to catch Soaz with the Dark Binding. Santorin turning it around. Can they actually take out Soaz? There's the exhaust. He's going to flash over the wall. They're going to let him go. Happy to just take that summoner away.
Really good to see what Santorin did there. He waited until the all attack was launched from Soaz with the mark to stun him, repelled up, and that bought enough time for his support Rod or Lustboy to come in and help.
Yeah, pretty good bait there, and it might also earn them a teleport, not just the flash, because right now TSM are quickly pushing that top lane. We'll see if Soaz actually decides even to go back there. He knows that at least was just top, so it's extremely dangerous for him to go for this.
Yeah.
TSM should press up and just zone him off of the turret. They need to cut this off because otherwise Origin are gonna get this dragon without any repercussions here.
Looks like they will, and yeah, Soaz smart to not TP back in there, would have gotten dove immediately. And so OG comes out a little bit ahead by grabbing this dragon. We'll see if TSM can get the top lane.
I mean, generally speaking, if the team resorts into a very early dragon, it actually means they're behind and it is the best option left for them to take. They do invest a lot of time taking that, and it gives what we call the tempo, momentum, call it what you may, for TSM, because they're going to pick up this tower and actually establish a gold lead.
Yeah, the thing is that TSM also actually didn't get in there quick enough in lane to zone Soaz off of all of those minions, so Soaz did soak up some experience. And Origin get a little bit back there in the top lane while they trade Dragon for first turret.
Wow, and Origin throughout Worlds has been very, very good about getting those dragons, and they got another one right now, but like you said, they need the gold. They need those turrets a little bit later. We'll see how fast they can take down the bot lane.
Gonna recall here, so not pressing on that bottom lane. And TSM, you get so much momentum in the game when you take down that first turret, and it's not a trade. So this is the thing that Origin are giving up for that early dragon. TSM get to call the first swap. They send Wild Turtle and Lustboy down bottom quicker, and Turtle has actually gone for not only the pickaxe buy, but also stacked a longsword on top of it there. So that is going to be a delay in the Infinity Edge completion. Maybe he turns that into a Vamp Scepter, but he's just getting as much flat damage as he can in this early game to make use of the minigun attack speed and continue to keep the tower lead, try and keep up that pressure.
Makes sense. Bjergsen's still just farming in the mid lane, dead even in CS. Well, he was when I started that sentence anyway. Against XPeke, who's going to be grabbing his blue buff here. And now, are you a little bit surprised that TSM didn't try to punish the splash that's been down on XPeke?
He has been playing fairly safe on Orianna, trying to stay back and not extend too far into the lane. Plus, they did get a little bit of vision coverage for him. But yeah.
Origin overall, they know that TSM likes to play with multiple members around mid lane, Lustboy roaming. This is an old style of them. The response after that death from XPeke was immediately Mythy and amazing, roaming to mid and placing some wards. So pink ward went down, that got killed, but they still had a lot of wards remaining around the mid lane. They just faded just now. But Pekka generally is protected well by his team. And again, that speaks to the dual synergy between jungler and support that is just far greater on Origin overall.
That makes sense. We finally got the 2v2 down in bot lane between Niels, Mythy, Lustboy, and Wild Turtle. Ward in the forward brush for both teams, actually. Oh, going to get cleared out by Origin, though.
Yeah, plus this time around, Pekka also protecting himself. Got his own pink ward there.
Yep.
So doing a little bit of his own vision. Ah, Bjergsen finds it immediately, though.
Yep, that one's not going to last too long. Well, we'll see. No, he's still going to get it. Yep. It's like a contest of whose orbs are superior.
Ball versus spear. Who comes out on top?
Well, back down to this bottom lane, though. While Origin did take the dragon in exchange for that top turret, they also got a CS lead for Niels down there.
Going on to Dyrus. There's the ultimate. Amazing coming in as well. Dyrus, he's got his ult, he's got his flash. Probably not going to get taken out. Yep, he'll be able to escape that one. Has to burn the ult, but things could be worse.
Meanwhile, TSM going to make a counter move down here on bottom. They saw the jungle up top there, and
that's not
Niels and Mythy get out just in time.
Looks like they might be able to get that bottom turret, though, so that's going to be first turret of the game, or second, rather, for TSM, and they continue pushing this objective game.
Yeah, Bjergsen gets ahead in mid lane in terms of push, then he uses that to get a roam, and TSM are speeding up the game right now. Counter push here from XPeke, and we just hit the 10-minute mark, and we've been used to seeing this.
Yeah, and again, keep track of the minions as well, because we were focused so heavily on the turret going down first there for TSM, but Origin actually got the minion lead on both top and bottom lane in that lane swap without focusing on the turrets and losing minions to the turrets. So if they equalize these outer turrets, then they'll slingshot back ahead in gold, and they have the early dragon.
You gotta compare the team comps of the value that they bring when they're combined. When all parts are combined, how strong is that? Because for TSM, the sum of all these little parts is just greater than individually the parts of what they bring to the team, especially if they can group right now in mid lane and start sieging. That is what their composition is built for. Grouping 4 or 5 people and just fishing with skill shots, and hopefully you connect one of them.
That is especially true in this game because of how vision reliant this TSM team is. They have so many ways to make picks, all of these skill shots we've been talking about, but when the last outer turret goes down, that mid lane turret you're talking about, that's when they really get to set up shop. You can see they're already trying to move into the blue quadrant of Origin's jungle here to set up some of that vision and get a look at Origin's early moves.
Yeah, so TSM, now the pressure is really on for these guys. This is the point where they started to kind of fall apart in some of their losses last week. So this is really it. Like, these next 5 minutes are probably going to determine the game for this team.
I think TSM just placed more wards in this, more deep wards in this game than they did in the entire game versus
completely.
Origin last time.
Yeah,
There's that pick they're looking to set up.
That's true, and they're getting those pick opportunities from those wards, which we didn't really see a lot of. Amazing. Is he in trouble? There's a Dark Binding. Santorin comes in, lands a Cocoon. Amazing. Can he get to the Lantern? Wards drop to prevent him from clicking it. Has to flash over the wall to get away. Oh! Ultimate used to pull in Lustboy, but no follow-up really for Origin, so they'll be able to make it out of that one too.
A tiny collision radius was added to the wards to prevent that from happening, from spamming. There still is a possibility, but it's still quite hard if you're panicking and you misclick once that auto attack is launched. You can still technically click the Lantern, but it's a lot harder these days.
Amazing didn't want to take that chance, but luckily for him, Bjergsen missed his earlier stun. Hits this one though!
Flash Cocoon, and they take down Expected cleanly under that turret. Mithy trying to defend his mid lane, but TSM's going to take this one too.
Once again, the skill shots, I mean, just to reiterate, misses this one actually.
I mean, it seems like we're telling the same story over and over, just send some skill shot at them, but that's
Long
exactly...
stun.
It's because the story is so clear. And that's actually something that Hermit specifically said that he values in team comps during the interview a couple days ago.
Well, Origin going for that second dragon, so at least going to be able to maintain the tempo with that objective anyway, but they're going to need some turrets. They're down 3-1 right now. The gold lead is starting to swing again in TSM's favor.
Can TSM keep this up though? Can they keep doing this on tier 2 towers deeper into the map? Can they make picks? Have they fixed their Baron baits? Because otherwise, if Origin can stay relatively even in terms of gold and keep getting the cross Baron or cross Dragon, then eventually they will be at 5 dragons. And late game, they scale pretty well with the range on the Kog'Maw, the flanks from Kennen and FLICKR Orianna rather. We've seen it. One shockwave is enough to turn around a fight.
Yeah, I mean, Origin's going to do a ton of damage late game, so it's not over yet. Not by a long shot rather for Origin.
I'm infecting you.
I know, right? I spent too much time in Europe.
All right, well, as of now, TSM actually have done a decent job of controlling that vision. Origin, though, as you said, the main highlight, they've been able to stack dragons thus far, which actually, the bonus for number 2 doesn't do a whole lot. It's just that if they can win the next team fight, then it does put a lot more pressure on TSM. So we'll see TSM move in and try and get vision before next dragon spawn.
Oh, grabbed it. Raptor Steel.
That's all you need to do. You need to take away resources on the enemy side of the map. TSM could actually start looking to move up this line of pink wards they have. They have very defensive set of 4 pink wards right here in their own jungle, but Origin have no business going there. So if they can move up those 4 pinks, layer another line of green wards in front of them, they can start shutting down the jungle efficiently and keep Origin spread out and then fish for those skill shots that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, I actually like what TSM are doing here. They're moving up into the red quadrant of Origin now. Because Dragon is gone, they're changing their focus, spending more of their vision in that top side. And we'll see if they try and make plays around their vision. That's always what you want to do, obviously, when you go to the area that you have lit up.
Well, it's so good to see TSM being a little bit more active and getting some of those deep wards down. Origin is starting to sort of clear some of them out now. But this game, I would say, so far looks more promising here in week 2.
It definitely does look more promising for TSM. I do want to caution against a one team fight collapse here for TSM. Could be a giant gold swing. Because once again, there's a lot of standing gold in the outer turrets here for TSM still left up. You can take those very easily after you win a team fight. So while Origin are behind in gold right now, it's due to this giant turret advantage that TSM have. They actually still are doing really well on CS. and the neutral objectives.
And in addition to that, to take down a tier 2 tower, generally you need at least one rotation. Because you can't just siege 5-man mid into an Orianna Gragas. They have too much wave clear, but you can pressure them in. Then you can make the first move to another lane. But Soaz is essentially blocking the move to the top lane, because 1v1 he's beating up on Dyrus. So the only play left is either to rotate from bot to mid, or from mid to bot, and TSM are struggling to find that opening, find that opportunity. So that's what they're looking for right now. Deny expect a wave clear somehow. Strike when he's not there, or move away from him.
At this stage of the game, when you get all the outer turrets down and you have the deep vision like this, the important thing to focus on is cutting off the farm of your enemies. Because you're going to try and deny the minion waves by using the vision you have in their jungle to cut off their movement between the lanes, and also look for those bonus picks.
Yeah, you also want to look to smite their wolves and raptors just to take away the oracle buff or the wolf buff, just to get more control of the map.
Yeah, and TSM right now, all kind of hanging out on their side of the map. A lot of those wards, actually not too many of them have been pushed back too. I'm just like not used to seeing TSM having wards deep in the enemy jungle at this point in the game. They had a lot of opportunities last week.
Who is really? Who's used to that?
Well, I mean, maybe we should get used to it. Origin takes on the mid turret, but TSM, at least they still have that vision to work with. But this is where, again, you know, we've said this, I feel like we're a broken record, but it's so important that this is a point in the game where TSM has been consistently falling apart.
I feel like TSM should actually use this bottom turret as a trap. You can actually bait with turrets. It's a low health outer turret, should be easy for Origin to take, but TSM, if they set up properly for this, they can close a trap on Origin. If they get a deep ward for Dyrus to teleport in on, they can have everybody collapse down here and try and pull off that fight. Started with skill shots. Looks like
Lust Boy.
Bjergsen's actually going to be really late on this rotation, so they can't pull the bait now.
There's a ward for Dyrus behind them.
Yeah, this turret's going down for sure. Origin could have a fight here too if they wanted. Not going to go for it. Part of me just wants to yell, fight already! But they're not doing it. They're just taking wards and turrets.
Well, there it is. That's a standing gold I was talking about. Origin slingshot right back ahead, and they're actually up in gold now, despite the 2-kill advantage for TSM.
Yep, and we are right before 20 minutes. Right on schedule. So Neil's going to recall. We'll see what he picks up. He's got that Trinity Force down. Had it for a little while already.
Yeah, helped out in taking that turret. Origin are actually good, really strong on item completions right now. They've got the Abyssal Scepter there for Soaz, which is a huge pickup for the Kennen because he also has Sork Boots. So a lot of the flat magic penetration there. Going to do a whole bunch of work on the priority targets, like the Jinx. Bjergsen, though, actually gone for an early Abyssal Scepter himself. Looks like a second item completion for him. So he's got some magic resist.
There's going to be a lot of AP on that Origin team, so not too surprising to see him pick that one up. Third Dragon on the way in 45 seconds, and Origin already setting up to try to take this one. And TSM, I mean, am I right in saying that this team comp really doesn't want to go head-to-head 5v5 with Origin right now?
Yeah, they really want to set the vision before the Dragon. Trying to do it right now.
You want to keep your distance. If you're TSM right now, you want to keep your distance, max range skill shots, and at all costs, you want to avoid the flank from Soaz. He has boots too and mobility. We talked about it. Not a primary engage because it's easy to counter, but if he can get behind you, he can shut off an exit route and then gather you up, and then you can get punished.
Oh, hook onto Dyrus.
Also,
not doing anything out of that though.
When you're running a team like this with so much range damage and range CC, you want to be very cautious about when you commit with your single melee champion. Dyrus doesn't have to immediately ult. If they get a pick with a binding or something like that, they can hold off and focus with all 4 of their range champions before having to commit with Dyrus.
Wow, and Origin going for that third dragon. Can TSM do anything about this? They're coming in, but I think all they can do is poke with skill shots. Dyrus gets grabbed again, and Origin just take the dragon and back away. You don't even need to fight right now.
Yeah, I was tracking the map movements prior to this setup, and when TSM was trying to fight Origin for the control around Dragon, Lustboy was watching Wild Turtle farm. He was in the lane together with him, doing absolutely nothing, while Santorin obviously will get outmatched 2v1, so Origin take control of the area, they go mid, they bait TSM in responding, and then they cut them off.
Well,
they have to leave open their mid tower though.
Yeah, they do take a mid turret with that, so they do maintain the turret lead, at least, and a slight gold lead out of that.
We are approaching the stage in the game where the 6% from the first dragon buff is fairly meaningful, though. So TSM are going to want to get one. Turtle's really far away, though.
Flash over the Flame Chomper. Soaz going to ult, and can he catch Wild Turtle? He does! And Soaz just takes down Wild Turtle. Once again, ADC for TSM way out of position.
TSM just not working together. If you have a Morgana on your team, she should always be within range to respond to potential picks like this. Black Shield was far too late.
That was pure greed. These are those mid-game picks that we're talking about. They've been plaguing TSM all tournament long.
Yeah, amazing. They're trying to take that blue buff. Syndra's going to pull it over the wall. Bjergsen's like, no, man.
Nope.
Mine.
my blue buff.
I'm taking it all the way to the
Watch him
lane.
speed run back, though.
I got to get back home. Oh, no. The blue buff just wants to get home, man. Just let him get home. Bjergsen's not going to allow it, though. I will make you kill the minions.
Is it kidnapping?
It is. It is. The police are coming for Bjergsen right now. It's trapped again. They've got CC for days, man. They can keep that blue buff.
This is exactly why I built CDR and Cinder
All
right away.
go home, blue buff.
The only thing that would
Serve
make
your
this
purpose.
more comical would be a Tom Kench in the game.
It's true.
All right. The blue
he's
buff
back.
finally escapes the evil clutches of Bjergsen.
Oh, I'm relieved. Oh, that blue buff. He's like, guys, if his little rock friends were still alive, he'd have quite the story to tell. But looks like he'll be joining them in the afterlife.
No one's around to hear him.
A journey.
Bad.
Blue buff baggings.
Wow. It's a hard life to be a buff. Bye. At least I got to see mid lane. How many blue buffs can say that?
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, kind of an awkward moment there for TSM, but they're going to try to push down this
I don't know. I
mid
feel like
lane.
that's a huge moral victory for them.
Sort of.
We've been able to secure our blue.
You know how you can lose the battle but still win the war? Guys, we lost
I
the
guess
game,
so.
but we still got the blue buff.
Like, remember when we got that blue buff? It was like, yeah, we lost the game, but we got that blue buff.
We'll see what they do with it, because blue buff is actually fairly important on Syndra.
Yeah.
I mentioned the vulnerabilities that she does have when her E is down. Obviously, we'll shorten that with the cooldown reduction there, and you want to spam out as many of those combos as you can to look for the picks.
Certainly.
Problem TSM are having now is a problem they've always had in the summer split towards the end and even at Worlds. They're slowing down. They're playing to their strengths, and then they stop doing that for some reason because they're afraid to push their advantage too far. They play too safe. And you saw Origin only needed 1 minute in TSM jungle to ward it up, move it to the other side of the map, and make a pick.
Well, see, it's a vicious cycle because that happens, and then you have the picks too. Then you have Wild Turtle wandering off and dying, and that means they think, oh, we need to just play even more safely.
So I keep telling this cautionary tale of the standing gold there for Origin, able to get back in it.
It's true.
Also, the later you go, if at first you traded turret for a dragon, say worth. You know, free turret. Second dragon, definitely worth. Third dragon, you're starting to question how.
But you keep saying worth, even though you question yourself.
Just keep telling yourself worth, and everything will be fine.
How well does this program scale? Because up to 5 towers, then you give away 5 dragons, and suddenly Origin coming out swinging with some true damage. So
That does not work very well. Not worth. Unworth. 4-3 is the turrets right now for TSM, but they have kind of stalled out. Those wards in Origin's jungle have largely gone away now.
I mean, look at Expecka. He's completely fine taking the slow game on a pick like Orianna. It scales incredibly well later on in the game. She needs 3 items to even function very well in teamfights, so Pekka is definitely fine with the slow pace of this game. So is Niels on the Kog'Maw. Kennen kind of falls off, but still serves his purpose later on if you can just get that Zonias and buy time. Because if you're running a double carry composition with Kog'Maw Orianna, that's enough for Soaz. That's all he has to do is buy time. Because it's not like Dyrus will outscale him anyways in terms of damage.
Yeah. Origin moving into that tier 2 in top lane now. Wave clear's still pretty good for TSM at this point.
One scaling point, though, for TSM is that Origin are extremely magic damage heavy.
Yes.
Even Kog'Maw does a large percentage of magic damage, between 30 and 45%. So until he even gets his Blade of the Rune King, they are extremely heavy on the magic damage. The TSM have built the Aegis of the Legion, at least. They needed to rush that.
Interestingly, speaking in the comparison to the last game, how we're saying the early game was vastly different. How it has ended up right now is completely the same. Last time, at this point in the game, it was 1-2-1 between Origin and TSM.
Wow.
And Origin were exactly 1,000 gold ahead. So history looks like it'll repeat itself. It started out differently, but you can't change the course of time.
I guess so, but it's still a point, though, where TSM can make a change. They can still take control of this game. It's not over by a long shot.
Very much so. I mean, Syndra's combo, the missile speed is 2,500, one of the fastest in the entire game. So
Wow.
the surprise stun can
What
still
is that
come,
measured? Is like
can
Timo's
still
per
come
hour?
out. Yeah, it's
Timos per hour, yes, that's the speed at which we measure things in League of Legends.
everything measured in Timos. Actually, I'm going to lobby for everything to be measured in kenches now instead of inches.
It's a bigger unit of measurement.
Yeah, exactly.
Quite a bit. You know, maybe if you've got
I guess
like,
we can include both.
you've got like inches and feet. What about Timos and Kenches? It's about like, you know, you could probably fit about 12 Timos in one Kench.
All right, we'll get that.
Get that through the
we'll get
balance
that.
design
We'll
thing?
get that surveys rotating around here through the French audience.
All right, no kills, but Dragon has spawned Finally, and TSM is actually in position to defend it.
Yeah, they are, but Origin, I guess they don't want to try to contest anything. They're just going to go for the turrets. And for them right now, that's more worth it.
Exactly. It's their turn to trade the Dragon for secondary turrets here. Krubby, you mentioned how the secondary ones are much more difficult to take. Plus,
Not if there's nobody there.
Well, plus they gain complete autonomy around this Baron. They can do whatever they want. There's one ward here for TSM, but all that does is signal that they have to be careful.
Yeah.
Because they can't see into the Baron pit, and Origin can pull some baits.
Luckily for TSM, Origin was kind of out of wards by the time they moved into the Baron, because if you can see, there's a few wards being placed right there, but not too many. De-warding hasn't been done perfectly either. And TSM, when it comes to a team that can face check and brush safely, it is this roster. Everybody doesn't even have to get close in proximity of that brush. You can just chuck skill shots in and hope something hits.
Yep. You'll know.
You say that.
Or you say
but then you just walk in.
The only one who can't face check anything gets pulled in, gets hooked, has to flash away. He's so low right now.
He chose to use his longer cooldown, the flash, because they really need that ultimate for the team fight.
Yep.
Without it, he is useless. Completely useless.
But again, TSM had one ward, and instead of using that ward to get somewhat safe access to put more wards, they just wait until it disappears, and they're like, guys, they're at Baron. It's dark. What do we do?
And
Send in
surprise,
Dyrus.
surprise, they're going to start up Baron.
Speaking of Baron, Rocket comes in. They're going to check it, misses everybody. They're going to see Baron being done, though. Origin has to back off for the moment.
Yeah, mid lane is down, so there's no rotation here for any like outplay potential on TSM side. So Origin, they don't really get punished. If TSM was even safer in their approach, they could have lost Baron there.
Yep. Going to be able to clear out some of these pink wards now from Origin. And so TSM will take control of the Baron area for the moment anyway.
Can't dig that crab up, though.
Nope.
He's deep in there.
Hitting some spikes, though. Very, very efficient build from Turtle here, going with the Phantom Dancer over the shift. So if this game does prolong, triple item Jinx with the Zeeks that could come out of Lustboy here could actually make Wild Turtle a hard carry, because unlike the game where we saw a lot of wind walls, Braum shield, that is not here. Nobody can actually deny the damage from Wild Turtle unless they straight up kill him.
Yeah, he'll spike up to 100% crit chance when you finish the Zeeks. So.
And I mean, the thing is, you know TSM's aware of the disparity between Bjergsen and the rest of the team as far as damage goes. There does seem to be a lot more priority in this game on getting Wild Turtle ahead, on getting him to be the big carry in the end of the game, and having Bjergsen play more of this control mage in Syndra.
They're putting a lot of faith in him, and he has to respect that and actually watch his positioning. Cannot afford to get caught out once again.
Well, Soaz running from Dyrus right now. Has his flash if he needs it.
The slow burn.
Fighting him, I guess. He's going to TP out of there, actually. Oh, gets knocked up, though. Dyrus finds him. Soaz pops that ultimate. Dyrus gets stunned. He's going to keep chasing. He's got that Q, but Soaz can escape. He's Kennen, man. He can get away.
Oh, the Jinx rocket.
Whoa.
Soaz.
The fact that this is possible is actually really good for TSM, because earlier we were talking about how to get map advantage, you need to rotate, and Soaz could beat out Dyrus. In addition to that, not only does Dyrus beat Soaz 1v1, he also takes out the teleport and removes the potential teleport flank. So this is huge for TSM in the next 5 minutes.
Now, with the ult already used, why wouldn't you just flash there instead of try to TP out?
Why? I don't know. That's a good question.
That's what I was wondering the entire time.
Hold on.
The ult
Hold on, you guys.
outline.
Okay, TP is very important for Origin, but so is Flash on Kennen. Like,
okay.
Flash on Kennen is ridiculously important for the engages.
I see your point.
If you don't have teleport, you can tailor your team play around the fact that you don't have that one teleport, and Origin still have a teleport on Peke. But if you don't have the Flash on Kennen, it's really hard to tailor your team fight around a non-Flash Kennen.
That's a good answer.
It's a great answer.
Great
I feel like I learned a lot right now.
Wow.
Professor Kobe's back.
I'm kidding. Feel educated. Oh, Origin pushing up that mid lane again. Peke down the bot lane has to clear some of the wards. Somebody's got to answer Dyrus, and they've got to send Peke down there.
And this plays into it. You lose one teleport. Well, we have two anyway, says Origin. We just move a different guy. And Peke could actually do a lot better against Dyrus 1v1 because he can poke him out more reliably.
That's a good point.
Fighting for the blue buff. No Syndra here, so...
Blue buff heard what happened in the last one.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, I'm just staying home.
Is Peke any more benevolent than Bjergsen, though? I mean, who would you really rather have as your master?
It doesn't end well for the blue buff either way, does it? Not really. Oh, well, he's like, well, might as well try to hit him. Oh, no, never mind.
At least Dyrus is like, Dyrus is almost of the same genus here. He's also a rock man here. He's a giant mountain.
The same like rough species, I suppose. Origin though going for this Baron. Have to back off as they see TSM coming up the river right now. And they're going to dive into TSM's jungle here and go actually for the top lane.
Interesting move up here mid. This is a Jinx, by the way. You don't want to
TSM wins out.
Don't want to base race a Jinx here. And Origin, we talked about how good they are at quickly assessing the game state. They know they're behind. They can't go for this split here. And TSM actually moving straight up mid, get a whole bunch of damage.
Mistakes already made, though.
That's a ton of damage on that turret. They're actually going to take it out. They take out the mid inhibitor turret.
I mean, TSM, they were already sitting in the mid lane, so the path from mid to mid is obviously shorter than from Baron all the way to the top lane, so that's actually a big mistake from Origin, and really good use of scrying over there from Turtle, because he spotted Origin the second they started Baron, and that just gives you so much room to out-rotate and go for the base race here.
Well, Amazing gets stunned. You're going to throw a barrel in there to check things. TSM looking for possibly a pick. Don't quite find one, though. What's Origin going to do? Run for their lives, I guess, at this point.
Yeah, TSM, they're really not a team that I think should chase too far. Dyrus gets hooked in, though.
Gets hooked, gets thrown to the box, takes a lot of damage, and he's going to back away. He's got his ult, he's got his flash, but he doesn't have much health for a while.
It's so interesting here, the decision between Origin going for 4th Dragon and trying to defend their inhibitor. They're actually going to sacrifice the move up mid in the inhibitor for number 4 on the Dragon stacking to wait for number 5. We'll see if this corral here works out because they've trapped him inside their base, but Dyrus has teleport.
That's true, but how's the rest of TSM get out here?
Oh, they're
stuck in the base. There's the explosive cast pushing the turret. TSM.
They need Dyrus now. Dyrus has to be there.
They're going to flash over the wall. Everybody burning those summoners. Origin chasing. That looks like they might let them get away. But
that's actually incredibly good shot calling there from TSM, because that was the only correct play they could make. TSM's lineup is incredibly strong if you can punish members running at you, if you at least have leeway behind you to move farther, but they were blocked up by a turret.
How much are they going to give up for this, though, as Origin now move in to sweep out Baron? Vision control around Baron going to be taken out. And talking about cautionary tales, when you take down a single inhibitor this early in the game, sometimes the team that you took down, never mind, we're talking about a Baron here.
Origin going for this Baron one more time. TSM, they feel the need to stop this.
Oh, that's a choke point.
Shockwave gets 3 people. Can Origin follow up? Dyrus comes in for his ult. Soaz with the secondary engage, gets some stuns. There's Antonia. Soaz goes down though. Bjergsen with a kill. Lustboy got taken out during the fight, and Origin, they can't keep doing this Baron.
And that was all Lustboy's exhaust. That was the difference between a double kill on Baron for Soaz and just Soaz getting immediately blown up and turned around. So summoner choice a lot better, especially in these passive games. If you're a team that's not going to kill anybody anyways, don't bring Ignite. You see again, choke point so dangerous against Orianna.
Here goes TSM though, all in on the Orianna. They hit both stuns. They actually overlap them. Soaz goes in to cut off the rest of TSM. Not only is it the exact, but the heal there from Turtle as well.
Yep, Summoner heal did save Lustboy there. Bjergsen got an awesome stun onto FLICKR after that shockwave landed, and that was just a fight where TSM barely held on.
And right now, Wild Turtle wasn't even really in that fight until it was slightly later on. But if he can start out the fight well and stack up that Ziggs, he will be sitting on 100% quit with armor penetration and a black shield to defend himself. He could start carrying these fights in addition to Bjergsen damage.
Yeah, and while, yes, Soaz doesn't have flash right now, neither does Turtle. So Turtle's still going to have to be fairly careful, but as long as he doesn't get hit by a hook or Gragas ultimate. Whoa, stun there!
That's a stun into FLICKR. Rocket connects, but Soaz soaks it. FLICKR is still with very low health. Origin needs to back off here.
Yeah, and these exchanges are all about positioning. If Origin are stuck in front of TSM, they have an incredibly hard time making anything done, because TSM, they throw out bindings, cocoons, they walk backwards. If you get hit by any of them stepping forward, you immediately get blown up, or you have to blow your flash.
All right, so returning to the team that actually takes the inhibitor, actually go down in gold, because it means that the entire time, as long as the defending team is able to clear out the super minion, they actually get more gold up that lane, since TSM's minions will kill all of Origin's minions on their side of the map, and Origin can try and just farm defensively. The drawback, of course, is Baron pressure and the loss of vision, which TSM have to use to get picks.
Well, TSM's not putting a lot of wards. Well, getting a few in there now into Origin's jungle, but not as many as you see from a lot of other teams. I'm really wondering what's going to happen when this next dragon comes up. That's going to be a big moment too. Amazing caught. That's a big moment for TSM. Gets pulled out on the lantern though. Lives through the ultimate from Bjergsen.
That's why you build Merc Threads.
Yep, guess so.
Against this team, yes, you definitely do.
Yep, teleport coming in for Origin. Amazing still there, low health is Baron.
Dyrus walked over. He saved his teleport.
Yep, that's
Stan
right.
torn down to 40% HP, though.
Yeah, TSM needs to be a bit careful. They've got some health missing on a couple members, but they intelligently backed off that Baron.
So you trade like different concepts, right? You get an inhibitor, you get Baron pressure. Right now, they traded their Baron pressure for a teleport from SOAS. If they can repeat that entire ordeal, send Dyrus split push bot. If the scenario repeats where Dyrus 1v1s and pushes out SOAS, they can do the exact same thing and force Pekka's teleport potentially. And then once the teleports are down, then you can maybe get the Baron. But it's a work of many, many steps, and TSM have shown that they have made a couple correct steps in a row, but then slowed down too much, faltered. So let's see if they have the big picture in mind right now.
Yeah, and speaking of Origin, they have had just such great late game calls so far here at Worlds.
Yeah.
See if they can keep it up.
Well, they've got a 2K gold lead to build off of. It's basically nothing at this point in the game, but it is a little bit at least. But the big story is they've got those 4 dragons. The next one is up in a minute 20. TSM cannot let Origin have this dragon. If they do, you really got to be worried. Dyrus narrowly avoiding a hook there.
So I hope TSM, for their sake at least, is aware that Pekka just finished the Quicksilver Sash. So when you have that one skill shot connecting, Pekka will not instant cleanse, he will just wait for you to launch the rest ones, step out, and then TSM can overpile on one target that can just QSS flash out and turn around the fight with a good shockwave. So that's big.
He does have to be very careful with that, though, because these skill shots actually do a tremendous amount of damage. They don't just lock you in place.
Yeah, the inhibitor comes back just in time, too, for Origin.
Yeah. If Pekka takes too many of them before he waits to cleanse, then he might just be low enough, and you can't cleanse the knockup from Dyrus. So talking about pulling the trigger there when TSM decide to actually commit with their melee champion is going to be huge. It's a good point you bring up, though, because the unseen Quicksilver Sash is the deadliest. Like, that's the big part of a Quicksilver Sash is the surprise factor of the first time you use it.
And then you have that realization, should have pressed tab more often.
I know,
Every
really.
single time.
It's not
Always
hard
after
to look
the
at
fact.
people's items.
It's the unseen Zanyas and the unseen Quicksilver Sash that will turn team fights and can win you games.
Well, it looks like TSM has managed to take position over the Dragon, and Origin may just try to trade this for a Baron instead. They're still going to have that 4 Dragon pressure. This would only be TSM second if they take it, so Origin, I think, is going to be happy to make this trade.
TSM can send in the rock, though.
They may. They've got a ward. They're coming up. They left the Dragon, actually. Origin, they're going to finish off that Baron. Dyrus zoned out by the box. Origin gets the Baron. So has stunned out Bjergsen with not enough follow-up. They're going to chase Dyrus away. Amazing. Looks safe as well, but that's a Baron for Origin.
And TSM didn't even get the Dragon. Now Origin can move down to the Dragon and try and stop them up. TSM have to get it as quickly as possible and then run like hell. Origin can actually just move down mid lane and get a turret for this Dragon attempt from TSM.
Well,
they're actually trying to answer it.
TSM will get the Dragon, but they've got to run for their lives right now.
Oh, man.
Can Origin do anything about this? Doesn't look like it. Probably go down mid, like you said. Take that tier 2 turret. And either way, they've still got a scary team fight.
Yeah, slightly maybe missed opportunity there for Origin, because with the Baron buff, you can push extremely quickly.
Yeah,
they still can.
They still could probably get a...
They do like their vision in between the lanes, especially now that they have the Baron buff. That 1v1 that Dyrus was winning against SOAS earlier, for example, he may not win that anymore because there's so many magic, almost immune minions. Yeah, that tower's gone. We don't have to talk about that anymore. And now the split push becomes so much stronger for Origin, whereas TSM's lineup wants to corral together and send out the skill shots. Origin, they're comfortable playing 1-3-1 double teleport, buffing minions on each individual lane.
Yeah, we're finally seeing the reward of Origin's early focus on the Dragon, stacking up. It all culminates in this moment. We also talked about the advantage that Origin have had in the late game shot calling compared to TSM. Showing up right there.
They just changed things up. We're going to watch Baron for 40 seconds, then start it. We're going to start instantly, so you never know. So that unpredictability and just doing the correct Baron call at the right time is what separates good shot callers from the best. If you look at Yellowstar, for example, he's always really good at calling those, split decision, second-making Barons where you just take it out of the blue somewhere and people can't react.
Yeah, it's just, we always gloss over it in cast because you can't really delve too deep into it during a game because there's so much action, but there's so many small things that go into, exactly. Right now we've got a perfect time so we could sort of touch on it.
Talk away, Kobe.
But yeah, so there's so many small things, like, especially, that's why a lot of people become junglers, because you get to participate in that in solo queue. Like, I know for a fact, a base champion, melee champion, will get from the fountain to the outer turret in 30 seconds. You know, supports, you take off 2 seconds because of the masteries, and then once you get boots 1, you can take off 3 seconds. But you use something like that, a known amount of time and a known length, to make judgments about how long will it take people to get across the map, how long will it take us to burn down this Baron. You know, being in this situation, I have Blade of Ruin King this time, it's going to take this amount of time. I'm behind this time, it won't.
Yeah, so if they're a certain amount of Teemos away,
Exactly.
over
You get like 50 Kenches in 40 seconds.
Approximately, what, like 500 Teemos?
All right, here we go, Doa.
they actually used to use Teemos as a measuring tool for skill shots because the base unit, Teemo is 100 units long.
Still seeing that.
Yeah. So skill shots were like 7.5 Teemos.
Well, TSM trying to defend their bot lane tier 2 here. Doesn't look like Origin really has what it takes to take it out.
They don't care about grouping up on a single tower. They just want to say, tell the story of, hey, we're sieging here at tower 5v5, then peel off and just go somewhere else, and then TSM is stuck defending a tower, so just out-rotate. They went mid, TSM goes mid, then they go back to bot, and just try and outmaneuver one step ahead and slowly take down that turret every time.
Yep, chunking away here for Origin. Get a little bit of damage onto the turret. If Deals gets one W Trinity Force auto attack on it, it takes off a huge amount. Just be careful though.
Yeah, obviously that Kog'Maw very, very vulnerable down in bot lane with the number of long-range stuns and CC that TSM has.
Sure, you're happy to see the Mikhails now, Crepo, completed for Mithy, so whoever does get caught first, you can use that. And Peke has to be careful not to stack his Quicksilver Sash activation with Mithy's Mikhails.
That build is incredibly hard to play though. If you look at what you have in your inventory, if you get hit by anything, like these skill shots are all being aimed at Xpeke, but you could be a poor support getting like a ricochet or a straight skill shot. A straight bullet can take you out in one shot.
True. Oh, Dyrus chasing Amazing away into the jungle here. Soaz is there though. Gotta be a little bit careful. This is the Shuriken.
So I just had a look. Misty's sitting under 2,000 HP at this point, so doesn't really have all too much. And in terms of resistances, 40, like 60 armor, 78 MR, he's definitely not doing too well. If any of those combos from Bjergsen hit him, or he just gets hit with the Dyrus ultimate or some splash damage from Turtle, he gets blown up immediately.
Yeah, TSM actually did a fairly good job of keeping that Baron power play there for Origin to sort of just an average few K gold.
Yeah.
And not lose out their secondary last turret down on bottom side. Really, once again, let's go back to our tried and true old story for this game, the skill shots. It's going to depend so much on that vision control, who can get the pick here.
One of the other things that's going to depend on a lot is that Dragon that's coming up in a minute 25 again. It's like the fans so far predicting Origin to take this one, but it still seems pretty close.
This is good here. TSM moving in for some deep vision. About a minute 15 seconds before an objective. Generally, when you get the first layer in, then you can choose to base if you want more wards to supplement that, or if you want just going to keep control of this area and punish people warding in.
Looking for a pick here.
Oh, they missed Niels. That would have done it. Whoa, that was so close. Just being a dead Kog'Maw.
Waddles his way to safety.
Has his own Quicksilver stash now, but again, there's a lot of stunts coming in. If one would have caught him, I think it would have been tough to get out without at least burning a flash.
Yeah, you want to look for...
Oh, Shockwave brings in Santorin. Lustboy caught on the edge of that one a little bit. TSM has to back away. Bjergsen, of course, still very fragile. We haven't talked about that a lot, but he could get blown up very quickly too.
Yeah, I think Origin are actually peaking pretty hard on power right now.
But look what they're doing. Shockwave was used defensively, no follow-up, complete dragon control here from TSM. You move in a minute before that, if OG can't crack that vision control and they're not split pushing at the same time, they will have to walk in this like assault of skill shots.
This Origin team seems a bit more
Flash on
fearful.
Bjergsen here. That's
fearful than they did before.
A little bit risky.
Fearful, thin line in between.
A little bit of both. They're going to go in though. They may have an opportunity for this fifth dragon. Rise it spawns. We are going to have a huge fight here. As again, TSM cannot let Origin take this. Origin backing up.
Oriolti is back up.
Yeah, that's right. Just in time too. Origin back into that choke at the moment.
Thorn has to be really careful here.
Yes, he does. But Origin needs to be careful from, or with Dyrus round 2. And all could really wreck them. They're going to go in after Dyrus. They pop that Banshee's Veil. Dyrus taking a lot of damage, but they can't chase him into that choke. It's just too dangerous. Turning onto the Dragon. Now, how fast can they take it off? Whoa, Lustboy, low health doing this Dragon. Fifth Dragon, does it go? Oh, Turtle stole the Dragon, and Origin denied that fifth Dragon.
Once again,
I can't believe it.
Turtle, okay, I would normally agree with you, but Wild Turtle has done this so many times this year on Jinx. This is basically a Turtle classic. I mean,
I've seen him do it before, but Man, talk about clutch. Wild Turtle with the Jinxall takes the dragon. That's 2 5th dragons now that
Need to
Origin
redo the
hasn't
montage, boys, for Turtle neutral steals.
It's an important one.
Need to leave some space in that scrapbook, you know, because every time he does that.
Yeah, look at this though. Origin still do have the double teleport to try and work with. They've actually got split pushing Orianna down here, which has gotten the wave all the way to turret. TSM making a big blitz up mid though.
Wow, they might be able to just take out this inhibitor again. There's nothing defending it.
Look at Amazing, he's flanking. So Origin are going to sacrifice. They wanted to bait them to commit to this inhibitor and then send their jungle behind to flank, get spotted. That's why TSM's backing off. That's been the opening in every game so far. In all of these situations, in this game particularly, is mid-game, mid-lane rotations. You're doing Dragon, we go mid, you move back, we get Dragon. Every single time. You're doing Baron, we move mid, you defend, we get Baron control. Very, very mid-lane centric game so far.
I think the longer this goes on too, you know, this Origin gold lead is meaning less and less, and really the big turning point is going to be when Turtle gets a magic resist item. I think his last item here should actually be a defensive magic resist item, because then it would protect him a lot against the all-in there from Soaz.
Yeah. I think he could use like a Mercurial Scimitar or something like that. He needs to be able to get out of some CC.
I mean, look at Expected too. He's sitting on 520 CS, 46 minutes in the game, averaging over 10 per minute.
Baron being taken by Origin right now. TSM doesn't want to let this one happen. Baron getting lower and lower. They get it. Have to drop that box to keep TSM away. And nobody wants to fight this game.
See how
Single
well
tear rolls down my face.
Yeah, let's see how well Origin use this Baron, because TSM going to take them a long time to get back to base. They have to be able to try and defend this inhibitor turret, but so long on the recalls, I think Origin have it.
They may. They're going in right now. That turret's not going to last. Origin, oh, they turn around. They don't go for the inhibitor. They do get the turret, though, so that's a vulnerable inhibitor for both teams now.
Yeah, just the turret being down is huge for Origin, having that open door on the top side of the map.
Yeah.
You can also see the mind games just come out there when the 4 seconds base versus 8 second base changes the entire parameters of a base race.
Oh, definitely. And, you know, behind all of this, slowly but surely, Origin has been taking more and more of a gold lead. They're up to 7,000 now. And of course, we're now at this point where pretty much everybody has all the items they're looking for in a game. It doesn't matter as much, but it's interesting to note, too.
Yeah, on Expected, for example, any gold that
amazing.
Wasted. He's sitting on already 2,000 gold and 1.5k gold that he's not going to be able to use for any upgrades except the elixirs.
Yeah, it's actually, now is the really interesting time when we go back and look at the choices for upgraded trinkets, because people are running out of ward slots, especially since Quicksilver Sash takes up a spot where you would normally have an endgame item. Origin actually peak earlier, like right about now. They don't have inventory space left to max out. And AP Mage does not work with Quicksilver Sash. You can't upgrade it into an AP item. The only choice for Peke would be get Mercurial Scimitar after this for more empowered auto attacks, which, you know, since he's Orianna, not the worst thing, but definitely not optimal there. So because they've been forced into these Mercurial builds, they actually are less Mercurial.
Fascinating. Professor Kobe on the job as Origin moves into TSM's base here, looking for that inhibitor. TSM wants to stop it. That inhibitor getting lower. No stun lands from Bjergsen. And the inhibitor stays alive for the moment anyway. Soaz pushing up that bot lane at the same time, though, behind all this.
Yep, Origin just trying to make use of their split push now. Split pushing with Baron. Get a lot done. I think that secondary turret, that's forfeit for TSM. That is gold in Origin's pockets pretty much.
Yeah. You can see the issue Origin have right here. If you enter the base to go for inhibitor, you enter through a bit of a choke point. Yeah. It narrows a little bit, and it's easy enough to space off enough skill shots, one on the left, one on the right, to catch at least something. That's why Soaz is actually split pushing. Take away 1 or 2 of those skill shots, suddenly that opening's big enough for your team members to get through. But right now, it's incredibly dangerous to commit to a 5v5, so that's why Origin taking the split push approach.
Well, by the time that Soaz could teleport in, a lot of people would be dead because the team is so fragile. So you got to be careful. But Soaz knocking on the door in the bot lane now.
Got it.
Yep. OGN or Origin.
OGN rotation.
OGN
pushes.
Shockwave onto Santor, and they grab Expected, takes some damage, having to cleanse that one, gets caught again. Another big stun comes in from Bjergsen. Wild Turtle throws in the rocket, but it doesn't do enough damage for any kills.
Again, though, this is Origin's handle on the map pressure game. They've been able to keep up the pressure so long. 2 inhibitor turrets are down. even though the inhibitors aren't there, the defenses from TSM are crumbling.
Also, look at the communication. Very often you will see Mikhails and QSS be used at the same time. They're in panic. It was one after the other. I didn't see which one get used first, but there was clear communication on what's going on. I go first, you go second. Complete faith in helping each other right there. So really solid play there from Mithy and FLICKR.
Uh-oh, Neil's coming in, and he is going to take out this inhibitor unopposed. Just peace out with the Lantern. Nice little snipe by Origin.
That's that Lantern play from Mithy, highlighting it in Champion Select. Thresh is so big for Origin. They're able to get that inhibitor down, and they're keeping up the pressure.
It's
Dragon drawing them away from the Nexus turret, but they're going for the Nexus!
Whoa, they are! Teleport coming in, Origin, Dyrus with the knock up there, but Soaz in there with FLICKR as well. They're gonna take down Dyrus, and they might take down the base too. There goes Nexus turret number 1, and they are gonna back off as a recall start coming in for TSM. But that Dragon, Origin just has pressure on every part of the map right now.
Well, let's see if they can get out here. TSM actually have Morgana flanking.
Oh, that's a bind onto Mithy.
Nobody's there.
He takes some damage. Shockwave brings in Bjergsen. Can they follow it up? Lustboy gets grabbed. He's very low, goes down. Oh, big rocket comes in. They take out Niels, but they manage to just barely save Soaz in the end. TSM pressuring. They might be able to get this Dragon.
Origin really whittling away at them, actually. Origin's still here.
Hook onto Santorin, but Mithy takes a lot of damage. Wild Turtle nearly
Those
kills him
traps
off.
were so close to hitting right there.
I know, this game is still so close right now. FLICKR charging forward. Bjergsen has to back away. TSM just again trying to get this Dragon. They gotta keep it away from Origin. They're gonna try to get it. Can Amazing steal it? He's moving.
Oh, he got it! Amazing!
He steals the Dragon, and that is Dragon number 5 for Origin. Niels was dead. He didn't get the buff, but everybody else on the team has it, and that could be disastrous for TSM.
Santorin mistimes the execute combo there. Amazing comes up with the clutch steal against his old team.
Second, 5th Dragon of Worlds here. And have we seen more Dragons this game than we actually have seen kills?
Maybe.
We probably did.
It's a sad day. But this
And
game is so exciting. Let's watch this again. Amazing.
Oh man, he just mans up and goes straight in there.
I think he body slammed Santorin at the end to get that little bit of a start.
Cancel the Q?
Maybe.
I think
See it again
Santorin.
in
I think
super slow
Santorin
motion.
did the math wrong, and Q smite wasn't enough, and Amazing smoke.
Smoke.
People are gonna rewatch that a whole bunch of times and
Frame by frame.
Yeah, frame by frame, and get back to us with the exact.
The Twitterverse will let us know.
We have the NCIS version enhanced.
Enhance. Amazing.
Eventually, you enhance too much, you can't tell the difference between Dragon and Kench.
Right. When does the Dragon become Tom Kench? Why do we keep talking about Tom Kench?
Why not?
That's right.
Fascination.
Amazing going after this bottom inhibitor. FLICKR is there as well. TSM now responding. They're recalling now. They're going to lose another inhibitor.
And this is something you just can't practice because very rarely in scrims does the game go this late. And Origin are doing very unconventional things right now because they're just so smart in their approach, and they always have the Thresh Express to get people out of there overall.
Oh, but you can practice it over a 4-year period if you're FLICKR and Soaz, and you've been in games that get to this point so many times.
It's true.
Also, just going back, say like, I think 5 minutes, 6 minutes. I'll get to that point after because it looks like we're getting a Baron fight.
All right. I think so. Origin going for this Baron here. They've got that 5th Dragon. TSM's going to try to stop them anyway. Lustboy throws out Ward in there. Santorin flash. Cocoon doesn't quite connect. Dyrus in the back lane. Uses ult, but no follow-up really for TSM as they charge forward.
Down.
That Baron is low too. Rocket comes in. Santorin taken out. Baron regenning health so TSM can't steal it.
Someone killed the Baron.
No one's going to kill the Baron. Not right now. Baron's fine.
Baron lives to see another couple of seconds here.
He does.
Holy, I can't believe he actually lived through that. TSM not deciding to try and execute, but they focused on getting Origin off of the Baron.
Yeah. This is the longest game we've seen at Worlds so far, guys, and I don't think it's going to go too much longer as those minions might take out the second Nexus turret right now. Oh, it's so close. Are they going to get it? They will.
Dyrus had to aggro that melee.
Oh, it's a fight lost boy. Taken down. Well, FLICKR died first, actually. TSM fighting back, but Origin all over them. Wild Turtle got a pretty good angle on this. Mithy misses that hook. Wild Turtle coming in. Looks at going after Mithy. Bjergsen is down, though. And Wild Turtle on his own. Can he get another kill? He gets one before he gets taken out. That's an ace, though. And that will be the game for Team Origin.
for Soaz. He's going for another solo Nexus.
Don't call it a backdoor.
Can he get it before his teammates arrive?
The door is wide open this time, yeah. Soaz takes the solo Nexus, and Origin will go 4-0 already in Group D. GG.
Might have to write an article on map pressure at this point because Origin just do so well whittling you down. They continue to pose the enemy with these difficult choices over and over again. First time, they'll get 500 HP off of your turret. Second time, they'll get another 500. Then they take the inhibitor.
Origin, they're just playing with that get stuff done mentality, and that was lacking later on for TSM. Like, they had such a good start, such a good, clear, identifiable composition. What do we want to do? Group up and siege. When do we want to do it? Apparently not now.
Wow, that was smooth, man. You know, expecting Soaz to me just seemed like the split-pushing battering ram. They're just going to keep hammering at those side lanes until the turrets go down.
When they first brought that strategy to light in Season 3, it was so incredibly painful to play against it, and you can still see that this Monster just spreading out those resources, teleport, split pushing, knitting away. They don't tunnel. They have really good patience when it comes to this place.
And I also want to highlight Mithy in this as well. We keep giving so much credit to these old solo laners here, but Mithy's communication is so good, and his game sense, also getting there to back up people with the lanterns, a really big part of it.
He's so confident. I talked to him, and he says, yeah, I can't get hit by skill shots anymore, man. On land,
Hey,
thing is just...
you criticized, you were talking about his build being, vulnerable,
No,
but that's only if you get hit.
I never said it was a bad build. I just think it's incredible. I couldn't play this build. It's so incredibly hard to stay alive as Thresh with double defensive items, but the way, like, 0 deaths up until the end of the game, just, yeah, fantastic performance. Always in the right place with that lantern. That is, honestly, one of the things people just don't give enough respect to, because it looks easy. Throw a lantern, click it, yeah, got it done. But impressive performance.
Absolutely. In Origin, people wondered if week 1 was just going to be a bit of an aberration, if it was just something that just kind of happened and, well, they overplayed a little bit. Week 2 is going to be more normal, but that was a very, very good game from Origin all the way through. TSM, I got to say, even though they lost, they look stronger in that game now, I think, than they did last week. Still kind of had some of the same problems, but they weren't as pronounced this time.
That will give them some confidence, looking at KT, because now they really need to get that win if they want to try and get out of these groups. Origin, though, they're feeling great. They're secure.
They're locked in.
They've got their fourth win
the quarterfinals.
Yes, they probably want their first seed, but man, this team has came up huge here at Worlds.
Yeah.
I mean, they definitely deserve the success that they have.
Oh, absolutely. And I can't wait to see what they're going to be able to do against KT Rolster, against LGD, if LGD has any sort of life to them today. That's the next big question, right? Because at this point, you're kind of thinking Origin should be able to take down LGD fairly easily if things hold true to what they were in week 1. But KT, there's a real challenge. They took them down in week 1. Can they do it in week 2? KT is going to come back with a bit of adaptation. They're still going to be a tough team to beat, but Origin, the team to watch in Group D, definitely. D for definitely.
Amazing. Soaz heading to Shocks there. Yeah, they got to be happy because they came in through the gauntlet too. They joined the summer split. We're a new team there. Completely did fantastic up until the point they ran into the unbeatable Fnatic.
Yep.
Made it to playoffs, second place. Didn't get enough any qualification there on points or winning the split, so I had to go through the gauntlet. Nail-biting games against Rocket. 5 games there. People are saying, yeah, Origin overrated. Can't even make it past Rocket. Get to Worlds 4-0.
I love to see all these stories this year at Worlds of all these old guard returning. Peke's coming back, having a huge performance. Soaz with him. High for Cloud9 as well. So many of these older League of Legends players with people, they're like, oh yeah, they're all washed up. They come back and they absolutely dominate.
Speaking with experience, man. I mean, that's the thing. And maybe I should. I have nothing to come back.
Time
to
to come back.
We got 3 here.
All right, we can do it.
You know what? We'll take over Twisted Tree Line.
Yeah, dude.
That's
3v3. We've got that. All right. No
That's
worries.
plan.
Well, that was a pretty insane game. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they have to say in the late game, because even though they did take it in the end, that one had to feel like really stressful too.
Oh yeah.
Just shot calling. Just
exactly. That's the thing about losing to high map pressure teams and split pushing teams. It not only whittles away at your scoreline here, but also your confidence as a team. A lot of teams get frustrated when they go through a game like that.
Yeah, and for TSM now, I mean, what do? You can still maybe try to fight things out. You're 2-2 right now. If you win out against KT and LGD, you can still maybe make a run for second place, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, as you said, there are positive takeaways from that game.
Yeah,
If you go back and you look at the game, sometimes you tunnel vision on the late game shot calling mistakes, but you can go way back sooner there. TSM could have snowballed more efficiently. Hopefully that's where Loco Doco and the team is looking at to fix in the next few games.
Yeah.
And preferably slightly more kills, maybe just a tap.
For me, that would be nice too. We'll see what happens. But for more on Origin's fourth straight win, guys, let's go to Throw It. Let's throw it down to Shocks on the interview desk. Catch.
I'm not really on the desk, but here it so has an amazing fourth straight win in the group stage and locking in your spot to the quarterfinal. Let's talk about the next round in a little bit, because this game, my word, everyone here was holding their breath if they were an OG fan, and you're not particularly smiling. Tell us about the stressful situation for closing out that game.
Go, Boris. Outcomes were pretty even. For a long time, they had a lot of pressure on us. They could do a lot of things. Method Engage, we had to look out for a lot of things that they could do. And we're basically stuck doing like single things like shooting the Copma and hope that he can hit turrets. So it took forever to finish that game. And especially in this heat, like with a lot of people in front of you, 15-minute game is exhausting.
Yeah. So as?
Well, you pretty much said everything. We had a team comp that was...
So what?
Never gets old. Go ahead.
No, we had a team comp that was pretty even, as you said. We did some, like, we didn't do our normal picks and bans where we last picked top lane. We last picked mid lane instead this game. And the thing is that Malphite could get really strong because I can't put enough pressure as Kenan into Malphite. So when we are sieging turret, we have to be careful about the Malphite ultimate all the time, and heals cannot hit turrets. So if they would have something else than Malphite, I think the game would have been a lot different.
Talk to us about TSM's play, especially in the early game. Strategically, it seemed like it was going a lot better for them than we've seen from them last week. Did that catch you off guard, and did that make you change your game plan in-game?
No, I don't think it caught us off guard. Last week, they had a pretty good early game in every game, too. So we were prepared for that, especially because we knew they would first pick Elise, because it's a priority pick for both teams. So it was not surprising to us, ever since Elise, Syndra has kill combo. So
And there's no cleanse on the mid laner for you guys.
Yeah, we're TP, you know, double TP.
Yeah.
That's how we do. But either way, it was not surprising to us. We knew they would come in with a lot of force and pressure, and they would do that thing. But luckily for us, we were able to stall out long enough.
Do you think TSM has a chance to make it out after this showing, which was quite strong?
I can't judge. I don't want to be the judge for that. I think the play will show if they can make it out or not.
All right, then let's talk about you guys, because you locked in your seat for the next round in the quarterfinal. First place or second place, that's still left to be decided. What do you think you can do in the rematches here? And how different do you look at them, knowing one, you're locked in, and two, you crushed everybody last week?
Well, I think second games are overall more difficult than the first ones because opponents don't really know you. So it's easier to play the first game since you have this kind of advantage. Like every team have this advantage, but I feel like it's more of an advantage for us since we have a lot of picks. But yeah, the second game against KT and LGD is definitely going to be more difficult than last week.
Going to be some good games. Anything left to add, Maurice?
No,
nope.
good.
All right, well, there they are. OG advancing to the next round, the quarterfinal. Well, thank you guys very much for talking to me. Maybe see you later. Back over to you guys.
Thank you, Shocks. Longest game of the World Championship so far. Origin moving to 4-0, securing their quarterfinal spot, and a very tough loss for TSM on the other side of the rift. I want to take it all the way back to Champion Select because we here on the desk, watching it play out, said TSM is set up. This is a very good draft for them.
Yeah, they finally got a comp that they had definitive ways to pull the trigger, make decisive plays, and be able to target the part of the map that they needed to, which was mid lane. When you have a Malphite, the Elise, as well as the Syndra, that should be an area, especially when you know Origin's going to run double TP, that you can repetitively visit and pick on. And they got it right at the very start of the game, and then just never went back there.
It's just such a big question mark to me because they got the flash on the Orianna. And like if a person dies in mid lane, dies on the gank, burns flash, then you kind of just push in the wave slow pushes towards you after you come back, and you just pressure that lane all the time. But then the action just cooled down. For so long, nothing happened. They had the magic resistance on everyone, which is so good and cost efficient against the composition that Origin was running. And throughout the game, they were just doing nothing.
Yeah, and they never pulled the trigger on the Malphite ultimate at all. It was used to escape more than it was to use to engage. Like, Dyrus was face-checking a whole bunch of things because he had to, but then they're never in a position where they're able to follow up, where it's giving him an opportunity to go in. But there were so many times that there were 5 people clustered. Like, we were here on the desk. Every time we saw Origin getting this ball, we were just like, is he gonna go? Is he gonna go? And he never did it. He never did it. It felt like he didn't want to be the reason that they lost the game off of a botched engage. But if you're picking that type of champion like that, you were saying, pick Rumble. Have a safe type of long-range engage.
And the thing about that game that, like, just put it over the edge was that there were multiple times where, like, at the Dragon fight, all of a sudden, Gragas wanders up to a 6-item Jinx and just walks away again. Like, Turtle is so huge at that part of the game. No Shockwave, no Cannon ultimate there at all. The AD carry was dead. Just turn around and start shooting people, Turtle. Like, you're supposed to be known for, like, being the silly, aggressive person at times on that team. And no one on that team wanted to make the proactive move. It looked like no one wanted to be responsible for that loss.
To be fair, we have to give credit to Origin because they had faith in playing the same type of strategy, going for this late-game composition that relied on the double void staff. Kog'Maw very strong in the late game as well, and just played out the macro game very, very well. Like, first I kind of questioned the draft, but it is just so good against TSM that it is very just reactive in their play.
Yeah, and the thing I love about Origin in this tournament is they've been running double TP every single game, and they seem to be the best team to operate on it. The synergy between Peke and Soaz and the way they're using it to go around the map and create these pressure plays is the best that we're seeing here at Worlds. Also, their top laner Soaz that you were seeing on your screen earlier, he's got a huge champion pool. He opens them up in champions. Like, you're picking his Kennen really early in the draft, and he's able to deliver, and it's not countered effectively. And I think that the way that they're playing these out just is showing that Origin definitely deserved that quarterfinal spot off this strategy.
Well, the thing that Origin is doing is playing the map. They don't care who they're playing against right now, which makes it frustrating for TSM because they could have pulled the trigger. But you do have to give credit that regardless of who Origin are running against, they have a very deliberate way of baiting out those Barons, baiting out the Dragons, and getting the turret pressure.
I was going to say,
it's so good.
Most important to me is the fact that they understand their win conditions in their composition. They played to them entirely. They knew all they had to do was stall out and play around the global objectives properly. They did that from the beginning with the Dragons. Well, things are just getting warmed up here in Paris. After this quick break, we'll kick off Game 2 featuring KT Rolster versus LGD. Stay with us.
And then we go in, go eat some Burger King.
Wait, why are you insulting me, Bjerg?
Then we win, go eat some healthy food.
Dyrus comes in for his own Soaz with the secondary engage, gets some stuns. There's Antonia. Soaz goes down though. Bjergsen, low health doing this dragon. 5th dragon, does it go? Oh, Turtle stole the dragon, and Origin denied. Can they follow it up? Lustboy gets grabbed. He's very low, goes down. Oh, big rocket comes in. They take out Niels.
Malphite, just kill Malphite. Take care of the Jinx. Take care of the Jinx. Take care of the Jinx hitting. Syndra from behind you. Syndra behind you. Syndra behind you. She's dead. Good job. Good job.
And Origin will go 4-0 already in Group D.
Welcome back, everyone, to our World Championship coverage. We're getting set for our next match, KT Rolster versus LGD Gaming. And let's face it, it's do or die for LGD here. So, what do they need to do to turn things around, completely around here in week 2?
Well, they definitely need to do a lot, because right now it's mentality first for them. Because this team, they're 0-3. They need to win all of their games, and even then, it's not in their hands. This is a team from China, LPL, that plays best of 2s, and their best of 2 win rate isn't even that good. But their best of 1s, these guys, they get down on themselves so quickly and they become afraid. Even Godvi, the guy in the mid lane that came in here, we thought he was going to be just a great powerhouse coming in, but he's playing afraid and he's not even picking these assassins that he's been so good at during the split. The thing with Godvi is he needs BO5 game buffers to be aggressive. He sits there and he thinks, if I misplay this, if I don't execute appropriately, that's the game. That's the game. And he doesn't want to be the guy to do that. So he's playing scared, and he's not playing like the Godvi that we've seen before.
And that is so weird for Godvi, because this is a guy coming out of the LPL that has an arrogance about him. He reverse picked Dade, of all people, in the Z matchup and beat him on both sides of it. So this is a player that had a lot of confidence coming out of the LPL and certainly has not shown it so far.
It's like, speaking of big changes, LGD is bringing in the super hot fire in the shape of Flame, which I am excited for because I was a big fan of Flame back in Season 3 and Season 2. He was known for these being super good in the Aurelia matchups, the Kennen matchups, the Jax matchups, which kind of feels it's kind of that kind of meta we have in the top lane right now with these carry top laners. But to be fair, his summer season hasn't been too impressive. He has the stats 8-10, so I don't know what to expect from him.
Yeah, they played him once in the playoffs. He lost. To be fair, there was a part of this season where Flame was arguably the better top laner because his Gnar, especially, is really good. But the rest of his champion pool just didn't seem to be as on point with the team as what Akon was. His teleports were late. He was always late to the fight. So.
Yeah, but speaking of his champion pool, they've been banning Gangplank on blue side twice for LGD, and he plays Gangplank. It's his second most played champion, and they were talking about in interviews that they want to carry top laner, like a mega carry top laner, because right now they're in a very odd spot where they can't get advantages mid and AD carry, and they think it's more top lane centric now.
Yeah, question marks in the top lane, but we also still have question marks in the jungle with TBQ.
Yeah, TBQ hasn't been having a good performance, but he also posted that he's been having flu-like symptoms on his Weibo, so I wouldn't knock him too hard for it, but it's just a huge storm of just unfortunate events here. And you can see this guy, he's trying to play his best on that stage, and I don't know if he's 100% just yet. You don't get over that stuff in just a week. So hopefully coming into today, he's in a better mindset, he's in a better health, and they can probably bring it home.
Nerves possibly playing a bit of a factor too. We'll see if he can adjust properly. KT Rolster, though, has had their own issues to look at, especially when we look at their game against Origin last week.
I feel like the game in particular against Origin, it was the first game they were truly tested in the mid to late game. They did this wrong decision with sending Arrow into the bot lane instead of sending Someday, who was very strong in the split push, and Someday, who was very strong against Soaz, was completely kind of destroying him with his Olaf Fiora matchup, but they didn't really push this advantage. So I'm kind of looking forward to see KT Rolster more into the mid-late game to see what they kind of do there.
Yeah, and also in the bot lane, we have to talk about Imp, right? This guy, he's world champion, right? But they've been playing against double TP every single game against LGD. They've run double TP, and it's shut down the pressure they've had in the bottom lane. So this guy, he needs to be freed up. He wants to play his own style of League of Legends, but, double TP is keeping him down in the meta also as well.
We mentioned that if they have any shot, they need to win all 3 games today, and even then, it's still not in their hands. But it's time to go down the line, starting with you, Zyrene. Predictions for this game, KT or LGD?
I'm going with KT. I feel like LGD just aren't in the groove right now, and it's so hard because you have to win every single game, and if they don't operate in a best-of-1 setting very well, and that's even more pressure on top of it, I feel like that's just going to push them down.
All right, Spawn.
I'm going to give LGD one last shot. I think that LGD as a team are one of those dynamic teams that they can go from very bad to very good quite quickly, and we've seen that through their playoff run, and I think that they need to show that now.
This team is single-handedly destroying your prediction rating. I'm just letting you know that.
That happened at MSI as well, and I still got the grand final.
That's right, you got the grand final. Yeah, we'll give you that one. We'll give you that one. All right, Yamato.
Well, I think it's very logical to just go for KT, simply because of the history of the tournament. I think this particular game will kind of decide how I feel about LGD coming into the rest of the group.
The history, it's been 3 days.
Time for them to leave it all on the line.
It's still history, come on.
We'll see. Let the teams battle it out, gentlemen, not us here. The teams are almost ready to head into Champs League, so we're going to head over to the caster booth. On the way, Imp tells us how, at this point, LGD's fate is not entirely in their hands.
다음 뭐 계획은 딱히 없고 남은 경기를 잘 치러야죠. 그리고 이렇게 팀이 이렇게 된 거는 다 연습을 게을리하고 기본 실력이 뒷받침이 안 되니까 이렇게 된 거라고 생각해요. 다음 계획은 남은 경기 잘 치르고 하늘이 맡겨야죠.
Leave it to the
Whoa!
heavens. No plan.
All right, well, there you go. That was probably the most depressing thing I've heard before a game in a long time. So, on that note, let's check out the teams with a quick roster rundown. On the blue side, it is KT Rolster, of course. In the top lane, we've got Someday. In the jungle, the immortal Score. In mid lane, Nagne, the not so immortal, but maybe we'll see him do better today. At ADC, it's Arrow. And down at support, the former SKT support, now the KT support, Peekaboo, and Coach Oh Changjong.
And then facing off on the red side, struggling, leaving it up to the heavens, I think Imp said their top lane.
So.
Flame coming in here today, so that's new. Jungle TBQ in the mid lane, the hope for China overall. As one of the best mid laners, Godv, the guy we saw in the interview. Imp in AD carry, supported by PYL, Peel, call it what you may. Coach Firefox.
Well, what can you say, guys? I mean, even LGD, even with Lord Flame, do they have any chance at all?
Okay. Well, I can say one thing. So they were talking about, LGD have been having problems getting advantages on top side or bottom side of the map or even middle of the map or in the jungle of the map. But Imp, at least, he's still an extremely good individual player. He actually has the highest CS differential for AD carries at 10. He's up 12 on average. So he's been playing his old style. He's been playing aggressively. The problem is that he gets punished, and it's very quickly after 10 minutes
interesting
that
correlation.
people all come down to the bottom lane and start to punish him.
Like, oh, this guy, yeah.
First teleport gets used from top laners, in the first 10 minutes, comes off cooldown around the 9 to 10 minute mark. Generally, that's when MCS starts dipping down.
All right, guys, it's time for picks and bans between KT Rolster and LGD Gaming. Callista, Lee Sin banned out for KT, and the Azir banned out against Nagne by LGD. There's a Gangplank ban as well.
Yeah, so they actually talked about the Gangplank, LGD wanting that for Flame. Obviously, every team in the tournament probably wants Gangplank, but I was spying on Flame a little bit in solo queue earlier. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And he's been playing a whole bunch of Olaf recently. And really just dumpstering people. Obviously, he's still climbing up the ranks.
I think actually...
Whoa, but that just happened. They might give Mordekaiser over to KT Rolster. They're going to take
through the ban.
Arrow going to be bringing the Mord. Sick.
Yeah, we went over Gangplank is 100% win rate, but Mordekaiser is also 100% win rate. There was just that one, he's almost 100% pick ban as well. One game he went all the way through without being picked though.
I actually played a game with Flame in solo queue where he actually picked that Olaf, and he was pretty reckless. All he did was kept storming forward, and then allegedly his team didn't follow, so he put a couple question marks in chat. But yeah, he did show some mastery of that champion, so he could definitely whip that out. And I actually like Olaf as a top lane pick in general.
Yeah. Right now, though, there's so many options up. Darius is still up. Fiora is still up. Nara is still up. Everybody, there's so many things here for the top lane. They really don't want to pick it early, unless they do want to pick it early.
Well, is it intelligent to pick a Darius where KT can just throw in a Lulu there?
I mean, they can get Lulu, they can get Gnar, they can get...
Nara's been winning that matchup.
Yeah, Nara's been, even if you're confident in your Fiora play, that matchup really depends on your riposte timing, but
the Lulu just works
I feel
so
like a
well.
Lulu plus, well, actually you don't even have to early lock in Nara, but if you do that, you don't give much away.
I would do Lulu plus a generic pick like a jungler, maybe a support if you want to lock it in here. I think Lulu is a better pick overall because even though Gnar convincingly wins that matchup, his win rate overall is incredibly low in his tournament. I think hovering around like the 30%, 35%. So yeah, you may win the lane, but you will not win the game overall, and that is your goal.
Someday is also a great Lulu player, so I would not be surprised at all to see that go up to the top lane. Nagne still has a lot of other options he can go with.
And it's smart from KT Rolster, right? Because one of the stronger members on LGD is Imp. He's going to get fed well. You get your own Imp mini imp next to you. Use that for your fight, and then you go take over the world.
It's also interesting, actually. I'm wondering if LGD already knew a plan that they had in mind to play against Mordekaiser, because these were the two teams that let Mordekaiser go all the way through in group stages last week already. So KT have actually changed their priority and decided to pick it first this time around. But
guess so.
Maybe Imp is just that confident that they've let it through multiple times and not picked it.
Well, they're going to have to deal with it this time. We'll see if the Evelyn gets locked in for TBQ. TBQ has had less average damage per game than his support, PYL.
I mean,
going kind of rough.
If he's already invisible, may as well pick Evelyn.
Too early for the memes. He hasn't even selected the champion yet,
That's so
guys.
mean.
Let's calm down here a little bit. Yes, TBQ's performance has been underwhelming, but
Eve Alistar for LGD, the two final picks coming over to KT.
So the Evelyn pick here actually really heavily is going to depend on her first gank, I feel like, because it's so scary already as a jungler to go gank Mordekaiser, because you know there's a lot of pressure on you to keep the Mordekaiser down early. However, you know that the enemy team also is probably going to send their jungler down there, and it's very scary. If you get counter ganked, especially as an Evelyn early, you're squishy, and they can turn it around very quickly on you. You have to be careful.
What does speak in your favor is that Mordekaiser lanes generally just want to AFK push. Continuously shove you on their tower, depending on what support they end up picking. That leaves a very easy path from behind to maybe if the scout is a jungler here, okay, then I'm going.
Yeah, Tristana might try and use the explosive shot early to try and deny Mord
I like it.
that early shove. But
I love this. I love this so much. Someday is going to be playing the Renekton, so we're going to have Sunday's Renekton against Flames Darius. They're going to go toe-to-toe. No lane swaps, please. Just let it be a 1v1.
Your dreams are about to crash. It's going to be lane swap. Every time you want to see that matchup play out, and there's either jungle interference, teleports in the bot lane, or a lane swap.
Gets in the way. Top laners just want to play against each other. It's lane swaps. That damn strategy gets in the way every time. Strategy, why?
Well, talking about strategy, KT are definitely going for an early game composition here. Heavily focused on snowballing super early off of this Mordekaiser
Whoa,
pick.
Anivia locked in for Godvi. We're going crazy
That's what
now.
Origin used to control
We saw Origin play it a lot in terms of a kite-heavy composition. Likely that means they've scrimmed it. I mean, this pick doesn't come out of anywhere, so we can just assume that these teams have played it against each other and seen the value come out from that pick, and it actually makes a lot of sense. Early game Renekton falls off, gets kited. Mordekaiser falls off, gets kited. And just locking, if you need people to get to your Juggernaut, well, put a wall in front of them. Trap him with Darius.
You know, the other thing we haven't mentioned yet is that Peekaboo is getting to play Thresh, and that is by far his best champion. He has done incredible things with this pick. KT, I mean, we'll see how the Mordekaiser works out for him, but overall, I think it's looking very solid. LGD, a lot of questions about the team, a lot of questions about the team comp. See what happens.
They fall behind though, because we remember when we watched that Origin game, we kept talking about how, you know, Pekka's build was tier into Rod of Ages, incredibly slow scaling build. That's fine if the game goes slow and steady and nothing happens, but LGD, their tendencies in these games haven't been slow and steady. They have just lost hard in the early game.
Judging by the comp that KT have drafted, they're not going to go slow and steady. They're going to look to raise the pace here and get Mordekaiser to 6, try and utilize the early dragon pressure.
I think KT just wants to finish this one as fast as they can. We'll see what happens, guys. Hit us up with your Twitter picks, hashtag KT win or hashtag LGD win if you believe in miracles.
Well, that's harsh.
I'm just saying what Imp said, man. I'm just quoting the players here.
Leave it to the heavens.
That's right.
Yeah.
I hope that's an accurate translation right there.
Who knows? But, I mean, there was an interview that came out with PYL, and he was saying, you know, I think our practice went the totally wrong direction after the regular season. We don't know how to play in this meta. He sounded just completely defeated, and it's tough for a team that, you know, won the LPL, that looked so good coming into this to fall so flat. This is their last chance. If they don't win this game, they are out of contention to getting to the quarterfinals.
Yep. Interesting summoners here. Quadruple teleport across the board, and Arrow on the Mordekaiser is running Exhaust. So I want to see if Imp actually realizes that, because if you're going to trade expecting heal versus heal, random Exhaust after being already ignited can be surprising. And then you keep your eyes on Godvi. He can't be forced into Egg and using Flash at the same time in the first like 5 minutes, and Nivea really wants to avoid that. So farm until a tier is your main priority, and that's mainly going to be TBQ trying to assist.
Yeah, and luckily for Godvi, Nagne has been underperforming so far here at Worlds. So these are actually two of the mid laners that have really fallen flat during the group stages.
Yeah, and I mean, while Nagne has not been the Nagne we've seen in Korea, he's still been good enough to remain relevant. And that's kind of it's like Nagne's kind of become Kuro, and Kuro's kind of become Nagne. Yeah. If you look at the mid laners from Ku and KT, it's been interesting to see.
We're going to be able to track how confident Godvi is, because the mark of a confident Nvidia player usually is that they send out Q and E at the same time, because those projectiles actually overlap just at the right speed for instant slow E bonus, and then you can weave in another auto attack. So if he's played this champion a lot, that's something you see a lot. They usually practice on blue buffs. That's where you see it first.
And the mark of a bad Anivia is throwing out Q and V at the same time and missing your Q.
Yeah, Q and E, yeah. And I want to know if he does the Peke approach, skilling wall level 4, if he goes for the actual dual approach where you're so confident you're going to hit Q that you don't even need wall and skill it at level 8.
So, LGD said they're coming in here with no plan, but obviously the plan is to avoid the Mordekaiser lane, not go for the 2v2. Lane swap there, and just take away the quadrant. Mirrored starts here for both teams.
Smart. A single tier rolls off Dola's cheek right now.
Well, what can you say? I'm sure we'll get the 1v1 between Someday and Flame at some point. And Flame, man, one of the best top laners to ever play the game in Korea, and he just has not been able to keep that level of success up in China. It'd be great to see him bounce back at Worlds, but it'll have to be something that's proven to us.
Yeah, it does make it a lot more difficult to hit the Flame horizon in a lane swap.
Yeah, sure does.
Because it's going to take a while for him to get those CS up.
Well, that's the thing, is this guy is so good. We even have a term that we use for getting 100 CS up over your lane opponent in the top lane. They call that the Flame Horizon, because he did it nearly every game for a long time. It was incredible to watch this guy.
In terms of junglers, Kobe, do you consider Evelyn actually being helped a little bit by the lane swap in the sense that her double jungler clear is so quick and she doesn't get as low as she usually does? Or does it remove too much of her gank potential overall?
Nah, I mean, I really put a lot of emphasis on Evelyn's early ganks and the amount of pressure you can put on standard lanes. So even though her early jungle, is pretty quick there, I definitely prefer standard lanes on an Evelyn pick, because you can also snowball.
LGD, with initiating that lane swap and having a Tristana that obviously can't freeze, means they're very likely to bounce that waves for Flame to at least get him ahead, then move Imp back to the bottom. That does mean if KT leave a stray ward here and there, Imp opens up for a potential double teleport behind him. So in the next 2 minutes, that's something we'll have to track, see if that happens.
Yeah, both teams have actually mirrored wards right now pretty deep in the lane. LGD have placed one as well, and they are also timing recalls very similar fashion. Just one camp actually missed out here on the bottom side there for LGD.
Yeah, turrets taken out in top and bottom for each team, so that mirrored split push, or not split push, lane swap start.
Yeah. It stops being mirrored right now because KT is sending their bot lane back to bottom to 2v2 because they have that ward behind him. We could actually see Someday teleport down and annihilate Imp again. Let's see if he's learned from his mistakes in the past. TBQ sneaking up in the mid lane now.
Oh, they're going to try to go into Nagne here, and Nagne could be in trouble. Lulu can escape from situation pretty well. Gets stunned, though, with the Q, and TBQ actually backs away. Nagne had that
he
ward
wasn't
there
in range to do both Q and E at the same time.
I was waiting for you to go.
Kobe's pointing at me like, hey, Crumble. Too early to tell. But yeah, he wasn't obviously in Q range there. It was decent. It's incredibly hard to stun in lane, but TBQ couldn't even predict that it was going to hit, so didn't really follow up.
Lord Flame has help.
They're pinging actually on the exact ward location, and they saw it fade, so LGD now know that that ward has disappeared. They pinged exactly where it was, so they likely saw it fade next to the minions.
Lord Flame also has honor, and he's told TBQ to get out of my lane. This is a 1 versus 1.
TBQ goes mid, and Godfrey's like, no, go away, I got this. And goes top, like Flame's like, no, man, this is my big debut again. I need to win this 1v1. Some action down bot lane. PYL comes in for the knockup, but there is score right there. PYL in a ton of trouble. He is toast. He is charbroiled.
TBQ, where are you?
First blood goes to Arrow.
I talk about
TBQ,
I talk about
whenever,
whenever there are champions like Riven is one of these champions, Mordekaiser is one of these champions. Whenever they're in the game, they're so heavily snowball focused that I really expect both junglers, to pay attention to those lanes. And PYL actually goes aggressive in the lane without vision, without jungle support. Boom, instantly punished there from KT.
Yeah. Imp was on a track record again for good CS, and he would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those meddling junglers.
Oh.
I like how you take it and work with it, Crepo. Come on, give me my high. There we go. I was waiting for a high five there. He left me hanging.
At the end of the game, they're going to take off Mordekaiser's mask and find out who it really was all along.
Is that Arrow under there?
Maybe. Oh man, it was Piglet all along. He came back to Korea.
All right, well, back to the mid lane there. Talked about it going, sort of slow and steady for Godby. He has gotten to the level 6 for Anivia, so that does make your wave control a bit easier. We'll see. This also puts a lot of emphasis on blue buff control for both these mid lane champions, because it is going to be about pushing those waves.
Oh. Also, now that the teleport is down, KT, they don't like the tower. Tower doesn't like them. They actually do something really smart. They use teleport, I believe, or they cancel at least one teleport. Oh, it was Nagne. It wasn't actually Sunday in the top lane. But they swap it back up to keep the turret pusher, because now TBQ is actually helping his bot lane. It probably told him, hey, jungler, I need you. KT predict this, rotate to the top lane, and just keep sieging towers.
What a tease! TBQ came in with the Krug buff also and didn't even have to attack the turret.
He's like, fine, I'm just going to stay in the jungle. I'm the jungler now.
All right.
No ganks for you.
Godby has actually done a really good job CSing here in that matchup. Not dropping too many. It is pretty rough to CS with Anivia. Flame is mid lane right now.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Talking about dropping CS.
Huh.
Let me help you out there, buddy.
Want to hand him over that blue buff, I suppose.
Need to help there, pal.
Yeah.
Flame's like, I'm not.
I was trying to go over reasons that TBQ would not have gotten that auto up on the turret. And it wasn't even to not reveal himself, because he went into enough range of the turret to actually get revealed by the Tusai.
Confirming his existence, guys. I actually am still in
I'm here.
I'm here, boys. That's what it's something I bring up because it's one of the things on Evelynn that you don't ever want to give away your position if it's unnecessary, because you put pressure on the lanes just by remaining hidden. The other team has to assume that you could be there, and the lanes won't go aggressive. But
TBQ, you don't need to assume. You just know.
Okay, yeah, exactly.
Convenient.
It's actually an insanely good first back here for Godby. Both tier and Catalyst finished. Comes back into lane, gets all 6 CS. That is, yeah, I'm made too obsessed with Anivia. Played like 1,500 games season 1, so that is just the mark of really good start to the game. So that could actually
Crepo approved.
Yeah, Crepo approved, honestly. It's a seal of approval.
Stamp of approval. Score, gonna go after his own red buff here. Now, Someday, behind all this, is really far behind in CS. He's down 2 levels to Flame as well. I feel like I've seen this before.
Yeah, he had a little visit there, wandering around the map as well. Look at all this vision, though, that KT have placed in the red quadrant. Not only the pink ward there by red, which will be found, but also the wards that see into the camps to see when Evelynn actually starts. Oh, it doesn't. They actually don't even find it. TBQ did not go in the brush behind red. It's a super deep vision, and yet again, you don't have to assume. They know exactly where he is.
Yep.
KT.
That's how you handle an Evelynn. Put the wards at the camp so you can see you're taking them.
Sweep and a miss.
Have been incredibly selfish overall here. Just with Arrow's approach, they really have put emphasis on getting Arrow ahead and then letting Sunday follow behind. And usually that's okay with top laners, but in a poor early game, a poor late game scaling champion like Renekton, who really needs to thrive in the early game, that can be very risky, because that gap is going to get wider and wider overall as Darius keeps scaling compared to a Renekton who kind of falls off later on. The strongest part of this matchup is like level 1 to 9.
Plus, you cannot afford to give away early dragons in trades for other objectives versus Mordekaiser. It completely changes the value that you put on early dragons, because this is going to give them a whole bunch of pressure straight up the bottom lane here. They're pushing so deep. This is past even the first turret here. Meanwhile, their jungler's on the other side and can make a play.
He just missed 3 CS in a row with that dragon, though. So those dragon mechanics need to get a little polished.
Oh, TBQ sneaking in, but scores in that ward. TBQ gets spotted, yeah. TBQ taking a lot of damage. There's explosive cast. Someday coming in. Can he make a play here? Pops that ultimate, goes after TBQ, takes him down, and Flame in a 1v3. And even Lord Flame has to run from that one, gets a bit of a heal off the Q, but that's a double kill for Marin, and that is exactly what he needed. Godby in a lot of trouble. Yeah, there we go. And if you want to beat an LGD, you got to break some eggs. Arrow with another kill there.
Honestly, that did look like LGD have no plan, and they're just kind of winging it here. TBQ decides to go over there and back up Flame, but Score, ready and waiting, inside the brush and absolutely demolishes him.
They're just not playing in sync with each other, no communication. Also, they don't really respect normal game tendencies. When your mid laner is pushed in slightly, you can always expect the other mid laner to roam quicker to assist in a potential fight. Blind face-checking as Evelyn is incredibly dangerous.
TBQ and PYL getting aggressive. Flame is back as
starts
well.
camping on the lantern.
In a lot of trouble. He got it on the lantern. I can't believe it. Actually, I totally can. That's Pickaboo.
He hooked him off the lantern.
Communication.
Wow.
Oh man, that is bot lane goals right there for the relationship between Pickaboo and Arrow. Immediate flash as he hooks him off of the lantern right before it's about to disappear.
Yep.
So Thresh and so clean.
So Thresh and so clean. Oh, that was beautiful.
I love seeing Thresh's just D-block lanterns. Say like, okay, you guys put wards on it. Patch, do you want to belly block it? Nope. Hooking you off, they're flaying you off. They're do whatever you can to move them.
That was insane. Arrow looked like he was just out of luck here.
Yeah, at first you're like, BYL's gonna get him under the turret. Oh, turret's gone. All right, camping.
No.
Yoink.
Oh, man. That is beautiful.
It's a golf clap right there for a second time around.
That is a much bigger clap than a golf clap for me. Like I don't know, like a pro wrestling clap. What's a loud clap? Anybody? No.
I'm looking here.
You did a pretty good job with the thunder sticks.
Okay. So let's move back to the game.
When Noah says it's time to move back to the game.
This is getting way too silly, guys. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to bring this one back
Keep
around.
us on track there, bud.
We're sorry to everybody.
I can't control these two. Flame and PYL coming down in the mid lane to try to push this non-existent wave back, but if it was there, they'd be pushing it. TBQ wondering about his blue buff, but KT is right there, and we're going to see KT start to throw more and more wards into that enemy jungle. That blue buff may go over to Godv, but oh, LGD, wow, the fans. Really?
We have some power here on a couple of the carries. Godv has a good CS, but he's building low impact items right now, so he needs to scale up. Imp still is looking for that Infinity Edge. The problem is there's health increase on Renekton ultimate. Gragas is tanky. Lulu provides a shield for anybody who's focused, and Mordekaiser with the Thresh Lantern 2 has 2 additional shields. So LGD will need to rely on more than just their base damage somehow to get somebody down. It's incredibly hard to get a kill on KT, and even then, it feels as if they would use too many resources getting that single kill, that they will fail the remaining part of the team fight. So they're really far behind at this point of the game.
Score of the wall. Nice hit onto Imp. Imp rocket jumps away. He'll make it out. But Flash was used. Now, Flash used by Pickaboo. Went for the flashy hook there.
Yeah, flash trade right there. They got Imps down.
Yep.
See if they continue with this pressure. Pretty big spike here for Mordekaiser. Completed the Rylai's as well.
Well, someday, right onto TBQ, takes a big chunk out of him, and even though he was down in CS to Flame, he's largely caught up, and he's got 2 kills on top of that.
An Evelyn with 0 map pressure and an Evelyn with 0 vision advantage is just a terrible thing to see here.
He's got that Sightstone, but he hasn't been able to use it.
Yeah, KT, meanwhile, have both sides of the jungle just lit up. They have control of all the brush. They're always the ones getting the jump on the champion with permanent invisibility.
I mean, Evelyn jungle is such an information-reliant jungler. Not only does she work so well with hiding information by being invisible, but she also can get a lot of information that the team doesn't know that you just acquired. KT did a fantastic job playing around that. In a sense, look at those pink wards they have in the river. 4 aggressive pink wards. They are not as passive as you usually see them because they have the added value that they can now actually spot TBQ as our observers are taking us through the scenic route of Summer's Rift and
continue the safari.
It is impossible for TBQ to do anything that goes unnoticed. Yeah. That takes away the largest part of Evelyn's kit.
Well, it really is incredible to see. I mean, KT, yeah, it is against LGD. They haven't looked very strong at Worlds, but this is a very, very tight game from KT.
So surprised people. Yeah, you know, it's against LGD.
I never thought I'd be saying something like that last week. Maybe a week ago now, yeah. But before Worlds started, never would have thought I'd say something like that.
Yeah, and it is a combination of both outplays by KT as well as the early game orientation that we talked about for the draft phase for them. But man, they've just been playing it so well.
Yeah,
there's almost no moves for LGD to make because KT will see the preparation for any move a good 10 to 15 seconds ahead of time. So they can continue to take every single dragon pretty much on cooldown. They actually want the Mordekaiser to get one hit on it real quick before he takes it.
And look at this, gonna get that second dragon really easily too. I mean, everything in KT's favor right now.
Taking dragon control to the extra level. Not only do they take it uncontested, they actually get an extra dragon to play around with too, just to start sieging. Deep wards here in the blue quadrant too, and LGD's team comp, they just want to farm at this point in the game. Darius still wants to get stronger here to scale up, and Nivea needs so much like item power. She needs like 3 items to stay relevant. Early game, very maybe with some base damages, but the second you fall a tiny step behind, the only really solution is to farm more, and this puts LGD in such a passive position, and they haven't used any of the information TBQ has acquired for them while he wasn't ganking.
Yeah, KT are just going to gain so much gold that eventually they'll just be able to come win.
Get out of here, Drake.
Win later game fights just by smashing LGD over the head with their bags of gold.
Whoa, Imp getting smashed by a bang, and Gragas knocked up at the end of that rocket jump. Looks like he may get out, but LGD coming right back in. Score could be in a bit of trouble. Flame flashes in, doesn't get anyone, no apprehend use as far as I can see. And someday with that ult is tanky enough to just barely escape. So nobody dying throughout all of that.
Peekaboo looking for that interrupt on the Tristana jump with Flay. Angles it slightly wrong. Second time in a row now. Incredibly hard to do, but it's not what we used to seeing from Peekaboo. Usually has impeccable mechanics once it comes to those Flays, so could have gotten really ugly there. But LGD still, nobody died. So that, in essence, is a win for them.
Wait, I think Dragon died.
Does that
I think
count?
we lost the Dragon during that. He was a member of the team, man. Don't disrespect
As a little
Dragon
KT
like
flare,
that.
can Dragon come to 6-2, you know?
It's a 6-man.
We're going to have to establish a bond with the next dragon. Give him a name so that they actually care about the next dragon.
That's what supports do with their, when they have Byron buff and they have Banner of Command, you get that massive cannon minion. You start naming them because they spend a lot of time with you, know, pushing down.
little Jimmy, do
Jimmy
you
Cannon
can do
minion.
Push down a tower.
Yep.
Hey, supports need to get
But he
entertained
prefers
somehow.
to be called James. Yeah.
Everybody
He's not a kid
calls
anymore.
him Jimmy anyways.
Well, KT, still plenty of wards, but LGD striking back. They're starting to get a lot more vision in their side of the jungle again.
Yeah, it's something we did go over last game. You know, the difficulties taking the secondary turrets. Substantially more than the outer turrets. Let's see about this blue buff. Most exciting thing that's happened.
Taken by Peekaboo.
That should never happen. That blue buff should be walled off a lot sooner so it resets, and then you can really just punish people for walking to choke points. And maybe it thrives around just choke point control, because you can literally block off an entire passage and then just force people to be split from their team. So if teams respect that, you have so much zone coming out there. LG just too far behind to really commit to that.
Yeah, as you said before, you know, it does kind of look like LGD picked up the Anivia pick very recently. And he probably hasn't had a whole bunch of time.
I mean, his team is falling behind. Like, individually, Godby did fine. 160 CS here while being behind as a team. He does have the correct build. It scales slowly, and then you just have to rely on the remaining members of your team to, you know, work with that. But LGD as a whole just haven't really looked in sync at all. No communication really between the members.
And that's going to be a hook on a PYL. Are they going to take him out or take the turret? Neither for the moment as Someday backs away. Doesn't burn that ultimate. They don't want to use it just yet. He'll be able to heal back up pretty easily. He's got the sustain, of course. That Renekton's have.
Yeah, I mean, the further we do get into the game, too, I'm going to keep a very close eye on the item builds for the KT members, because most of the damage is going to come from the choice of item path that they go for. Oh, and as we say that, the Sterk's gauge for Sunday, so maybe he'll try and get in there, soak up some damage in order to deal.
Uh-oh, score. Pushes Flame away and manages to flash over the wall.
Yeah, good timing with his ultimate there,
Yeah.
actually, to get the knockback during Flame's apprehend.
In addition to that,
and able to body slam out.
It denied the possibility for Godby to proc the second part of his Q. If you're CC'd, you can't proc that, obviously, so otherwise, Score would have been stunned there. So, yeah, fantastic timing on that ulti.
Yeah, that's a nice little play. And Flame continuing to struggle. He's down 20 CS. Arrow, they may have caught Imp here. Teleports coming in from both sides, but will Imp live? There's a buster shot used to push Arrow away. Whoa! Mordekaiser takes him, though, and Flame comes in just to die. That's a double for Arrow on Mordekaiser.
The famed flash third Q. Oh, Peekaboo flashes the headbutt.
Flays PYL away. Doesn't get Godby. You gotta do what you gotta do. Wow, they got the ult out of PYL, but I suppose when you don't have an ADC to defend, why not?
Honestly, coming into this patch thinking, oh, we're not going to have very exciting time, you know, casting Mordekaiser games because he's not that exciting of a champion. The one super exciting play that he can pull off is charging up the Q to the 3rd stack and then flashing for the auto kill. And he got it there on Imp during the travel time.
Well, Arrow's been really solid on this Mordekaiser. You know, we saw them pass over this pick earlier in the tournament, but it looks like not because they didn't know how to play it. Let's watch this one again for Imp.
Imp finds himself in these positions every time. TP behind him, TP in front of him, and a Mordekaiser right next to him. Like, what do you do at this point?
Bonk! He got it while he's in the air.
Wow. Flame just way too squishy, not able to make a difference at all in that fight.
It's just cruel. Just using your own team, like the enemy team members against themselves. Like
he killed that turret with Imp's ghost.
Actually, that's a really fun mechanic to revisit because we've seen it so many times play out where someone flashes away or dashes away into the fog of war from a melee ability, like the Darius ultimate execute. But Mordekaiser, the Q there already cast, and Imp didn't get into Fog of War, so he was still in vision, so the cast will complete.
Right.
Yep.
And he bonks him in midair. Imp gets a mace to the face.
Very rarely there is Fog of War for Imp to jump or flash into. I mean, look at the wards. If he ever goes bot to farm, there are 2 wards in his lane, 2 right next to it.
How much Fog of War is there on the map even? LGD have to go all the way inside their base, I guess.
Pretty much. If KT has anything to say about it, there's not going to be any place for LGD to hide. And 22 minutes already, KT with their 3rd dragon. This is just like KT playstyle to the nth degree with this dragon control. They usually don't get to do it quite so fast or quite so aggressively, but you've unleashed Super KT, man. It's dangerous.
Yeah, super early game oriented comp here, and they're playing it out. They're also building a lot of damage, not only on Renekton, but the looted Echo here from Nagne on the Lulu. Can annihilate a wave as well as look for those procs on some LGD members.
No, Bob, come back. Bob the Dragon.
Bob,
what
the
a
first
brave
of his
dragon
name.
he was. The first of his name.
Damn, Arrow
Pusher
really,
of the mid lane.
Arrow really needs to watch that How to Train Your Dragon movie a little better, because there was plenty of duration left to use Bob in multiple other sieges.
It's true. Bob had a long life ahead of him.
I don't know how confident Bob Jr. is going to be in Arrow's patronage there. Because
Bob was definitely the Ned Stark of the dragon family there. Yeah, I know that like Targaryens had the dragon thing. Like I know I'm getting my Game of Thrones lore a little bit, but he died really early, so that's why I said it. Spoiler alert! If you haven't read the first book by now, it's too late.
Probably too late.
Yeah. Well, I say book, but
LGD looking to pull off the red wedding here for Arrow, but he's just gonna leave.
Yeah, that's like book 3, man. You gotta, no, that's book 2, I think.
That's a good plan.
Yeah.
Just leave.
Just leave.
Still waiting for KT to take the dragon, then kill the Baron with the dragon, and then start sieging. Kill Imp, and then kill the Nexus with Imp's Ghost.
You know, my
ultimate
preferred method, actually, when you get this deep into the game, is actually not even to take the dragon to kill Baron. I take the dragon, I send it to the bottom lane to pressure the minions and pressure the turret.
That's a good idea.
While the team goes to Baron.
Does that actually work? Is there a tether range?
Nope. You can send him wherever he wants.
Wow.
Dragons
what
are
a
so
dragon. So loyal. They're like, well, I'm gonna die, but he believes in me.
It's like when you
really
get to that
tragic.
point, you get to that point with your pet where you're like, oh, you know what? I don't have to take you on a leash because I have that much trust that you'll return.
I thought you were gonna say something much darker there, and I was getting worried.
I know you're on a leech, that's why I can send you into certain death.
So you trust
No,
me?
I was talking about the tether range.
Wow, you are a horrible person, Kobe. Wow.
He won't
What is
be
wrong with you,
tethered.
Kobe?
He'll
Jeez.
come back.
Why would you say something like that, Kobe?
All right, Baron vision control here from KT, trying to get some deep wards. LGD, well, defending their own jungle. That's about what's left for them right now.
I mean, KT have just had control of this game from basically minute 1. I expected, honestly, even with the way LGD played last week, I expected it to be a little bit closer than this.
Yeah, I mean, the Renekton lane, Bully lane, Lulu gonna shove, Mordekaiser's gonna shove, and they've got a Gragas for the jungle. So you expect good things, but the way that they've played it.
They dodged the most losing matchup in this match is Renekton beating up on Darius early game. They dodged that. They were actually, Flame was had 20 CS, he even ran mid to even make that 24 CS in total there. But then they died to another teleport.
TBQ, a little bit of trouble. TBQ is BBQ. But, oh, come on, you have to die when I say that. Oh, okay, explosive cast used, and one more should do it. Score gets the kill there as KT pushes up this mid lane for the moment.
Go home, TBQ, you're drunk.
Oh, that's mean.
Come on, that was a good Gragas.
Yeah, I give
You've been,
There we go.
well, Darius dunks people, Gragas drunks people.
Yes.
You got drunked.
Let's see if they can march on these inhibitor turrets here because KT have not slowed down.
But you at home should drink responsibly.
Don't drink.
Put that in there, yeah.
Anyways, at any given time, KT can peel back if they get tired of sieging or they just can't find the opening. They can really just run back to Baron right now. There's only 2 lone wards really defending any like guesswork to see what's happening. If they path around the top side, they can actually walk straight into Baron. LGD would be none the wiser.
Yeah. And honestly, KT do have to still be a bit careful here and keep focus in this game because they don't want to let LG get back in this. They will get outscaled, you know, if we go really far towards the end game.
In addition to that, you generally need
more.
You generally need a Baron to close out against Anivia because her wave clear is so safe. She can put the ulti, walk back on max range, and then wait for the minions to die. Okay, if you walk in there, you know, with Bob Jr. and you have a dragon tank in the tower, maybe not. But Anivia wave clearing versus non-Baron creeps compared to Baron creeps is such a massive difference, and you just drain your entire mana pool on a single wave. So it's definitely the hard counter to that wave clear.
Yeah, you know, not to mention just the Anivia, but also Tristana with the static Shiv at this point. Imp is doing his part as well, trying to clear out the minions.
KT, I mean, this is what we saw in Korea all summer long and most of spring. Take the dragon, hang out, wait for the next dragon, take that, hang out, sometimes try to kill Flame. Not Flame, he wasn't there. But you didn't really see much action between dragons. The score goes in, never mind. Wow, Godby, a little bit of trouble there. Drops that ultimate, the hook doesn't land for Peekaboo. And KT's fine with that. They're not gonna pursue this too aggressively. Just clear out the wards and go back. Whoa, Nagne, what are you doing?
They find an opening for LGD.
Nagne.
That was really good by PYL. He did the Q flash on Alistar. There's no response time if you don't see it coming. It's a knockback CC chain. So and those moves, that's what LGD is looking for. Picks when people overly aggress. Alistar Q flash is one of the ways. Wall into stun from Anivia's one of the other ways. But Godfrey actually had a chance to kill Peekaboo earlier, but he was too afraid to take it. Just was too afraid of Lantern following up. And
you know, after last week too, Someday getting a little bit caught here, stunned by Godby. Tries to get away with the slice and dice. PYL comes back in again. There's a knock-up on the Peekaboo. Arrow there, largely untouched, but they need more of the team. Dragon is live. KT may not get this one. Score comes in. There's a slow on the barrel. Someday still hanging out. He's got his ultimate. They could still fight this. Someday he's going to jump right on TBQ. Gets pushed back right away. Still holding that ult. Teleport coming in now for Nagne. They're going to go back in. Score taken down though. Got to be careful. Arrow still there for the moment. Gets pulled out on the Lantern, and KT has to give this one up.
Interrupting the 5 dragon stack is really big here for LGD, taking this one away.
you can also see the issues with that KT has in terms of scaling with their lineup. Mordekaiser deals a lot of damage if he has the time to do so, but he's melee range, so any crowd control effect is incredibly easy to land on him. And Imp with Tristana on 2 items still deals decent damage here overall, so if KT don't really consolidate their efforts and work as a team, don't have that loot to fix a lot of those problems, then the base damages that LGD have right now are still enough to take down a couple of members.
Yeah, they definitely do get outscaled. Have to be more careful here.
Nagne was really feeling bad after week 1. He knew he had played poorly. He didn't play like we saw him play in Korea all summer. And unfortunately today, you know, he makes mistakes like that, getting caught in the mid lane. And because of that, that's kind of a chain reaction to cause KT to lose that 3rd dragon. He can't afford to do that, even against a team like LGD.
Yeah, you got to make those switches. Even though you're in control 90% of the time, to the point where if you just show your face, people run away. That can change on a whim if they actually have enough vision to see what's going on, because goal advantages are nice, but most people at any given point in the game do win 4v1s.
Yeah, I would say so. And you can still be like 70 CS ahead like Nagne is now, but can't get caught like that. KT, though, looking to bounce back. They bought 4 pink wards, and they're looking to set up a lot more vision on LGD's side of the map again.
Yeah, TBQ may as well disable his passive right now. Everywhere he goes, he gets spotted. Pink wards galore.
Yep. The fight over the vision leading up to Baron Pit is very real here. This is the new battlegrounds for KT. Since their Dragon Chain was interrupted, it does put a bit more pressure on getting the Baron buff for those minions that you talked about to break the siege.
They're going for it now. Is there anything LGD can do to stop that? Someday can teleport in. Nagne just harassing a bit, keeping LGD occupied. And Someday with that split push, thinking about recalling to be ready for that Baron. He may need to teleport. He will right now. Someday teleporting in as KT breaks off from the Baron, and they're going to chase LGD. Wild needs to be careful. Someday coming in from behind. He's going to get a huge flank onto LGD as KT suddenly has to back off, though, taking a lot of damage. Score comes in with a barrel. Imp trying to carry, gets taken down by Someday, and that is going to be nearly an ace for KT.
Someday just wrecks LGD here with the Nagne's gonna look for the pickup here. We'll see if he finishes up this chase. He does have Luden's Echo as well.
Oh, TBQ could be in trouble. There's the E. That's going to help him get vision for a little while. Peekaboo, who's going to get it? Nagne steals the support kill away. Oh.
All right, but Someday coming in there, you can see not only the time for the teleport, but his target selection. He first goes for the Anivia, who doesn't have flash.
Yep.
Cuts her off right into the rest of the team there with the Gragas ultimate, and then he goes for Imp, who just used Rocket Jump.
Anivia is incredibly strong, keeping people away from you, but once people actually get in that range, you have almost no answers anymore. Your movement speed is so low. Generally, you can't really answer that. The wall can't be cast because he was stunned. Mordekaiser actually kills Godfrey with the ultimate. Luckily for him, he doesn't spawn as a Mordekaiser, doesn't get an egg. He actually still gets the Anivia, even though he's killed in egg form.
Yeah, look at this. Goes right for Godfrey, then score with the Gragas ultimate, set up because Godfrey was stunned. Instantly turns him into an egg. And an omelet shortly after.
Yep, scrambled. Meanwhile, Arrow just able to walk in
on
there.
The Imp after his cooldowns come back up.
Yep.
I wish it actually worked like that, where Mordekaiser actually gets an egg. You do decide to kill Anivia before she spawns back up.
That would not be very useful.
I want to know if you'd be able to move it around, because normal egg you can't move. Yeah.
It's dangerous.
You can actually still teleport, even in egg form. If you start the channel right before you go into egg form, teleport is a possibility.
Teleport.
That's what Frogger calls it.
I see.
Didn't coin that name myself. Credit where credit's due.
An XB knocked out a teleport though. Oh, Someday caught a little bit, gets grabbed, tries to get away, has to be careful there.
Yes, they can.
Okay.
Got egg science down. Now we're done with that one. Dragons.
This is episode
130
2 after we went over catfish yesterday.
That's right. Noodling, and now we're learning about birds today. Wild Kingdom with
noodling.
World Championship.
Really? You're gonna name it noodling after you talk about sticking your hand in the hole? Why don't you use a noodle then?
No. Well,
anything's better than putting a limb in there.
You can't feel with the noodle though. The noodle doesn't have nerves that transmit to your brain to tell you when a catfish is biting it. You would need something like a hook on the end to know when you'd caught something, but that's crazy. Who would catch fish like that?
That's ridiculous.
That doesn't make any sense. Just stick your hand in there.
Well, let's see if KT stick their hand in there.
I think they're going to need to stick something in that base to take that inhibitor turret, that's for sure.
Peekaboo's sticking his hook in there.
Sticking his whole body in. Well, Someday is.
I think KT could benefit from just split pushing here, at least one member.
So if you go into the base and the team engages on you and you beat them in a team fight, is that called noodling? KT try and noodle their way into LGD's base right now. They've got the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, that tower actually fell, so nope, split push is out of the menu.
They may get this inhibitor too. The barrel for zoning, arrow zoning as well. That's inhibitor number 1 going down for KT.
I mean, what does LG do at this point? It's so incredibly hard to fight from behind with this composition other than just wave clearing. Baron completely negates that. And we saw what happened to TBQ once he even gets close to the fight. He just gets blown up immediately, so he can't even peel anymore.
Do what Imp said. Leave it to the heavens.
I guess so.
Let's play out your games.
I mean, all the members of that team too, and we've been seeing interviews with them over the week. It's just there is nothing positive coming out of those guys. It's sad to see. You know, it's sad to see after how well the end of the summer season went for them to see a team. I don't know if I've ever seen a team collapse as hard as they did. Maybe, actually, I would say Coup Tigers going into IEM Katowice. That was probably the biggest collapse I've seen, but LGD is right up there too.
And then after the return too.
Yeah, they were a little bit better, but going from undefeated in the regular season to just getting destroyed at Katowice, that was a bit awkward. LGD at least. Didn't get better until
I lost track. Who is this?
Yeah. This is, well, it was Bob. Are we saying
third of his name?
Second of his name. This is the 4th dragon. There was another dragon that went to LGD, but he doesn't get named. It's just gone.
Oh, yeah.
Ghost Dragon. Bob, second of his name. Pusher of the mid lane. Defender of, well, really nobody.
Let's see if
Dealer of damages.
they LGD wait around at all, because super minions are also going to become piling down that bottom lane.
Yeah, with the Baron buff out, we saw the Baron power play graphic right there. It's much wiser to split push, and maybe I can only hold one lane at once, and the other lane will just be exposed, especially when you have Bob.
They
Bob
waited out.
the tower.
They successfully waited out the Baron buff, but
I mean,
Bob.
Is it called waiting out when you lose an inhibitor in the process?
There's not a
they're
good way.
they're still in the game.
That was one of the lower power plays that we've seen so far, mostly due to the fact that KT have taken almost everything they could
Yeah,
from
Bob
map so
leveled
far.
up. Did you see that? Bob, he leveled up, yeah.
Too bad he's about to die.
Oh, well. He had a good run.
Nagne doing good work here on the top lane. Every time that minion wave comes in, and look at Godvi has to pace in between mid and top, and slowly but surely these towers are getting chipped away out from, and then as bot lane masses up as well, eventually we're going to see LGD break here, and they have really no way of countering that, because the only member that really gets in engage range is Score, and he's tanky enough that he'll just soak up enough damage for this to work. So it's an incredibly efficient way for closing from KT here.
Yeah, and any of those wards are going to get immediately cleared. That turret goes down, another inhibitor vulnerable for LGD. TBQ steps out of the base, steps right into Peekaboo's hook. He's going to have to burn his flash to get away from that.
Yeah, he was trying to flank around if KT commit to a 5-man siege on that inhibitor and maybe get an AoE 5-man ulti into some base damage resets, but...
Who are you flanking in this team? They don't even have an AD carry. They've got a giant Mordekaiser.
Oh yeah, he burned his ult too.
602 Mordekaiser. You're going to try and flank him? You're going to try and flank Peekaboo, Nagne, I guess?
I don't know, PYL goes in for the knockup. TBQ, where's the response from LGD here as KT still continues to poke away at that inhibitor? PYL gets grabbed again, but KT playing it safe, playing it methodically. They know they've got this game won. They don't need to pressure any more than they need to. Someday comes in to help clean up that inhibitor. There it is, Nagne. The rest of KT have 2 inhibitors down now, and the gold lead is enormous at this point, 15,000 gold. Yeah.
Outside of that initial pick on Nagne that then snowballed into another pick off in Dragon, KT have actually played a very immaculate, clean game, only sacrificed 2 deaths. Yes, LGD kind of played into that with just poor prediction. This is not the first time we've seen Imp fall in the bot lane to a couple teleports.
Right.
Whether that's his own fault or whether his jungle should have been here defending them, you can leave that in the middle, but KT, props to them for closing it out efficiently, playing to their strengths. Even though Someday was behind early, they managed to level him out, then use him as like a split push tool to put some pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, this is definitely one of the cleaner wins that we've seen at Worlds, despite that little misstep by Nagne.
On that note, KT are also doing everything they can to more efficiently close it out. Upgrade for the Banner of Command here on Score, since they are so far ahead and they just get through the magic damage. With 2 inhibitors down, though, it's pretty much written in stone.
But I mean,
it's like a matter of time now.
Look at the mid lane tower, still at 60% HP, so LGD have only managed to acquire 2 towers.
Gonna PYL, but he's pretty tanky. A lot of damage coming in. PYL may need to use his ultimate here. Could be in trouble. Wall separate Score from the rest of the team. Could be good for LGD. Arrow over the wall, though. That's a kill for Score. And LGD on the run. Arrow unafraid to flash in there. Flame taken out after he tried to come in for the flank. That did not work out.
Yeah, Arrow flashes over at the same time Score flashes out.
I know.
Swap in!
It's like a wrestling match, tag team.
That's right, an Imp. Oh, body slammed. And Godvi gonna fall down. There's the egg, there's the ace, and there's the game for KT Rolster. They will move up.
Still need to work on that Icon synergy though.
That's right. 3-1 so far. And there goes the Nexus. LGD falls to 0-4 in the tournament. GG for KT. What do you say? I mean, kind of what we expected coming into this, but unfortunately for LGD, things looked even more one-sided in the favor of their opponents, and KT looking a bit tighter overall too.
Yeah, I mean, I thought maybe Imp was playing a little coy, maybe hiding something, saying they have no plan coming in here, but giving up...
Turns out they don't.
Yeah,
I guess they really didn't.
Giving up Mordekaiser has not proven sound strategy. He ties Gangplank now at 4-0.
Yeah.
Almost 100% pick ban.
Just makes you wonder if we could only get an insight into what is actually happening in terms of communication, because TBQ, while he did not gank, he did provide some information to his team where they could maybe deduce where the enemy jungler could be. Obviously, if you see your jungler on the other side of the map, you have to play cautious. Whether he should be there or not, you still have to respect the fact that you can be outmanned there, especially against teleports. So again, the demise of LGD is very, very often early game at the hands of multiple teleports coming in, shutting down Imp, and then there's not being any cross-map potential.
And with that, LGD is essentially out of Worlds. They've got a couple more games to play today, but they are not going to be moving on to the quarterfinals. And really an incredible story in kind of a negative way for a team that came in with a lot of people saying these guys could be contenders for the semifinals, if not the grand finals, to then go 0-5. Flame, the triumphant return wasn't so triumphant. It's tough stuff for LGD.
Yeah, for a #1 seed to collapse this completely is unheard of.
Wow. I don't know. It kind of takes it out of you seeing that. Honestly, it does. I mean,
and that's why we forget that sometimes. Like we talk, very, very, very dry and sec about these teams because we're just having the big picture. But in the end, like these guys are still on a stage. Like this is Worlds. Like this means the world. Like this literally means the world to them. They practice a lot, whether they did it efficiently or not. You know, in your scrims, you still build up your entire season to this point, and then to have it crumbling down, even for Flame, getting subbed in, and you hope that you can be that change. Imagine if they win, suddenly morale goes up, but look really heartbroken there.
Not much of a difference there. Yeah, LGD taken out quite easily by KT, but KT looking like a big contender for maybe first place later. We'll have to see how that Origin game goes. Now let's check in at the analyst desk to see what they thought of that last game.
Thank you, Doa. Now, with that win, LGD unfortunately can no longer make it out of groups. Very sorry, Spawn.
Unfortunately? Thank goodness for that. I do not want to see any more LGD games.
Spawn is completely off of the train. Completely off of the train.
But you have to see at least 2 more today.
Oh, goodness gracious me.
All right. Well, let's dissect this game. As painful as it might be for you, LGD leaving up the Mordekaiser, you would think they have some kind of plan. They bring the Anivia pick out. Is that it? Is that supposed to be the counter to Mordekaiser?
They had a plan. Was it a good plan? Like, I'm going to say no, but technically that team should have been allowed to scale. Like, they wanted a non-interactive map for like 30 minutes of that game where they warded up Dragon, were able to control vision, and then just had this amazing kite back comp with the Tristana, with the Anivia that you can never jump on because of Darius and Alistair, but did that happen? Definitely not.
Yeah, you shouldn't be sitting on your hands, though, when you have an Evelyn for your jungle. After the lane swap is done, you have a turret that top laners are in, and they're like, oh, there's dead turret, and you just get to walk around it and come in. It's so easy to flank on it. TBQ was playing as if he wasn't an invisible jungler.
Yeah, see, I'm going to disagree there. Evelyn, sure, play proactively. TBQ, please just stay near Godvy. Like, just hold his hand, walk around the map with either Godvy or PYL, do your job that way.
You mentioned the lane swap, Zyrene. I want to get into that because Yamato, I know you have some opinions of it.
Of course,
So let's look at the way that this played out, because it seemed as though LGD was coming out ahead of the game here, given that Someday was put in a pretty awful position on the tail end.
For sure. Like, there was this one big decision that was completely wrong in this swap. We see this pretty standard in a way that, like KT, right here, Arrow is going to kill the tower in a way that the wave slow pushes towards him. Same thing is going to happen top lane. But the decision where KT go wrong is the decision to send Someday top lane. As I said, this lane is slow pushing towards the red side, which means he's going to be in a horrible position. The Eve is going to put pressure on him. This wave is where Someday should be, down bottom. We see Renekton now moving towards top lane. We see he's going to pass a few wards. Evelyn's going to approach this area, and he just knows he's screwed in this situation. Darius is going to take all this experience. We're going to see a scenario where Flame was level 6 and Someday was level 4, because Someday knows Evelyn's going to screw him over if he tries to CS. This is a big mistake, and this is pretty standard when it comes to the European lane swap, as people like to call it.
You know what's really crazy here, too, is this is actually a game that they have a TP on the Anivia, so you could also flank with the Anivia as well, because they had wards down the lane, and you could make plays off of that, but we didn't see proactiveness there.
I'm going to tell you something even crazier. There was a level 6 to a level 4, and they still lost the 3v3 fight. They gave up all 3 kills.
Well, surprisingly, Flame was playing really safe as a level 6 Darius against a level 4 Renekton in lane. It was a very odd situation because they did seem to have set up the first 5 to 8 minutes, very well for themselves. And then things started to go haywire. Renekton got back into the game. We saw the Dragons get picked up by the Mordekaiser, and they were able to put a lot of pressure around the map that LGD just didn't seem like they were able to keep up with.
But even before that, PYL got caught out warding, and this is something that you were very critical on. PYL just wandering into River for no reason in the first 3 games. He did it again this game and gave up first blood to a Mordekaiser.
Actually, Arrow just walked around him and killed him. He didn't have wards down.
I want to come back to Yamato, though. Here.
It's very important to highlight like the win condition of KT's composition. It's simply because they need to snowball their lanes and play out their lanes and just do the dragon. That is like the win condition. And the fact that they were behind in the top lane matchup was so detrimental for how they should have played out the game. But then that fight at Blue just sealed the deal for the entire game.
Yeah, that fight at Blue was actually kind of strange because what happened was TBQ was standing in the brush at Blue Buff and, sorry, not TBQ. TBQ was standing there. Score was standing there. Sorry, Score was standing there, and he had the Wolf Spirit. And when Evelyn started walking by, because he had vision of his radius there, the Wolf Spirit actually targeted the Eve while she was in visibility, and he didn't actually have vision of her unless he had that. So it's just this certain this circumstance that allowed that to happen that really messed up TBQ in that play.
But if you actually look at the play, so like go back, break it down. The wave had pushed up. TBQ was there to guarantee the freeze wouldn't happen in reverse. However, Godvi had been shoved into his turret. The right play is to pick Flame up and go back towards your bottom lane to start securing that dragon objective. There is no reason for that shot call to even be made. You say it's circumstantial, but just give up the 2 waves of experience, secure your win condition back in the way of the dragon, and make sure that snowball never starts. Instead, they try and invade on a side of the map where they don't have a pushing advantage, and it just goes horribly wrong.
This is the thing I want to look at. We've seen Mordekaiser get through a few times now. Each time has come away with the win. We have yet to see a team pressure the dragon against a Mordekaiser and pick up the first couple, deny it from the Mordekaiser, and really slow down that push game. Why is that happening?
It's because of the experience advantage that Mordekaiser gives you. In the European lane swap, he has level 6 by the time your AD carry has about level 4.5, which just means that he can do it so much quicker around the 7.5 minute mark that you can't get the first one. And once the first one does happen, it just puts you so far behind. I'm expecting teams to come up with something crazy to really try and deny that first dragon.
It's also important to highlight, like in the decision that they took KT by sending somebody in the top lane, it also favors Mordekaiser. He kind of becomes stronger because he's going to get that big wave that is slow pushing towards him. So, like, every problem got solved with this fight at the Blue Buff. Like, somebody just ended up ahead.
Well, at the end of the day, or at the beginning of the day, rather, KT starting off on the right foot. LGD, unfortunately, some dreams have been crushed. We have to take a quick break from the action, but when we return, it's NA versus Korea as TSM takes on KT Rolster. Stay with us.
My life is so beautiful.
And Flame in a 1v3, and even Lord Flame has to run from that one, gets a bit of a heal off the cube, but that's a double kill back as well.
Camping on the lantern.
In a lot of trouble. He got it on the lantern. I can't believe it.
He hooked him off the lantern. Communication.
To push Arrow away. Whoa! Mordekaiser takes him though, and Flame comes in just to die. That's a double. Score comes in with a barrel. Imp trying to carry, gets taken down by Someday, and that is going to be nearly an ace. LGD falls to 0-4 in the tournament. GG for KT.
Hello once again and welcome back to the 2015 League of Legends World Championship. The players are getting ready on that stage there as Team Solo Mid is about to face off against KT Rolster. Now if KT win, not only do they secure their spot in the quarterfinals, they obviously, of course, knock TSM out of contention for a quarterfinal spot. So there's a lot on the line for both of these teams. It's do or die time. What are the main factors that we're looking at as TSM did look better in their first showing today, but still unable to pull the trigger and close a game?
Yeah, TSM ran into the same problems that they've always had, but it also looked like they were suffering from nobody wants to knock them out of the tournament on their own team. But you can't have that because then you're playing not to lose instead of playing to win. You have to play for keeps because they have to win every game from here on out on TSM and keep KT down. So you have to be able to just clear your head. It's much easier said than done, but also take responsibility for things and at least step up to the plate to make those plays.
Yeah, I think the scary thing here for TSM and what I want them to improve on is what Origin did, and that's play the map a little bit better. They need to be able to rotate around very crisply outside of the early game. Their early game has looked fantastic. If they can transition that, there is a chance. Because when we've seen KT looking good, it's when they control the big zones and get their ward line down. TSM need to do a very good job of denying that and maybe starting some advantageous team fights.
It's like, I feel, you're saying that the early game, I think it has looked better, I agree, but I don't think it has looked good enough to impress me because I feel like Santor needs to get more active. He needs to get his hands dirty. I feel Lost Boy should start to make decisions where he leaves the lane because they aren't really dominating the ball. Maybe he should leave the lane, do some roams. I want to see Dyrus as well to make use of his teleport because throughout the game they are just too inactive. They're just chilling at their turrets.
Yeah.
It cannot happen.
We had the criticism that they went to the mid lane once, secured that kill onto XPeke, never made a return gank, never looked to really propel Bjergsen ahead.
They're like being nice. They need to be bullies. When somebody blows their flash, you just come get them again. You try to tilt them off the face of the earth. Keep going after that. The dagger's in, you got to twist it.
Especially with a Malphite, man.
Right. And then, of course, we got to flip over to KT. We just saw them play, and they're looking very solid. So for them, I have to imagine a lot of it is just clean execution, play like you've been playing.
I'm just thinking back to the previous game that they played. It was pretty clean. The only advantage TSM had was Bjergsen in the mid lane. That killed Nagne 1v1, but TSM failed to play on that pressure, and KT simply dominated the bot lane, dominated the top, and transitioned that into a late game team fight where Nagne was more useful than Bjergsen in the end.
All right, well, slow and steady wins the race for KT, and that's pretty good against TSM as a team. Down the line, predictions. Zyrene, we're starting with you.
I'm also going to go with just KT here again. I went with them earlier today. They didn't let me down. Sorry about your LGD, man. But yeah, I feel like KT play a better late game than TSM currently, and their shot calling and macro play, although it's not the best of the tournament, is still better than TSM's at the moment.
Yeah, when I look at this matchup, I just see the KT top laner someday going up against Dyrus, and I get so scared. So I think that KT will be able to once again use that lane as they have all tournament long to just snowball advantages around the map and start great team fights.
While I feel personally that TSM had the tools to take some of these wins with the Bjergsen advantages mid, they've just proven that they cannot really execute on it. They're playing way too passive, and I have to go with KT.
There you have it. We're a unanimous desk here. We're going to send it out to the casters. And as we go, Nagne said he's got to step up his individual game to match the strong mid laners he's going up against in Group D.
저는 롤드컵이 오기 전까지만 해도 충분히 그 나머지 세 팀의 미드라이너한테 안 밀릴 수 있다고 생각하고 코치님도 항상 그렇게 힘을 많이 주셨어요. 근데 제가 그 1주차에서는 그 보답을 좀 많이 못 해드린 것 같아가지고 정말 죄송하고 이번 2주차에서 치러질 오늘 매치업에서는 꼭 제가 라인전에서부터 좋은 모습을 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
Well, Nagne knowing exactly what he needs to get done today. He wasn't able to do it in their first game so much, but we'll see what happens here in KT versus TSM. Now, last week, Bjergsen beat Nagne pretty handily, didn't he?
Yes, he definitely did in CS as well as the solo kill. Yeah, Nagne's going to have to work harder. As you said, in the game they just played, he was the one big mistake that team even made. They didn't make very many mistakes.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, so KT with not a ton to build off of, but honestly, and I know this still sounds weird to say, but I feel like TSM is going to give KT a bit more of a run for their money. Wow, that sense was suddenly very hard. As we go into picks and bans for TSM versus KT Rolster, Gragas and Mordekaiser, the first bans to hit the board.
All right. Coming to Worlds, we expected. We were guessing, what is it going to be? But for the majority of the bans, it has been pretty the same thing all over. And as I'm saying that, TSM ban LeBlanc.
LeBlanc ban against Nagne. Huh.
Yeah, don't want to let him have that assassin. I wonder what the strategy here for TSM is going to be as far as the early pick on their solo lane.
It could just open up one of the mid lane matchups. A lot of the mid lane have like very distinct counter picks, and LeBlanc does really well into certain matchups. Maybe just Bjergsen has a champion in mind that TSM wants to build a composition around and maybe win that way. This could be pre-planned. Have to see if that comes out later on in the draw phase though.
The Darius ban coming in as well. So Lulu out of the way, Darius ban. They didn't want to give that one over. They will give the Elise to Santorin, but you know, we've seen again and again, Santorin just hasn't had the kind of jungle pressure on the map anyway, so I don't think KT is terribly worried about giving away a strong pick like that.
Yeah, but at the same time, we have seen progress from TSM, so if they go into a similar composition that they run last game and maybe they just got Locodoc and said, okay, up until this point it was good, this is where you guys failed, do this better, do this harder, especially when it gets, again, between Lustboy and Santorin helping each other ward and defend objectives. That was really, really struggling for TSM last game. They could theoretically build the similar composition and play it again, because they did, again, get ahead at 10 minutes, albeit slightly less than 1,000 gold average.
Yeah, true. I mean, and if they pick up this, if KT picks up this Rek'Sai for score, that's going to be great. He's been fantastic on that champion all season long, and Arrow will have no trouble at all playing that Jinx.
Yeah, the Jinx steal away from Turtle is actually a pretty big deal here for TSM as well. They won't be able to go back to that strategy.
Well, if there's one thing that KT has been very good at since the early stages of the spring season this year is their pick ban. Their draft has been very, very strong. Even when they couldn't quite play out the comps they got, they still got good comps. Will we see that Astra Wild Turtle? I think the Kalista seems a bit more likely.
Yeah, we actually totally glossed over that. Honestly, you're so used to the point at this stage in the World Finals where Kalista just permaban or first pick because she brings so much to the table, but the biggest value that she brings is that your support can suddenly start playing super aggressively and your 2v2 becomes incredibly strong. But TSM's bot lane doesn't strike me as a bot lane that can actually take a lot of advantage of the strengths of Kalista and actually will fall more to the weaknesses of her. So that's maybe one of the reasons why we not seeing a pick up.
Yeah, if you're not a proactive team, then taking Kalista is going to hurt you actually. So they actually
range,
change and they go for the Kog'Maw to try and match a little bit.
Well, TSM, it seems like they just want to play the super late game. They want to just try to hold on for as long as they can.
And they want to play sort of the same pick-oriented strategy here with the skill shots lining up. You know, TSM did already show this strategy, so KT know what they're getting into. Meanwhile, KT, in their first game of the day, they didn't have to show anything because they were given Mordekaiser. TSM already knows, oh, we don't want to give them Mordekaiser.
Mordekaiser is strong.
Yes, Mordekaiser is strong. Got it.
Yeah.
Just a Mord count.
I'd be a little bit surprised about this Janna lock-in.
I wouldn't like it.
Azir for Nagne makes sense. Nagne is an incredible Azir. Man, if you want a champion to ban out against Nagne, ban Azir. But what do you think, Janna?
I just think if you look at what TSM is trying to build here, especially with Kog'Maw E again, it's not really poke, but it's a poke facilitator. Yeah. If you slow them down, it's easier to connect these pokes. And generally, Janna resets fights against hard engage, but repetitive poke over time, Janna doesn't counter that at all because her ultimate doesn't punish you unless you flash from cocoons, from bindings. If that Veigar gets locked in, which LeBlanc could have countered in lane,
You know
perhaps.
what does counter pick like that, Kepo?
I don't know. Tell me, Kobe. Tom Kench.
I was hoping that we would see the Tom Kench. I was really like crossing my fingers. I thought they were setting it up for a Tom.
That's what I would have picked, seeing this early commitment by TSM to single target CC.
Yeah.
The other side of the equation, though, if TSM fails to get a large advantage by sieging, then the game doesn't revolve around KT rolls or stopping TSM from taking towers, but then suddenly the burden becomes on TSM to actually get to the carries, get to Azir and Jinx, defended by Rek'Sai and Janna. That becomes impossible in the later stages of the game. So definitely like different spike levels here. In the early game, it's TSM. Later on, it will be KT rolls.
I don't know though, because if you have the zoning of the Veigar cage and such long range damage here, Veigar, Kog'Maw, Morgana at least can blow up someone from range. KT do not have a hard tank on their team, so it's going to be sort of an arms race.
Actually, I take that back. With the Veigar locked in, it changes a lot of how this game plays out. I do think TSM have just a lot more easier comp to play here.
What about Fiora here for someday? Oh, Olaf could work too.
I think they need a strong split pusher. Generally, against compositions that are already stronger than you when grouped, you don't beat them by adding another group component to your composition because you will just play into their hand. What you want to do is peel them off, get a split pusher that can win the 1v1s and keep the teleports out of the fight, keep at least one hard CC out, because they're playing similar composition. It's even easier right now. FLICKR Cage brings so much zone to these sieges.
Oh, this is 100% going to be an arms race now, because if Olaf runs in, he's going to try and charge the Veigar. Yes, Veigar does have a lot of timing delays that take a while to get used to on the champion, and you can try and bum rush him. But if Turtle is left undetended, he can just melt the Olaf down. So it's going to be a race between can Turtle get enough damage and can the rest of the team have enough damage to burn down the Olaf as he tries to charge.
Well, another part of it I was thinking too is Wild Turtle's positioning. It's been a problem all week. It was a problem in their first game today too. And on a champion like Kog'Maw, you really can't mess up your positioning too much. If you die early in a team fight, your team is in big trouble.
Also at KT, they watched TSM's game against Origin, and they saw that the teleport, while it proved useful for Origin, a cleanse a lot more useful here. Double cleanse being ran at the very last minute. That's actually changed from Arrow. You guys can't see that. So one cleanse on Nogna in the mid lane, one heal switch from Arrow there, but that will be fundamental for them to make outplays around that FLICKR.
Not only does cleanse make it so you don't have to buy Quicksilver Sash, but also reduces the duration of subsequent CCs that land on you afterwards.
That's right, and it is time to send in your predictions, guys. Hashtag TSM win or hashtag KT win at LOL Esports. Let us know who you think is going to take the third game of the day. TSM in a battle for survival. They have to win this one to keep their quarterfinal hopes alive. And KT on the other side, as we move into Summoner's Rift, a win here will secure their spot in the quarterfinals. A lot riding for both teams on this game. Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I actually really like the distinction between these two team comps because it's a clash of styles. The hard counter to TSM's composition on paper is the Olaf charging forward. The problem is Bjergsen especially can block any and all follow-up. If he cages behind the Olaf, suddenly he's up front, and that the front-loaded damage kind of out of a Kog'Maw burst a little bit with Bjergsen following up and at least maybe executing. That's enough to kill an Olaf in the time that the cage then disappears. So I have to watch out if KT overreaches because they have no hard engage. They don't have any targeted lockdown CC whatsoever. Flash Unburrow is probably the closest they get to that.
Yeah, the key to playing Veigar is not panicking when you do get rushed like that, even though you do have these delays that you have to work around.
Now, Sumday's first game on Olaf in the tournament went really well. He ended up 5-0-1 in that game, put on a solid performance. And anytime you have Someday on really anything, you gotta be a little bit concerned.
Also, the lane swap here coming out for KT, they can knock down turrets really quickly with Jinx. Really quickie turret knocky downy is what I like to call this bottom lane combo of Jinx plus
That is
Janna.
a great comp name.
And they'll need to do that, knocky downy turret, because if you look at KT as a team, they're actually the worst when it comes to turrets overall. They have the largest turrets deficit. They're 0-3 in first towers coming into this game. And out of all the teams, except the wildcard teams, at 15 minutes, they're actually down towers the most. Generally, they're down 1 tower to 2, or 2 towers to 1 rather. Against a composition like this, TSM could snowball that incredibly quickly. They can make that 2nd tower, 3rd tower, 4th tower, and keep sieging and get a gold advantage that way.
Yep, TSM actually going to answer the swap here, though, and they find Peekaboo.
Yeah, Peekaboo has to drop that shield on himself, takes a bit of damage from Wild Turtle as we get that 2v2 up in top lane.
Ooh, a nice little trade there by Turtle. Also got one last W-empowered auto attack on Arrow, where Arrow actually canceled his rocket attack.
More importantly, Jinx Janna should be able to AFK push with AoE rockets if you can use the shield offensively. That shield being used early delays that push, so now Lustboy and Turtle won't get threatened to get to level 2, where they actually have a lot more CC coming out. Janna doesn't spike as hard level 2, so it's these minor things, but just a single shield can change the entire way this matchup plays out later stages.
Exactly. One shield, one canceled auto, and Turtle plus Lustboy get to level 2 first.
You know, and this is not Peekaboo's normal kind of support, too. So it's obviously something that can work really well, but we'll have to see. I'm a little bit worried.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the map there, down bottom, Dyrus on Malphite. It's going to get shoved in by Olaf. Someday does have plenty of consumables to keep his mana up as well, so he's going to try and shove Malphite in under the turret, which should make him miss CS under there.
Dyrus used teleport, missed CS, and is still behind in experience. I just had to check. Even though those waves equaled out, he's still behind in experience. He's down 8 CS already, and he has expended his teleport. So didn't quite see what happened, but something went wrong here for TSM.
Yeah, no kidding.
don't think he was
a cannon at least.
They did do a delayed invade, but yeah, the one good thing for Darius is that he is on Malphite, full health. They won't dive him down bottom, so he's okay for dying right now.
It comes at the cost for Score here. Score is half a level behind Santorin. Generally doesn't mean all that much in the jungle, but Santorin will need to make an aggressive move then to use that advantage somewhere.
It is a little bit dangerous for Darius as the wave is going to push away from him right now. And that may be part of what went into this lane swap. They're actually sending Turtle and Lesboy down bottom.
This is actually TSM being proactive for the first time. Darius realizes if he stays in that lane, he's likely to get ganked and gaped. Because of the push advantage, this goes all the way back to that initial shield. Because TSM get the first push, they get in base whenever they want, and they can rotate and fix that broken lane, so to say, for Darius, who now goes back to top lane, where the wave bounced back to him.
Also, look at this quick shove that they did. They're trying to get the minions under the turret to die before Arrow gets there to increase a little bit of a CS lead here for Turtle.
Try to get a little bit. And I mean, this John to pick 2 for Peekaboo really just says that they want to stay in this 2v2. They don't want Peekaboo to roam like he normally does. Yeah. It's going to be a straight up lane for these teams.
Yeah, Janna, when she's pushing, she can use the shield offensively, and then Ara can get a lot of good trades in. When you're pushed in, you very often you have to use it defensively, and that loses the trading value and the extra attack damage that you get from that, in addition that it gets broken very easily. So Janna lane is generally dependent on pushing. She will obviously even out. Nobody's going to kill each other in this lane. It's an incredibly passive lane.
Look at this counter gank that's being set up, though. Okay, never mind. It's not even going to be a counter gank. It's going to be a surprise attack.
Yeah, Aaron Peekaboo could be in a little bit of trouble here. Santorin.
Can he get the skill shot through the minion?
That's the question, right?
Peekaboo's going to walk in.
Oh, geez. Peekaboo's just going to face check it. Exhaust. The skill shot missed, so Peekaboo's still out of trouble. Summoner heal saves him, though. And that gank did not work out. Santorin loses a ton of health at the same time.
All right, we gotta wait. We gotta go back to the play, how it's set up. We saw TSM push in base, dodge the bad matchup Olaf into the Malphite. They did exactly the same thing, but instead of basing right now, they faked the base. KT was thinking TSM were repeating the same play. That's why Peekaboo literally face-checked the brush. He should have died.
It was a great setup, but such bad execution there. Binding is one of the widest skill shots.
It's like the Hangover. Part 1 was fantastic, but Part 2, man.
And then, because they messed that up, because they messed that Binding, they actually took a ton of damage from a full minion wave there, and this early in the game, that means you're going to lose the trade 3 versus 2.
All right.
So this Binding was everything.
I mean, you can just wait. Peekaboo walks in.
And the cocoon behind him.
And then he gets exhausted. And then look at Arrow right now. He's slowly realizing, you can see the moment where he realizes that 3v2 is being won.
That's all on Lustboy, because Binding is so much wider. That's the one you lead off with.
Yeah, that's what the junglers say. It's on the support. Your skill shot's wider. Dude's literally face-checking a brush. It's on both of them, Kobe.
All right, fine.
I don't know how you can face check a bush like that and live. I mean, it's...
Peekaboo, man. Such a great player.
He's so good.
Brush read.
He just passively dodged.
That's what we should be focusing on. You're right, Noah. That's
the way he just like swag walked up to that bush. He's like, hit me, hit me.
I mean, look how ridiculously skinny Janna is.
Yeah, that's really
hard to hit.
Now we know why he picked Janna. If you would have been Tom Kench, if you would have been Tom Kench, that skill shot would have landed.
Probably. Arrow gets hit.
Arrow. Speaking of skill shots landing, Wild Turtle takes some damage too.
Yeah, the spacing on the lane. Black Shield proc after the trap, so damage gets done, and CC on Wild Turtle.
Yep. That they actually land the skill shot, lose the trade.
Yep.
Hate it when that happens.
It's the jungler's fault.
It's the support version of win lane, lose game. Where?
Apparently.
Why weren't you ganking, man, when I was winning my lane? Where were you? I relied on you, man.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, actually, Bjergsen, we talked about how great he's been and how he actually destroyed Nagne last time around. This time around, Nagne is doing just fine. Veigar, though, uses a lot of mana and his cooldowns on charging up ability power.
Veigar doesn't care, though. Even is ahead for Veigar because he's constantly spamming Qs for CS because he wants to build AP. He doesn't want to trade at all. So anybody gets relatively a free lane into a Veigar.
He's got plus 43 right now. I don't know. We'll have to check in with Froggen, I guess, to see how good of a pace that is.
I've actually watched a lot of Froggen or just any Veigar player, and by the 22-minute mark, you very often see those players on 240 AP already or 250. Wow. And that's with only really a minimal assist, maybe 2 or 3 assists overall. So they just power farm
See, the real thing that you want to look for, though, is getting the double charge.
Every time.
Yeah, exactly. He missed one there, but it didn't matter because there was no pressure in lane. But that's what you always want to look for, how well the laner can set up for both procs to actually get the bonus AP, or for one of the procs to hit for harass as well.
Yeah, and it actually is okay into an Azir matchup, because what Azir likes doing is just AFK pushing you into the tower, but then FLICKR can outrange the harass that follows up afterwards. So essentially, except if that happens,
Thanks a lot, Bjergsen.
but if you look at him, he gets untouched to an entire laning phase, 77 CS against 77. Tower hasn't really taken all that much damage, about a quarter at best is gone. So Bjergsen doing fine in that matchup because he just gets more value out of his CS.
Score coming in.
Pull it in the brush, pull it in the brush.
Okay, looks like it should be okay. Preyseeker doesn't connect. It was a long shot, but Score had nothing better to do at the time. Why not try to defend it? But Nagne able to get a lot of damage in on that turret, taking it down to about 50% XP. Maybe more. Wow, that's a ton of damage done for that blue buff.
And that Score just lurking for that blue buff. TSM was aware that he could be there. They take more time securing it, and that allows for, you know, being pushed in the tower. And suddenly, how even that matchup was earlier, it suddenly tilts toward heavy tower damage on Nagne's side.
Yep, Score also rushing to that sight stone. They got a lot of vision. Down bottom, though, both junglers see each other, and the fight in bot.
Arrow getting very low as well. Peekaboo, or trying to his AD carry healthy enough. Santorum is coming down, though, so KT wise and not chasing that. But here comes Score from the side. Are they actually going to fight this? I don't think so. Teleport coming in for TSN. Dyrus and Bjergsen show up. Big knockup from Dyrus. Arrow gets back under turret, trying to do some damage there. He's still going for now. Dyrus manages to help Bjergsen take him out. And Someday trying to do whatever he can. He's got 1 kill on the Wild Turtle already. Wild Turtle took out Score with the post-death. Massive explosion. Someday backing under turret. Gotta get away. Lustboy nearly died there. Meanwhile, Nagne takes out that mid turret. Someday gone. Wow, and TSM.
Everybody down there. Yes, Nagne did get the mid turret, but TSM just cleaned up.
And again, Nagne, he's running cleanse because he's afraid of that Veigar matchup later on in the game, so he doesn't have that teleport. Double teleport down from TSM. This may be the very first proactive move we've seen in 10 minutes, and we see it pay off immediately. Watch that again. Double TP comes down. Dyrus lands a double knockup here as well on Arrow. Lustboy goes down, and good CC chaining.
Double knockup, and right after Peekaboo had started channeling the Monsoon, canceling all of that healing.
He also blocks the arrow, the rocket there from the Jinx. Score goes down. This is maybe the only mistake here. Binding misses, so not chained with the cage, but then really good zoning. Dyrus comes back in, and Bjergsen gets the kill. So
expert use of the passive there by Wild Turtle as well.
Got a lot of practice on that.
Well, a kill is a kill, right? And TSM up 4-1 over KT. That said, they are only ahead by 100 gold right now. They did lose that mid lane turret. That hurts a lot in the long game.
It just shows you the strength of TSM's lineup, but also what KT can do later on in these fights.
They sacrifice a lot for those 4 kills.
Yeah.
We'll see if Score with his early Sightstone will be able to punish them, because opening up the mid turret has very big ramifications on the mid-game jungling.
Well, especially for a team like KT. You know, now all that warding that's so dangerous can start to happen.
I mean, coming into the first game TSM played, we talked about how high Bjergsen's impact was on the game. Now he forces his opposing mid laner to go for cleanse, he can't teleport. In addition to that, Nagne is going with a very unconventional Azir build. Abyssal First is something I don't think we've yet to see ever on an Azir, so he can't go for that normal Nashor's Tooth because he's so afraid of being blown up immediately.
Yeah, very defensive opening. That being said, so much magic damage on TSM. There will definitely be a lot of value in it, but
is he even in range for that aura?
Oh no, not unless Nagne decides to jump in.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't really need it if it's a defensive item. That is true.
Well, KT, I wouldn't be surprised if they want to try to take their first dragon of the game here as Nagne pushes up the mid lane. Looks like that's going to be the plan, to at least set up vision around it anyway. Meanwhile, things very even up in the top lane between Someday and Dyrus. And CS-wise, Someday slightly ahead. He's got that kill, but he also has a death as opposed to the 2 assists from Dyrus. I gotta say that teleport engage from Dyrus was perfect. Yep. Got in there, immediately got the 2-man knockup.
It's the best selling point of Malphite. He has an instant impact from his teleport. You know, you come in, you ultimate, boom, he's a rocket.
I like the execution of the play. What I liked even more was the setup. We saw Santorum path through the lane, showing himself, going for the siege, just making sure they had at least 4 minions alive to dive. The teleports came in at the exactly right timing. KT wasn't ready for it. TSM finally working as a team, going for some plays. Dyrus, though, has to be careful. Sunday's in the brush.
Yep, he is.
And he's Malphite.
Just reckless strikes, so yeah, only takes off that shield.
Doesn't matter. Am a Malphite.
Malta.
Maltite.
Maltite. Maybe that's the kind of rock he's made from.
Ah, yes.
There you go. Saved it. Wild Turtle on his own for the moment in the lane, and I think KT might want to take advantage of that. Score finds a pink ward in the tri-brush, though, so not going to go down there and go for the 1v3.
Is he a rock or a mineral?
Yeah, he's actually a mountain.
Rocks are minerals.
Isn't he a mountain?
I think he's just not big enough for that. Come on, man. He's smaller than Joe.
You're the one I refer to on the lore. I'm pretty sure in part of that.
I don't know what his deal is. He's just Malphite.
All right, well, this is going to be zoning TSM off of the bottom turret here.
Yep.
Meanwhile, they really don't have pressure anywhere else, so this is purely gain for KT. They don't give anything up for it.
Easy turret for KT. Nagne was coming down along with Bjergsen just to make sure things went well.
Santorin was just coming from base. It was a late buy from him in the fountain for quite a while, and like I said, the duo here, the quickie tower killy combo of
Tower pushy
Jinx and Janna. Quick work of it.
Yeah, it's kind of counterintuitive. We talk about how TSM's comp is really fantastic if you can group up Siege, you know, layered CCs, but the way FLICKR operates in a sense that he wants to power up, he farms incredibly slowly. He takes 3 Qs for every wave. If there's a cannon, maybe even more so because he wants to get that AP. Q right now, built for Strike, is on a 3.5 second cooldown roughly. So for every instant shove wave by Nagne, it takes over 10 seconds for Bjergsen to clear a wave, and he gets pushed into his side of the map. So that eliminates any sieging potential. So need to see Bjergsen stop prioritizing the AP and start maybe threatening some trades on Nagne to maybe get some turret siege potential.
It is called Team Solo Mid.
You know, and
looking out for number 1.
I feel like we got to bring this up again. At 10 minutes, TSM had that gold lead, had that big play, and now we're 15 minutes in, and the gold lead swinging back a little bit for KT.
This time around, though, it is
the opposite from the Origin game.
Exactly. TSM actually have towers on the board that they can take to recoup that gold deficit. To be able to do that, though, you have to either make an outplay as far as map movements are concerned, or
he's collapsing.
Santorin wants Bjergsen to come down and help him out here. Can they do it? Nagne could get caught here. He does. Going to use that cleanse. Peekaboo with the heal just in case. Use that a little bit early, maybe.
Dyrus TP, they have to cut him off from the mid lane and start a siege. They need to get this tower because in the top lane, Someday will push in.
Yeah, you don't want to go for that early dragon. You'd much rather have the early influx of gold that comes from mid turret. TSM, though, they're getting cornered here. Someday does have teleport, and he's using it.
He's going in. He's coming in from behind. Score gets caught, though, by FLICKR. He's going to go down. Wild Turtle with the kill there. Can they do anything now?
Yes.
I don't even know if Someday wants to come in.
TSM with the pick right as the teleport started. That timing.
Oh. Score gets himself caught. Wild Turtle gets himself a kill. Someday has to just walk to that mid turret.
This is good for TSM.
It is good for TSM. Literally the only drawback is that Bjergsen actually didn't get the last hit with his Q there. You get a bonus 4 for champions, plus you still get the extra 1.
Wow.
But they got the kill, and it went to Turtle. Also a carry for TSM. Also a good spot for the money to go.
Well, he's got his Trinity Force, and he's putting it to good use. Hammering away at that turret. And they've got to be careful. The siege from FLICKR is just so good.
Yeah, it's incredibly easy to play as long as you have complete vision of where the enemy members are, because then you can even choose not to hit your cage, but just put it down as a zoning tool for those 2.5 seconds, I believe it lasts. It's just, or 2 seconds at this rank right now, it's impossible.
The sweeping lens didn't catch that ward.
To be clear, since I said that so quickly, the bonus that Bjergsen loses out on isn't the 5 that you get extra for champions, it's the 1 that you get for the execute. So
if he lost, it's with Q, but that is...
I'm just saying.
That's some date, yeah.
I don't want...
You know what's going to be in your Twitter feed once you tab out of the game? Yeah.
Well, TSM takes the first dragon of the game. The pressure is starting to be put onto KT for the first time since their loss versus Origin. Someday, though, responding with that last outer turret for KT Rolster. They do respond. They do.
Oh, this is so unfortunate.
I see you.
Dyrus just based as that ward came over, so.
Yeah, it was actually good communication there from KT because TSM were attempting another grouping down bottom. They had Bjergsen already in transit from the mid lane. And that one ward there from Peekaboo shows everything, the jig is up.
You see Peekaboo here as well. He has the exhaust, which is obviously what you have to run on Janna. The problem is, TSM damage just outranges the exhaust range. It's incredibly hard for Janna to even get an exhaust before the combo lands from the Veigar, from Wild Turtle on that Kog'Maw. So that kind of gets nullified here. Just very range-dependent team fights. If Nagne and Arrow can outrange and get peeled for when TSM's on the back foot, then they can win this fight. But if TSM is sieging, then they have the advantage. So positioning will be incredibly important in this mid game to see who comes out ahead.
Wait for it.
Anytime now.
Wait for it. Want to get this blue buff?
Good old Rek'Sai, at least you can heal up.
Ooh. It's close.
All right, so the thing that we're looking for here, though, is actually KT this time around to be the proactive team. They're the ones with all the outer turrets down and the extra gold advantage from that global gold, so they want to try and use that, you know, before TSM are able to catch up. So, grouping all mid here. Couple pings down top there for Someday. He should be able to scout out and avoid this 3-on-1 situation.
Nagne needs to be careful. Oh, getting some nice poke onto Bjergsen there, though.
Also, Matt moving down bottom here, Janna, she could meet up with Jinx and annihilate a secondary turret. This, for KT, they could get a secondary turret down just for this outer.
Yeah, meanwhile, TSM will try to take that top turret. They'll probably get it.
But mid and bottom, I feel like this is a good trade for KT.
Yeah.
They're just keeping up the pressure. So Janna actually opts to go over to Azir instead of Jinx, but still, they've got pressure on 2 lanes.
And Nagne did
use for a tier 1. It's pretty good.
Hashtag Werf in all chat.
Yeah.
If he was allowed. Nagne was actually doing a really good job there, just zoning out Bjergsen. He puts down a couple of soldiers while Bjergsen wants to walk in for cage range. At that point, if he doesn't land the cage, the cost of that play will be his entire health bar. So he has to be incredibly careful, especially since Nagne is running cleanse. So really good proactive play here again from KT, but as long as TSM can keep that gold lead at 1 or 2,000 and the towers are off the map, so there's no additional rotations possible for KT, then they can still have that compositional advantage. You can nullify gold leads by grouping up and being a stronger 5v5 team, and that's what TSM will be looking for.
TSM, in the meantime, being pushed back even farther onto their side of the map. And it just seems like this is what we see KT do. Slowly but surely, the steamroller just keeps pushing you and pushing you. If they can't get the dragons, they'll get the turrets.
Bjergsen up to 448 AP. Wow. At the moment. So everybody...
That is total, though. That is not bonus. Just to make that clear.
Yes.
Only from his
That is
cube.
total. But well, in comparison, at this stage in the game, Nagne only has 220, so double there.
Bit of it. Nagne with a little bit lower power build to start off with does have that Nash Zeus now, and TSM should be able to take down this mid lane turret. Yep, they'll get it quite easily.
Cage is down though, pings are coming out.
Score coming in from the side. Arrow and Peekaboo are there as well. Rocket misses somehow. Someday trying to slow people down with undertow. Score caught. Wild Turtle in trouble. Someday will be able to get that kill. KT keeps pursuing. The damage out of Bjergsen is huge. The slow just avoided. Whoa, Peekaboo with the flash ult knocks Bjergsen back into the rest of KT. Dyrus Chase now has to use his flash to escape, and KT, there's the aggressive move.
That was a beautiful wind sec from Peekaboo overall, knocking him back there. But the biggest mistake for me in that fight was Dyrus. On an already locked down target jungler that has no offensive tools anymore in the fight, using Malphite ulti as a single target, he could use that as peel for 3-man follow-up and next Q combo, W combo from Bjergsen there overall. So
yeah,
just great.
At least go to the back line. Both Azir and Jinx are just wrecked by attack speed slows. So if he at least gets to the back line, even either one of those guys, and hits them with the ult, plus then ground slam.
Just keep your eye on the minimap. Every time that cage goes down, you will see pings come out. This is KT saying we have a window of opportunity. Score, obviously, you now get stuck in the wall as you try to pass through. The Dyrus ulti is down. Now Bjergsen's cut off because he has to flash out too. He could have probably pathed it to the left side, and then Peekaboo with the wind sec, flash over ulti. This is what the only hard engage Janna really has. Every 4 minutes you get that play.
Wind sec, I like it.
Yeah, just overall better team fight play there from KT.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, part of that too, Wild Turtle up front, they split him off from the rest of his team, and Someday just basically got the axe him to death.
But you see, like, you need to know your role in the team fight, and you can't just afford, okay guys, we got one guy, blow him up. Veigar will blow that guy up regardless. He doesn't need more CC than the 2 seconds or 2.5 as his cage scales up. That is enough for him to blow it up. You need to just buy enough time for the second rotation of spells to come up, and then have another Binding Chain, and Wild Turtle and Bjergsen can whack away at the target.
Yeah, because Someday won't give you any time. Pop the Ghost, Olaf comes charging in, and he's going to take down one of the carriers. We talked about it being an arms race. You can't afford to overcommit cooldowns to a single kill. There we go. KT cleaning up, though.
Yep. Someday doing a lot of damage to that top turret. Can Dyrus do anything to stop him? Nagne coming in. Someday not wanting to take a lot of turret hits. That said, the game's still fairly close. TSM only one turret behind, still has that kill lead, very close in gold too. Just need a bit more coordination.
Doing some bookkeeping here. Bjergsen is about to reach 200 additional AP from that Q. So he's charging up. He's sitting right now on 520 total ability power.
Yep. Also, minuscule things that people are doing right now. Santorin smiting the wolf camp there immediately to get very safe vision over that blue quadrant of the jungle for TSM as KT move up there, and they are trying to take down that turret.
As you fall behind, wolf vision and scuttle crab is undeniable vision. That's really what you want to get.
Yeah, the priority on what to use your smite on for the bonuses changes over the course of the game. Here we go, though. TSM making their way down towards the Dragon Pit. Can they close KT off?
They want that second dragon. Will they be able to get it?
Watch for that cage.
Could be the flank here, too. You can only cage in one direction. Score over the wall there. TSM in a little bit of trouble. KT, they try to take it. They don't get it. TSM secures their second dragon. They get the lock onto Score. Score in a bit of trouble. But now Someday getting into the back lines after Score goes down. He's going to run away, though, taking way too much damage. Dyrus goes ahead. That's a bit dangerous. Nagne with the kill onto Wild Turtle. Oh, there's a double kill now. He took up Bjergsen. Lust Boy going down. And TSM completely routed in this fight. KT all over them, a triple kill for Nagne, and he's gonna make it a quadra with this kill onto Lust Boy.
Dyrus tried to ult for a kill on Someday. An Olaf with the ultimate up.
There's a mentality that you really need to learn at the highest level, where it's if you kill somebody, you zone them to base. But if you chunk them and they can't join the fight anyways, you zone them to base for half the time anyway. So it's better to use your tools to really peel for your team. Also, if you looked at how golden Wild Turtle was there, that was a Zeke's pop. So that was a 50% crit chance bonus in that fight, and TSM kind of chickened out. They could have just kept fighting, killed Someday immediately, and then just used Kog'Maw passive while KT was bunched up to win the remaining part of that fight, combined with a Malphite ulti. So,
I mean, you talk about trust between teammates, and plays like this really undermines that kind of trust, doesn't it?
I mean, look at a 50% crit here on Wild Turtle, and just walks away. Doesn't want to get
This is actually well played, because they all turn on Someday. They force him out, but then Dyrus, he ults the Olaf
Nagne was right
with
there.
his ultimate ult. Nagne was right there.
Yeah.
And they had Elise right next to him.
Oh, Nagne, you can't mess around with a zero player like that.
Outplayed.
Yeah, because we're focusing here on the mistakes from TSM, but we have to hand it to KT too. They played that fight beautifully. Arrow stayed alive. That's what Jinx has to do, even with so much damage coming out. Nagne played in the center of the fight, not afraid to get potentially knocked up, and then it makes that flashy Shurima shuffle, or whatever you can call it, to really open up that play. So, fantastically played fight from KT, but the opening was left by TSM.
Yeah, you're talking about Arrow staying safe. Never mind, we got action.
Ooh, Someday caught a little bit. Nagne as well, but not a lot of damage dealt. Wild Turtle takes a turret hit, but he'll be able to sustain back up very quickly.
Arrow did a good job of splitting away from Nagne. The situation we talked about before where Dyrus wants to wreck one of those two targets with his ult and attack speed slow. They just have to stay split up. Dyrus actually didn't end up getting either of them in the last fight.
Getting aggressive here. Score thinking about going in. There's some damage onto Dyrus with those Sand Soldiers.
See a lot of...
He has all the aggression here.
See a lot of Mercury threads being built too to really deny that cage. So it can throw you off too when you expect a certain amount of cooldown to really work when you CC somebody. That being nullified by Merc threads can really throw you off your game too. In addition to that Score, it looks like he's getting caught, but he's just always soaking the damage because he's the tankiest member on that team with the least amount of damage respectively. So KT just using him as a bait and then sending in Nagne and Arrow to clean up the job. Peekaboo also has a Mikhails right now, so that's another tool to really combat that chain CC.
I love this hyper defensive build by Nagne as well, because he's still getting plenty of damage on it. He's still making plays, but he's so much safer than the average Azir would be in this situation. Very cool to see. And if you look at the Korean Azir players, Nagne and Coco on CJ are the two best, and they play in very different styles, but Nagne is a very, very safe and solid Azir player.
And these random Baron starts are usually symptomatic to poor shot calling and not having a multi-step plan. Just randomly starting Baron means the team is struggling. If you want to start a Baron there as TSM, you want some deeper wards so you at least can see if the jungler's around, because it is so easy for Score to dive onto the ground, see some blimps pop up on his minimap, and then just send his Prey Seeker over.
Pretty much. Well, KT with all the advantages for the moment anyway. The gold lead growing. They've tied in kills.
Yeah, TSM, you know, running a very, very similar strategy in back-to-back games today. KT definitely benefiting from seeing it earlier. They came in with so many answers. Cleanse on the mid laner, Olaf for top laner, even Mercury treads on those champions as well, so when the removal isn't there, they still have reduced.
I think I know some other people aren't going to be getting their pickups right. That fan vote in favor of TSM, and at certain points in the game, well, maybe it wouldn't have been too unreasonable to agree with that. I mean, as this game has gone on, KT has just taken edge after edge.
Don't forget what's on the line here. If TSM don't win this game,
This is
KT
World, man.
It's World.
That's right. I mean, this is the entire tournament for TSM. They won't be done for the day, but they won't be going to the quarterfinals if they lose this game right now. And KT, you know, they'd have another chance, but they want to lock that up right now. Bjergsen taking a lot of damage there, puts down the defensive cage.
Look how Nagne and Ira are always protecting each other. He's basically saying, Bjergsen, well, if you want to kill my mid laner, I will blow you up in return. And Bjergsen really can't afford to take that risk since so much of the damage is reliant on him really carrying these fights with multiple iterations of that combo.
Yeah, Bjergsen has to get off multiple rotations of spellcast here for them to win the game.
Yeah. Arrow with the QSS now, and he's going to be even more safe. And as the game goes on, there's going to be more and more answers to the CC coming in from TSM too.
It's all reliant on Dyrus right now. He has the only knockup that people can't play around unless they flash, so he really needs to find an opening where flash is down somehow and connect, or come out from a flank where they don't expect to hit. Predict the flash somehow, some way. He needs to get that knockup, and then TSM can chain and use the zoning part of the cage to really find an opening, because Cleanse, QSS, Olaf ultimate, Score just soaking up the damage for fun. So many answers here from KT.
Yep. It doesn't really catch anyone. I suppose Nagne may have taken a bit of damage there. Didn't quite see it on our screen. Dragon up now, and TSM, here's where maybe you do get a little bit worried if you're KT. If they do get those 3 dragons in a row, you really got to be concerned about the pressure that's going to bring. I don't think KT is going to allow this one. We'll see if they can do anything about it. Score coming in. Can he steal this dragon away? The cage laid down. The dragon regenning health.
Flank from behind.
That's right. He's trying to come from behind. Someday Oliver Wild Turn already. Bjergsen in a lot of trouble. Bjergsen goes down before the fight really even starts. And there goes Olaf, but KT still in big time control of this game. Dyrus denied, and Nagne doing a ton of damage along with Arrow again. And that's going to be a dragon for KT after they finish off TSM.
Too many lost team fights for TSM.
Yep.
KT have won the arms race already.
They really have, and getting that dragon takes all the pressure off of that 5th dragon danger that TSM might have presented. KT has it all now.
Yeah, and actually something really interesting happened. I hope we get that on a replay. It was a double pincer. It was actually KT trying to flank from the bottom and doing the same thing Dyrus was doing from the left side.
Yeah.
However, if you look at the pings on the map again, KT pinged out Dyrus' exact location, so they were aggressively pushing forward. TSM were too afraid to commit on the left side of the flank. Just watch it right here. This is Dyrus on the left side. Look at
he's in a ward.
Complete mirror on the bot side. Olaf is flanking, KT is pushing aggressively, and Peekaboo is peeling with ulti. That's why they took Dyrus so long to get to the fight, and they instantly pop Bjergsen here. So if you're in a position like that, if you're TSM, you really have to commit to the left side of the fight, move away, because you can almost bet your money on it that Olaf will be flanking from behind you.
Yeah. I mean, that was just such a great play by Peekaboo. Knew exactly where Dyrus was because of that ward, threw in the Q, knocked him up right as he would have started coming in, and
the entire
had to watch his team die.
The entire jungle from TSM on the red side was lit up with wards. They had complete information, and a team like KT, you don't want to give complete information because they're so good at making the right choice at the right time.
They're also so good at getting that information. They always have those wards in.
Yeah, they just let TSM start up the dragon, take damage from it. Yeah, close the pincer.
Peekaboo actually places 14% more wards than the average support. So he's actually just, it's on the verge of, is he overwarding? How efficient are his wards? Because he places the most wards out of any support here at Worlds.
It's working out well, and Score, you know, places on the higher side of wards from a jungler too in Korea. And so between the two of them, it's really tough to take away that vision in your side of the map once they get it rolling. It's been kind of the theme for this team all through the tournament. It's continuing today as they look poised to lock up their spot in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and Score and Peekaboo is one of those cases where 1 + 1 = 3. When they combine themselves, you know, they do a little fusion dance. Support jungle synergy becomes just greater than the opposing team. Compare that especially to Santorin and Lustboy, where it just hasn't quite been there yet.
All right, let's see if the Rek'Sai split push works out. Does she even have a tunnel on this side? I think they're just gonna let him clean that up and back away.
There's a tunnel near mid, I think, but that's about as close as it gets for TSM, or for KT rather.
Well, they're gonna rotate the rest of the team over to mid then.
Yep. And if you're TSM, what do? You need to make picks at this point. You just have to hope for somebody getting out of position.
But again, we come back to that arms race. Sometimes money does buy you happiness. Everybody's got Mercury treads, Quicksilver sash. They've even got
It keeps you alive, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
If I was on KT, I'd be very happy right now. That's for sure.
Still though, you can't ignore how much damage Veigar deals, especially once he's reaching level 60, 15.5 right now for Bjergsen.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna have a check right here. The ulti alone already deals 1,300 damage right now.
Without taking into account the ability power of your opponent either.
Yeah.
Nagne would get just annihilated.
Guys,
but
stop building ability power. He's too strong.
You know, to Nagne's credit, though, he has not died yet this game. We saw in the interview before the game began that he knew he needed to step up. He was a weak link on KT. And in this game, finally, Nagne, I feel like, is looking like the Nagne we knew in Champion Summer in Korea.
I feel like KT, just the team has played this game really, really intelligently. After seeing the early game earlier this today,
they look better today than last week.
All the information, and TSM daring to go for the same sort of strategy here. They have countered them very well.
You see a similar build coming out of Peekaboo as we saw from Mithy. Talisman of Ascension combined with Mikhail's Crucible. Honestly, it is the best build almost on Janna. Usually, he started on Thresh too. Just counteracting so many things from TSM's team composition. They're too close, we run away. They hit a CC, we just cleanse it immediately.
Still would have liked to see Kench, but that's just me.
Still would have liked to see some AP built on Peekaboo.
Can't do that against Veigar, man.
Bjergsen's gonna blow him up.
Bjergsen just ranked up his ulti.
Guys, man.
Oh, here we go. Someday another flank, and he pops a ghost.
That's right. Coming in now, going to run towards Wild Turtle, turning around onto Bjergsen, takes him out with the fadeaway undertow, and KT just backing off with Nagne that low. I think they'll be happy with that.
Yep, they're going to take that victory and back out. Now, let's see what TSM can try and do with this map control that they have. 2 recalls.
If Nagne had a Rabadon's death cap, he would have died there.
He just made one.
Oh, just in time.
Just in time. He would have actually died there because he lived with a sliver of health. And Bjergsen, since he got level 16, the damage on that ulti right now is a 1,520.
Wow. How many hit points does Nagne have?
Plus 80%.
Plus 80% of his ability power. Bjergsen obviously did a Q. Nagne sitting on about 2.5k HP with a comfortable
it would nearly
100 magic resistance. Yeah, if he went through damage. But
you die in one combo is what you're saying.
Yeah. But wow. KT also, yeah, they deserve credit not only for, you know, sort of the counters that they came up with, but also the way they played the early team fights.
Yeah.
TSM very well could have still won this game, even with, you know, what they were facing. Well, if they had played the team fights better earlier. Turtle gets out, though.
Wild Turtle a little bit of trouble. Someday, though, taking a lot of damage. He's got to be careful here. Fade away slow, and KT on the run. Arrow caught. That's a problem as Peekaboo pops the ult for the heal. Is it enough? It is. Dyrus having to back away, and KT still in that retreat. No, the retreat is turned into offense. Nice double knockup from Score as KT comes back in, but they still need to be careful. Bjergsen has been untouched. Nagne! Oh, huge blow, but Bjergsen lights him up. It's enough, though, and the kill comes in for Arrow. He is barely alive. KT, how did they get out of that with 1 for 3?
Whoa, Arrow going back in there, playing very dangerously. Gets the rocket kill and reset, though, able to run out afterwards. If Turtle hadn't run out of mana there, he was chunking people.
No kidding. Man, Nagne just knew that it was on him to save that team fight, and he delivered. Finally, his first death of the game, but it was a noble death.
Noble sacrifice overall, but Nagne, the value from that cleanse, you could definitely see. Like, teleport wouldn't have saved him there. He would have got insta-gib by Bjergsen here. And at the same time, though, you can see that TSM, hang on, Turtle.
Yeah, Wild Turtle could be in a lot of trouble, and by could be in a lot of trouble, I mean he's definitely dead. KT Someday with yet another kill onto Wild Turtle with that Olaf. He's 6-2-6. There's just nothing Wild Turtle can do to stay away from him.
Yeah, the entire point I was trying to make is like, if Wild Turtle and Bjergsen can do a lot of damage in these fights, stay alive for just long enough, they can actually turn these fights around, then Turtle dies.
Yeah. Been the kind of the story of the game and maybe the tournament for TSM. Bjergsen again doing everything he can on this FLICKR. He's definitely dangerous, but they need more than him.
Death is the best CC. Capacity does not affect it. That's going to leave open the Dragons. Very easy here for KT to even it up.
Yep, Arrow just goes ahead and solos that at level 17, and that's their second of the game. Basically no chance now for really either of these teams to get the 5th Dragon, but it's more important that KT can keep it away from TSM.
I just added up a single combo from Bjergsen, roughly equates to 3,700 damage if you land QWR. That is Arrow gone. He just gets blown off the map. So that is still a win condition, because it doesn't matter how late you get in the game, no way Arrow could ever exceed that, and as the game goes on, the AP goes up and up and up on Bjergsen, so...
Yeah, and as you say, it doesn't matter how long it goes late in the game. TSM actually want it to go longer. The longer this goes now, they're ones actually trying to stall this out and make it to super, super late.
Because you're thinking QSS beats Veigar Cage, later in the game, Bjergsen can literally just flash R.
Yep.
That is enough to take down Arrow. Not yet, but then 48 minutes in the game, that could be enough, especially if he gets that Void Staff, which he actually finished.
KT having to back away here. TSM finding score in someday, but where's the flank? They could be coming in. Yeah, they got to be careful with that. Arrow trying to go after that Rift Scuttler. Nagne gets caught though. Oh, that is it. No chance. That's what happens if you get too close to Bjergsen.
The Veigar.
TSM, a good team fight. They're going to get the Baron. They could still turn this one around.
Someday.
Yeah, but they have no Nagne. Someday
getting
trapped in the box. He has ult, he has to run away. This Veigar just does way too much damage, and TSM, Rocket comes in, but he can't pull a Wild Turtle on that one.
Who needs Smite when you have Veigar?
I guess so.
There it is. You talked about the burst from Veigar. Can't underestimate this. Bjergsen takes down Nagne.
Also,
no stun necessary. No cleanse popped.
Even though Someday can break out of that cage, you can also see the Zeeks being so useful on Wild Turtle as he goes to later parts of his build. The amount of damage he's putting out, he doesn't even a crit Lion champion. Let's see how that went down.
He did get the stun. Nagne just didn't cleanse.
Just didn't see it coming, wasn't aware. That cage got placed right over the edge of the wall, so he didn't really see, I guess, the cast come out that well. Really good placement there from Bjergsen.
I feel like I need to check again, make sure he had cleanse up before
Dangerous ward for Nagne to be placing there. Got caught now TSM with a Baron-powered push down the mid lane.
Siege is what they do best with this comp. We've seen it before.
Yeah, taking out that turret with no problems. Can KT put together some sort of flank to stop this? That turtle, or that tower rather, dying extremely fast, and TSM looks like they're gonna get an inhibitor here. Not quite dead yet. There goes inhibitor number 1, and TSM has to disengage. Someday has to teleport, but not opting to flank. A little bit too dangerous for KT.
Check in on this Bjergsen power play after we see.
Guess so.
Let's play building that Mikhails, just even to get rid of some minor slows here, because the only hard to see that is left right now is like an Olaf axe. So I'm not sure if why he wants to do it. I guess just doesn't want to commit to getting close range fight, because you could also play Morgana in a way where you can keep the Zeeks up and then move in with an aggressive Zhonya's ulti as a zoning tool. Let's play playing at the max range of the fight here.
Plus 312 extra ability power from Bjergsen there on the passive brings him over 1,200.
That's a lot of AP.
Let's see here.
Teleport coming in for Dyrus. They're going to try to catch Someday. Someday in a little bit of trouble. Use that Ghost. Has no flash. Slows down Santorin, but Bjergsen trying to flank here.
Instead.
Oh, maybe. Pikachu trying to save his top laner here. Someday dodging around, takes some damage. Dyrus over the wall. Doesn't work out with that ultimate. He did it during Ragnaros again. It does not work.
Krepo's pulling his hair.
CC does not work on Olaf when he's got his ultimate popped.
What's the saying? If you fail, if at first you fail. Never mind.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it didn't cost them, that much. There is a fairly short cooldown on the Malphite ultimate. So although they didn't get the pick, TSM shouldn't be heavily punished for not getting that pick. The big difference really is that both teleports are down for TSM, whereas KT now have the teleport advantage. because TSM actually did expend both Bjergsen and Dyrus teleports for that attempt.
Yep. They would have taken out Someday. It would have been big to do that right before Dragon. They could have gotten a lot of vision in. Looks like they'll still get an opportunity to set things up around the Dragon Pit.
And once again, you know, catching Olaf out, you mentioned the cage on Olaf really early. Getting him to pop the ultimate is a really big cooldown. Olaf is a fairly finicky
I'll just tell you how big
fighter.
Kobe.
He really depends on a concise all-in push. He cannot have multiple attempts.
Yep, 48 seconds cooldown on that ultimate, so it's a one use, single use in a fight. And more importantly, if he charges to the range where his ulti can get popped for a cage, he takes so much damage that he either has to commit or just flee the fight and never...
Yeah, he builds half damage in his build. He's not a full tank, so he does get shredded very quickly.
All right, teleport wards are available. Someday has teleport. We could see a flying come out here.
Good. They've got vision of TSM coming in, but the pressure really on for KT. TSM looking like they might be able to take this one.
Yeah, Someday just recalling here, not even going for a teleport play, so they just give up the turret. TSM.
Someday has distortion, no home guard, so he can't really rush in as he should with the home guards.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that he picked that up.
Once more teleports, but why get more of teleports with limited use than just one good teleport to really seal the deal and just rush in as quickly as you can to get maximum value out of that ulti? TSM should check that brush for a pink ward.
Yeah. I mean, they also need
team effort.
They have two upgraded sweepers on the team as well.
Sweepers don't. You probably sweep that brush and
no, I mean for the regular ward.
Yeah, it's clean and you're like, oh, there's a pink in here every time.
This is just one of those games where whoever has the best last team fight will win it. Dragon taken by TSM. Score caught. Gotta be careful. Nagne coming from the side Someday. No ult used yet by him.
Dyrus
Gotta be careful.
back up.
That's right. 3 dragons for TSM, so they
looking
can
for
start
a better target
again.
this time.
Try to find it. KT just has to back away again.
So what we were talking about earlier, the choke point control from TSM is just fantastic. It is almost impossible to miss skill shots when teams are either face checking you or walking into choke points. We saw the face check go wrong earlier, but now this time we did see a fantastic cage from Bjergsen. Either it zones them or Score overcommits and almost gets blown up.
That hyper late game that we're looking for TSM quickly approaching here. They already have the base wide open too. So continuing with the siege.
Try it. Oh, Score. Bjergsen's just doing so much damage right now. TSM just muscling their way into the base. A little bit of damage done by KT. Some damage taken by TSM. There it is. They're going to try to engage big Jinx Rocket. They got Kog'Maw. They could get more. This is it. Dyrus comes in for the counter engage. Arrow gets low, but they managed to take down Santorin. There goes Dyrus. A double kill for Nagne. Lost Boy and Bjergsen still alive, but not for long. Bjergsen taken out, and TSM loses a huge team fight. Those death timers are long.
Yep, 50 seconds there left on most people, and over that on the solo laners, KT are going to go straight up the middle for this one.
I mean, you talked about this earlier, Professor Kobe. You know, it takes 30 seconds to leave the base to get to the point. How quick can they end this?
Well, they're going past 30 seconds here.
They have an end game Jinx here, plus Janna, so KT can go for the victory.
It's all on Lust Boy.
TSM were so close.
They were so close, man. And I don't know if there's any stopping KT now. The death timers are just too long. And Lust Boy is the only one standing between TSM and the end of the world season for them. There goes Nexus turret number 1. Lust Boy goes down, and there's no defense. There goes a Nexus. TSM is out of Worlds, and KT secures their spot in the quarterfinals.
Wow, what a spectacular ending there
close.
for KT. Again, coming out ahead in the team fight, and it earns them the Nexus.
Well, TSM really put up a fantastic fight. Bjergsen obviously did work on that FLICKR. Wild Turtle did some work on that Kog'Maw, but that is it.
Definitely more impressed with the TSM of this week so far than the one of last week.
Absolutely, yeah.
But, I mean, the progress is just too little too late, because at the same time, KT is also just getting used to the world stage. They're improving. They played a pretty immaculate game. The only way for KT really to lose was those late game fights. And then earlier in the game, TSM had a couple of setups where there was absolutely no counterplay possible from KT if TSM executed to 100% perfection. Luckily for them, that didn't happen.
That was one of those games where the tiniest of mistakes means the difference between winning and losing, and that's exactly what we saw. It was really very, very small things that gave KT the win in the end. What do you say? These guys, they're now 4-1 on the week. They've locked in that spot in the quarterfinals, so we know another team moving on.
Yep, congratulations to both Origin and KT.
Yep.
I believe they're both secured now.
I would never guess that Origin alone would top this group, that LGD would do so poorly. So very big surprise here in this group.
You know, now the big story here, I think, is KT versus Origin. When they have that game later, who's going to take it? That is really the battle for first place in this group, and that's such a big deal now because the teams in first and the teams in second, that seeding really matters.
Also, if you look at just their play as absolutes, if you compare it to the other groups, any team finishing first here could go far in the tournament because the second
Group
place
D has looked really strong.
The second place teams in the other groups are likely to fall to either Origin or KT here, so they could actually solidify a very long run in this tournament if they make first, so that game will be incredibly important.
And Nagne on your screen right there, you know, what a performance for him on that Azir. Finally getting to play the type of game that we know him for from his play in Korea. Had a really rough week one, had a rough first game, I think, of the day too, but finally against TSM when it matters most, he delivers.
Some redemption for himself at that Dragon fight, really cleaned up.
Some really good combo. Also, just the early push. We expected from an Azir. Yes, you let the Veigar farm, but the moment Bjergsen stepped away for that blue buff that Nagne already had, he knocked away 80% of that tower immediately. Right. And that opened up the pushy tower, call it what you want, strategy.
Quickie, pushy tower killer.
Yeah.
And 2 tower lead for KT, who were up to this point the worst tower performing team in the league against the siege composition from TSM. So they bought themselves plenty of time to get rolling.
Well, KT, again, you know, looking better this week. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in the quarterfinals for them. But whoever they end up facing, I think is going to have a pretty hard time. Definitely.
Definitely agree there. The training in Group D, I think, for everyone went really well for all these teams.
Yeah, well, except for LGD.
I mean...
Yeah, Kobe, come on, man.
Come on. What a troll.
For the teams moving on?
Okay, there we go. All right, for the teams escaping from Group D, it went pretty well. That works. Yeah.
There's also just no innate weakness. Like, if you look at some of these teams, they have like these clear weaknesses that they have to improve and work around. I don't really see that necessarily in KT. Maybe if we analyze the games a lot deeper. The one weakness in this composition was obviously the lack of hard CC, but they play around that pretty well. Nagne and Arrow together, they work as a team too. You always see them close enough in a fight to help each other if they get aggressed upon, but far enough that there's never a potential of double CC hitting them. So in that sense, their team fighting has been pretty immaculate.
That's right. So now let's send it over to Shax, who is standing by in the interview lounge with KT's man in the mid lane, Nagne.
For sure. Nagne, congratulations. What a game on Azir. Fantastic. And you guys played phenomenally throughout the team fights, yet the game became so close, and TSM even almost managed to push your base. What do you think happened, and how did you end up winning it?
나그네 선수 이번 경기에서 되게 팀이 엄청난 한타력으로 경기를 유리하게 이끌어가다가 마지막에 아슬아슬하게 겨우 따라잡힐 뻔했지만 극적으로 또 이겼습니다. 이번 경기에 대해서 좀 평을 해주세요.
일단 이번 경기에서는 상대방이 베이가를 준비했는데 우리 입장에서는 베이가한테 궁만 안 맞으면 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각하고 초반에 우리가 라인전에서도 많은 우위를 점했기 때문에 좀 쉽게 이기는가 싶었더니 약간 베이가를 생각을 조금 안 한 것도 있긴 했어요. 그래서 그런 부분에서 조금 당황하기도 했고, 근데 후반에는 좀 상대의 집중력이 조금 떨어지지 않았나 그렇게 생각돼요.
So I don't think we were fully prepared against Veigar pick. We thought that after we saw that Veigar pick, we thought that as long as we don't get hit by Veigar's ult, we should be fine. And the lane phase wasn't too bad for us. So we thought the game would snowball towards our favor. But overall, we weren't fully prepared, and we got kind of picked up by Veigar. But then at the end, TSM kind of didn't focus too much, and they made some mistakes. So that's how we were able to capture the game.
You did, and it was off the back of a great Azir play from you. We knew that last week after your performances, you weren't the happiest person. We heard a video before the game that you were looking to do better, improve yourself this week. How happy are you with your play so far? And do you think it is good enough to make it further than a quarterfinal, which you're already qualified for now?
나그네 선수 지난주에 본인의 경기력에 좀 실망한 모습을 스스로 좀 보여줬었고, 경기 사전 인터뷰 영상 때도 본인이 좀 더 나은 경기력을 보여줄 것 같다고 말씀하셨는데, 이번 경기 승리로 좀 본인의 경기력에 만족하시고 하는지, 그리고 두 번째 질문으로는 지금 이제 이 상태로 본인의 KT 팀을 좀 더 8강, 4강 넘어 결승까지 캐리할 수 있을 것 같은지 말씀해 주세요.
일단 제가 1주차에는 막 긴장을 좀 많이 하고 막 부담감 같은 게 조금 많아서 제 플레이대로 이렇게 하지 못한 게 많았어요. 근데 2주차에서는 코치님과 뭐 감독님 모두가 저한테 믿음을 주고 충분히 넌 잘할 수 있다고 그런 식으로 마인드 컨트롤을 많이 해주시고 저도 조금 편안하게 좀 생각을 가지면서 자신감은 잃지 않게 약간 패기 부리는 식으로 게임을 했어요. 근데 그게 오늘은 잘 풀리기도 했고 뭐 잘리기도 했는데 오늘 경기력에 대해서는 뭐 두 판 다 이겨서 만족하는 편이에요.
So I think for week one, I wasn't too confident and I wasn't too sure of my plays. But during that transition from week one to week two, but my coaching staff helped me reset my mindset and they gave me a lot of confidence and told me that I could still carry my team. So for today, I tried to convey that confidence, but not be too cocky. Overall, I did make some mistakes, but I think I did well for the 2 games today.
Well, confidence is also what you'll need if you're going to go into that game versus Origin. Up next for you guys for that first seed in the group, and we know how important that is. What are your thoughts on that matchup and the mid lane matchup specifically?
이제 마지막으로 이제 오리젠 팀이랑 1시드를 두고 이제 다투게 됐는데 이제 오리젠 팀과 또 그 미들라인 엑스페케 선수와의 그 라인전에 대해서 어떠한 다짐을 경기 임하실 건지 말씀해 주세요.
일단 제가 지난 1주차에서는 모든 미드라인을 상대할 때 약간 부담감을 가지고 했다고 생각돼서 이번에는 어차피 일단 8강을 확정 지어놨으니 최대한 약간 부담감을 내려놓고 편안하게 게임을 임할 생각이에요. 그래서 뭐 오리젠이 절대 약한 팀이 아닌 건 맞지만 그래도 지금 했던 앞선 2경기보다는 조금 마음의 짐을 덜어놓고 게임할 수 있을 것 같아서 오히려 그게 더 좋은 결과로 이루어질 수도 있을 것 같아요.
So last week, I think I was too pressured while I was playing the other mid laners, but now we secured our spot for the quarterfinals, so I think I can play more confidently and show my plays, and I don't feel that pressure in my mind anymore. So I think I can play better for the next game against Origin and Xpeke.
Well, we will see. Congratulations on securing that spot in the quarterfinal. OG versus KT is later. After the break, Origin versus LGD is coming up first, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
This could be the final game of our careers, guys.
No, it's not. We play one more.
Oh. This could be the second final game of our careers.
No, it's not.
All right.
Big knockup from Dyrus. Arrow gets back under turret, trying to do some damage there. He's still going for it out. Dyrus manages to help Bjergsen take him out. Keeps pursuing. The damage out of Bjergsen is huge. The slow just avoided. Whoa, Peekaboo with the flash ult knocks Bjergsen. Comes back in, but they still need to be careful. Bjergsen has been untouched. Knocked it! Oh, huge blow, but Bjergsen lights him up. Damage taken by TSM. There it is. They're going to try to engage Big Jinx Rocket. They got Kog'Maw. They could get more. This is it. Dyrus comes in for the counter engage. Arrow gets low. KT secures their spot in the quarterfinals.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Group D. Now, as we speak, Origin are setting up on stage to take on China's LGD Gaming. And for XPEK's new team, they faced more than a few critics coming into the tournament. But the team focused on taking it one step at a time, and it has always allowed them to defy even their own expectations.
I never thought we would be able to compete at Worlds. And if we actually got to qualify to Worlds, I never thought we would be a contender. I thought maybe if we had an easy group, we would be fighting for that second spot, but never for the first one. And the fact that we are here now, actually almost like we are like one win away of securing the qualifying for quarterfinals, is just crazy. I always try to have goals that are reachable. Probably when we qualify to LCS, I see us at least being a top 5 team, maybe in a top 3. And those were my realistic goals. It's weird because when you pass your goal, you have to get a new one.
We had a goal that we just want to get top 6 in LCS and then top 2, then make it to playoffs, and then it was like go to Worlds, and now it's kind of the same thing.
Having that mentality is what has been helping us all the time. When you have the expectations too high and you don't even get close to them, is when you are not going to be able to improve, because you're going to feel sad, like, why were we so sure that we will win and now we come here and we're playing bad, you know? And then you start to question a lot of the things you do, a lot of the things your teammates do, and we never had that. There's never disappointment in a loss for us. Some people were saying we will not get out of groups, some people were saying maybe they will get out of groups if they get lucky. And again, our mentality, since we hear all that feedback from people saying we're not going to make it, we ourselves believe it's going to be really, really hard to make it. We put a realistic goal, which was like, let's beat TSM and not get last in the group. I think that's what everyone would have been really happy with. And we ended up getting 3 wins in the first week.
So says I can do it better, and Origin beat LGD!
The trend continues. These guys are looking great, and they're going to take down Team Solo Mid. These guys are legit, man.
And with the crowd behind them, Origin go undefeated!
When people start throwing those comments that XPEK is the weakest link in Origin, when XPEK is the worst mid laner in their group, some people even say in the whole world tournament, but those are funny, those are actually, I like them even. When people say that, I don't even get mad, or I don't feel like, damn, these guys are right, you know? I don't tilt from it, because I have been around so long that I know exactly why they think that. And sometimes I want to say, like, okay, so besides the Azir games, tell me some game that I have underperformed that much, or more than one game that I have actually underperformed. These guys are super good, you know, and even if I play fine, I think they will still carry their team, or they will pressure me hard, or they will roam a lot and stuff like this. But when I started playing them, I realized that they were not any different from playing like the top mid laners in Europe. And when I saw how the lane was developing, I was like, actually, this guy's making mistakes. I can exploit. He's not punishing my mistakes. He's doing this. And every game, I felt the same. I started nervous, but half the game I was completely confident, like if I was playing a Scream or something.
Amazing, takes a lot of damage. Soaz trying to get to the backline. He did get hit by Emo Play. XPEK is okay. Big ult. Shockwave! That Shockwave does work.
Quadra kill! They get the beautiful Shockwave.
Since the beginning, I always dreamt of being one of the best LCS teams, qualifying for Worlds, actually performing at Worlds, and being like one of the best teams in the world in the first year. That was like the dream, of course, but then being realistic, I had different goals than dreams. We have improved so much, and it's really like a crazy year, all the improvement we have been seeing from ourselves, and the fact that we're actually here with chances of making it far into Worlds is just crazy. It's weird because you have already surpassed every goal you wanted to, so you are not sad if you don't really make it, but at the same time, since you don't have that pressure, I feel like you just are performing to what you think. It's like, okay, let's try to get as good as we can, try to actually make it. And if we don't make it, then, well, we did more than we wanted to.
I have to say I was probably one of the bigger critics of XPEK, and in this tournament I think he has proven me and everyone else wrong, because his performances have been great. And something else that I would like to add is people have been thinking about this whole Origin, like XPEK is the owner, it's kind of hard to maybe coach the owner, but in reality I think his attitude is perfect.
His attitude is like, listening to that guy speak and how he represents his team is like one of the best attitudes we've ever seen in the League of Legends. And he's just so willing to learn, so willing to take criticism, and then puts it into his gameplay and just proves people wrong in the Rift. It's beautiful to watch.
And to think that he's been around for so long as well, and he's still got it. Season 1 world champion FLICKR makes his own team, huge risk, and like you guys were talking about, his mentality. I love when you're setting goals for yourself, don't set them too high because you set yourself up for failure, but then you exceed that and then you set a new one immediately. A lot of people don't set a new goal and they celebrate too much and they slack off a little bit. I think that's what happens with some of the teams, even here at Worlds. They just wanted to make it and they didn't set that next goal and get motivated again.
And here they are, 4-0 in the group, and now expectations are high. You know, I think that now it kind of comes to that point where they've been able to ride the wave of the underdog this whole way. But do things change here? When coming down to the wire, there's a lot of pressure on their next 2 games. They need to pick up this win against LGD in order to afford themselves that buffer of whether or not they drop a game to KT, they can still force a tiebreaker for that first seed.
But they seem genuinely surprised. Like, they're like, wow, we were able to make it this far. How much further can we keep going? So they have the perfect mentality for this because it's one step at a time. As you said, it's just like, okay, next game, next game. So I honestly think that they're going to go into this game with absolutely nothing to lose. They've already qualified, and then just see if they can blow another team out of the water. Why not?
And at this point for LGD, it's spoiler time. So with that, gentlemen, it's time for the predictions. We're going down the line once again. LGD versus Origin.
Obviously, I have to say Origin. Like, I'm just thinking, like, the big game where, like, would LGD make a change? They gave up this composition like Mordekaiser Lulu, which happens as often as maybe Stars fall or something. I was thinking, like, oh, we should make a wish or something like that, but I think Origin's going to take it.
Alrighty.
LGD don't even have a chance to play Kaboom this tournament. Like, they're just out of it right now. And I think that that will continue through and that Origin will continue to ride this momentum and hype train and will continue to do great things.
Yeah, I definitely think so. This is the game that started it off for Origin, started them on their trend upward and put LGD on the downward trend where the double TP came out. Everybody saw how to exploit them. I feel like Origin are just going to do more of the same here and continue to take it to LGD. And their mentality, just polar opposites right now.
Well, with everyone on record, it's time to step inside the venue and get into game.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone. I'm Rivington Bisson III, along with Joshua Jat-Leesman and Martin DeFicio, along as we make a quick caster lane swap here for the second half of the day. And still things to be kind of pulled out of the day.
Yeah,
Seeing if LGD can get this win in. We have to remember the last time these teams played against Origin, it was a 43-minute slugfest, 35 minutes. It was still 51,000 apiece until a Wombo combo.
It was close, but we also have to keep in mind LGD managed to look much worse in their first game today than they did while going 0-3 in the first half of the group, and Origin looked very solid against TSM. So the biggest fear here for Origin would just be temporary complacency, and it's what I like to call a trap game, because they know there's this impending tiebreaker matchup with KT that if they lose, they force a tiebreaker at both being 5-1 in the group. So if they don't take care of business here, they kind of lose that opportunity.
LGD is one of those teams, though, where you don't disrespect them. Even though they're 0-4 in the group and they have looked very, very weak so far. It's
true.
It's still LGD. It's a team a lot of players respect. They looked at them during the season. So I think Origin can just go in, play the same game they've done before. They're on blue side as well, so you can target ban TBQ, which they like to do. And that makes it even worse for poor little TBQ in that jungle.
It's been tough for LGD. You heard Imp earlier saying we kind of give it up to the heavens. Well, a round trip prayer took 28 minutes for them to go back and forth and get that first blood in. So I hope they're not looking to the heavens for this one.
It's been so tough for LGD. I almost find it a little bit tragic because you have so many incredibly good players, but it seems like the team is just completely mentally destroyed.
Yeah.
You hear it in all of their interviews that they've been giving, and it's rare a team gets so mentally destroyed that they're actually admitting it in all of their outward media.
Yeah. Usually a team very, very outspoken about how well they're going to do, how hard they're going to
Exactly,
crush.
how they're staying positive. Even if they're not truly believing it, they're at least saying the other thing to keep the illusion of hope.
And look at this, Origin sticking with the rest. Every game, Lee and Rek'Sai banned against TBQ to make his life that much harder. We see the regular bans of Lulu more.
Big mistake, in my opinion, from LGD with the last ban. I would much rather give Elise over to Origin than a Kalista. I think it's the best pick probably for the entire team. We've seen what Nils can do on it. LGD, though, has shown They like to play hard mode in these pick and ban phases. Give Mordekaiser and Lulu in the last game. Give Kalista now to Nils.
Yeah, probably Annie coming through from Ithy as well after this. Origin already with the first pick in complete control of their destiny. They get to pick a wide array of good
And it was funny, Jet, because this morning when we got into the shuttle, you looked at me and you said, oh, LGD 3-0 today.
Yeah.
They're going to bounce back. But then you started laughing suddenly right after, and I was like, oh, okay, is he joking? Is he serious? What's really going on here? We watched the first game of the day with LGD, and you're like, yeah, no, that's 0-6. That's not going to happen. And that's a Graves.
Maybe I meant to say 2-1. Maybe they're gonna. Maybe they'll turn it around in between these last.
You know what? I'm glad we're seeing Graves. I played a solo queue game with him the other night. Felt really good. Let's see if they could actually.
They were spectating you. That's why.
Get it going.
Graves is good into Kalista. There's a few things to note about Kalista. She's so bouncy and so mobile, but champions that within the engagement range of Kalista can just straight up out-trade and be more powerful. Trist can do it with the engagement window.
Very true.
Graves is another champion who just because of his passive of getting the armor and magic resistance will then win trades against Kalista in short range.
You can dance around all you want, but here's a shotgun in your face, and then Graves will win the short trade every single time. If he has an AD carry, a support that can lock down Kalista as well, setting that up will be easy. So Annie would make a lot of sense for PYL, and you have that massive kill lane then down the bottom lane.
Looks like there may have been a problem in Champ Select.
About Champ Select. So looking at so far what we have, they absolutely may want to. We did just get onto the desk, so they're. I'm going to stick with.
I don't blame them. I don't blame them.
So waiting to get back into this Champion Select, we did see Kennen as well being a flex pick for what could be happening on the side of OG, because Mithy's more the Annie, but there's still initiation in that Fate's Call throw-in, which we've seen from a lot of teams.
So I'm a little confused to what's happening because the Champion Select is still going on our screen.
Just got word that there was issue with the client, so we're going to back out, get back in here.
Finally
we are back into the lobby. So Mithy, rest of the team, they still have a chance to chat before the game, can talk about what's happening. See if we stick with the same bans. We'll get confirmation on that. And since from what we saw, did just get confirmation, same thing all the way up to Janna.
All right, so the Janna counts, and it's the final pick. So second Janna we get to see.
Very surprising again that Janna then comes in what you would assume was a kill lane, like all in engaged on the Kalista, shut her down in the laning phase. Janna obviously makes it again super easy for Graves to trade, but the kill pressure just goes down a little bit.
I think Janna Graves is just a really strong lane.
It used to be one of the strongest 2v2 lanes you could have, but again, it's a lot about how you AD carry trades and a lot about forcing people away from minions, then zone them, then straight up killing them like if you run an Annie support.
I think Imp's going for the kill.
He's going to aim for
If he's going to come away with anything from this World Championship, at least have it be a few 2v2 kills.
When did they not want to take the 2v2 last year in Worlds? They always tried to match up the lanes. It was a lane that wants to fight, and now Imp's kind of left by himself, and then the rest of the team's dying across the map. You know you can hear him saying, guys, please stay alive for a little bit if you're going to put me on this carry.
This really has been the massive problem for LGD and this bottom lane is they're not used to playing in this. Weird enough, they are not playing well around double teleport, even though they were one of the teams in the LPL who started running double teleport. So what happens is you need to play a lot more around your top laner because he can obviously TP down to that bottom lane and then you can nullify whatever advantage was built up. They don't do that. So instead they try and play around him. And he gets a kill, but then the other team is like, okay, let's TP down with 2 guys and just 5-man kill him. And that advantage doesn't do anything. And it's something PWL was talking a lot about. They don't really understand this meta just yet, despite being a team who started double teleport in the playoffs of LPL.
So I feel like something may still be wrong. Flame is pointing questioningly at the screen, and we're back on our faces again.
More time for us.
So we will now walk backwards a little bit once again.
So we'll get this all sorted out. Flame's client did bug out on that one, so it looks like you go one to the other, maybe to back out of the way.
What a tough day for Flame.
It's
first game he gets destroyed.
Easy.
And now the client doesn't work for him. I mean, life is not easy for
Snuffing him out.
Flame.
It's not going to be easy to reignite that passion that he has coming in here, especially when he was hoping to fill bigger shoes in that top lane and really things didn't go well. Not even really focused in his games too much, just not performing from the get-go.
Flame had a disappointing debut to Worlds, but it really seems like he's been subbed into a very difficult to salvage situation.
Oh, they kicked him down the hole. He's not getting up there, but the entire team is down with him.
Maybe they can noodle him back out.
Well, the thing is, we weren't even expecting go catfishing with
yeah,
Flame.
good.
But really, we weren't expecting to see Flame coming into this tournament, even though he was a listed sub, because throughout the regular season, it felt like during most of the matches that mattered, Acorn was playing, including all of the playoffs. And Flame was getting games, it felt like, mainly because he was on the roster and they wanted to keep him fresh in case something happened with Acorn. The emergency sub didn't seem to work out too well.
No, again, the whole playstyle for LGD, if you look at the LPL season, was around Imp and Godvid. So Flame was the carry top laner, but you don't want to put all your resources on the top side, so you take Acorn instead, who's more the team player with the teleports, and then you play around Imp and Godvid. They're still trying to do exactly the same. Every other team is just saying, you know, we just get our top laner ahead, and then he TPs down and he kills them.
Also, switching players in and out has been dicey for every team, not SKT. Any other team that's trying to switch
good, right?
Yeah, because
we heard EasyWin's reason for why that works.
Maybe because I'm good.
It only took him 30 seconds to tell us.
But even when a team's having trouble now, you look at LGD, that becomes an even weaker point that you can hit because there's less communication there. You know, there's a chance that there's the honeymoon spark when you put your sub in, but nothing has been coming up for LGD throughout this tournament. On the flip side, I like that Peke was talking about that passion, because you look at that emotion and how he controls it so much, and the guy he took to come with him on this team, his emotions are all over. Soaz does not control emotions very well, but it's like opposites attract in that sense for Origin, and it just seems like they have the mentality coming into this Worlds that has worked, and that's not something you can just replicate in another day.
And you can't really fault anyone for not expecting Origin to win this group, because like Pekka said himself, he didn't expect it. They were almost happy just taking 2 wins over Team Solo Mid, and that was about it. But now suddenly, they've been playing so well, and they've been locking in champions extremely fast.
Look at what we got here. All right, so Orianna Malphite is also picked up. There's a lot of potential for some crazy wombo combos on the side of Origin right now, but that Janna definitely helps with a lot of the disengage they'll be needing.
Yeah, you can center a last pick here into Orianna.
Oh, can you?
You can.
I feel like we've seen it before.
I feel, yeah.
Peke has
it
played
might
that
have
matchup
happened.
earlier today against Bjergsen. He did die to an early gank from Elise, but then was able to actually out-CS Bjergsen at the 10-minute mark thanks to teleporting.
Sure, and that's the trade-off you have. You have teleports, so there's a higher chance you get stunned and then ganked and dies, but then you can just return to the lane, and obviously you don't really care too much, unless we see TP Syndra, which I don't think is too terrible, because you can then match it, and you still have the long range, you can still set up the ganks very effective, and you don't often need that Ignite to finish off the target. I'm just a fan of double teleport, so.
Diana, there we go. Crowd's doing the wave again.
Bring it in.
By the way.
This crowd is always doing the wave. 11 out of 10 for their wave technique as well. So we have the final picks in. Godby does take the Diana. Deficio, I think you're going to get your wish. A double teleport coming down in this game. Imp throws a pick to the wind. He's going to be bringing out the Graves this game.
Godby was the man who really brought Diana back into the scene, running that double teleport for LPL. Or for LGD in the LPL.
Gotcha.
I want to see what he can do. The problem for Godby so far in this tournament has been his play. Very simple. He's been flashing the wrong way. He's been shooting arrows the wrong way. He's not been performing at all. One of the most hyped up players coming into this tournament. Was probably one of the least hyped players coming into the tournament in the mid lane.
Yeah, at this point, the most hyped thing for LGD is the crowd beside them, who is just constantly doing the wave. I wonder how long they're going to be able to keep this up for before the game.
I don't know. You lose a lot of blood in your arms after that first 5 minutes, but they just, I don't know. They have something we don't. Maybe it's being near the North Pole.
Well, technically, the wave is taking a little while to go around, so it's not like they're holding their hands up. They're just
very good at this.
And it's the amount of participation, like wave participation in the crowd. Is
usually you have a few rows that sit down.
Yeah.
And then it
breaks
discourages the rest of the wave.
Quick. Yay! And it goes around.
So share your predictions by tweeting at LOL Esports with the hashtag OGWin or the hashtag LGDWin. Gonna see TBQ on another new jungler for himself this time. That Evelyn game last time still lackluster. Now the Gragas does being able to displace the team. And that bit of chaos work with what's been happening with LGD, because it's kind of been chaos from their side the whole tournament long.
Really for the entire team, not knowing where to be on the map in the early game, especially also for TBQ.
About to get into game 4. OG versus LGD here. Coming out of Group D.
Yeah, and as far as importance go for Origin right now, even if they lose this game, they can still place first in the group by defeating KT, because that would put them at 5 wins, and it would give the second loss to KT since Origin already beat them the first time. So even though I mentioned that this is a trap game, the only penalty for Origin to lose this is if they then lose to KT, instead of forcing a tiebreaker, they would place second automatically. So still kind of important.
Absolutely.
But not utmost important.
So PYL decided to start with an early ward here in his inventory. I want to see where he puts it down. Normally you don't want to put that into standard lane swap positions because you just need like 1 minute of information on this one to see if anyone's going to the top side of the map. Still has it in his inventory. Obviously, Janna can sit very far back and only use 2 potions.
And I think it's safe to say so far at the World Championship, LGD has not had a first 5 minutes of the game that was clean or correct. So much of lane swapping is conditional choices, and even though LGD started off the KT game mostly okay, as soon as it went to TBQ to make the decision to go top lane early, he just completely lost pressure, and LGD fell pretty far behind. They've always had to play from behind because they just haven't understood how to play these early games in this new patch.
And again, it's just the amount of problems for this team with the meta, with the patch, again, switching obviously a lot of things around for them. I like the ward from Team Solomid around this red buff, one of the few additions we often see.
Such a good ward,
when you
carried over between games.
Exactly, man, you just get it right there. Stuck at the red buff, and you get to see, oh, they're not starting there.
The ward from Horde. You said Team Solomid.
Yeah, it's Origin. Yeah, guys, you know what I'm trying to see if you guys are awake.
We are.
Okay.
I thought we were going to have to stop you for the OG bias, but it's fine. You're just saying TSM.
Cool. It's cool to see Dyrus and Centauran taking the Google.
Exercising strong jungle support synergy.
Easy fundamentals, same thing, same side here in the lane swap to start off our game. OG versus LGD. We'll see how sure of himself Peke is, saying that noticing a lot of the mid laners making mistakes, they're not capitalizing on him, and it has made Peke look like not the weak link of the team coming into the tournament, as was thought by many.
Oh, Peke has been looking absolutely fantastic. He's part of a lot more kills in that mid lane. He's really just having a big impact for the entire team. But Origin also have very high kill participation across the board for all members because so many of these kills are coming from these team fights.
They really do. We talked about TSM's Bjergsen 45%. 33% for Peke and 30% for Niels. So that's a lot of damage you have to focus if you're going to take either one of them out.
So I just
gotta be quick.
Talk super quick about what Origin is doing now in this swap. Because they had that ward on the red buff, before they knew LGD was starting in their jungle. That means you can now recall with your top laner and your jungler, sorry, top and support, and you can often walk up to this tower and take a chance of see, okay, are they still waiting in this bush? Because normally LGD would send these guys back to start clearing their own jungle here near their own red buff, and obviously that means there's an opening for Origin to sneak in source and get some experience.
This is another big example of why LGD has been losing these lane swaps so greatly. If you're going to be putting your AD carry support in a lane with the top laner, you need to be able to threaten the 4-man dive. Otherwise, it's easily defendable by 2 people because 3 against 2 is not nearly as strong as 4 against 2. And yes, Flame was able to teleport back down, but now they're down and teleport. They haven't shut down anything from Origin, and Origin's going to pull ahead.
And now Niels wants this wave in the bottom lane to start pushing towards him. He got it all the way into the tower. Flame will get some farm and experience, but that opens up for a potential jungle gang later on for Amazing once he's melee champion. And Olaf has to try and farm further up the lane, or you send your cannon down and you start 2v1ing him.
There were just 2 pings.
Origin is pretty quick on this one. It could be a 2v2 if Flame is able to land some axes. They could still be in a little bit of trouble just because of the level discrepancy. So there's a small chance LGD could have some way to fight back for this one, but with the damage that Flame just took, that possibility is done for. What I do need to point out is another continuation of having Flame teleport bottom lane is now Soaz is safe to be left up top lane since they know the threat of a 4-man dive is now completely removed with teleport being on cooldown from Flame. Maybe it could be from Godby though.
Look at this, Mithy gonna find TBQ as well in the jungle. Even more information given up here. Nice map movements by OG here to keep themselves in the lead.
And it's so key what Mithy is doing now, keep track of where TPQ is and get a deep ward in that jungle, because again, it just buys more time for Soaz to go even aggressive towards the minions. He doesn't have to worry about the gank. No TP for Flame at all, and now Godby might be in trouble.
Very close. Just gonna have to burn flash on that one. Good extra damage added in by Peke with the command attack. Looks like they will keep eyes on TBQ as well. That spot by Mithy allowed them to just continue pushing this one into effect.
Yeah, I will say one thing for LGD that's a positive though is they've gotten a lot of damage on that turret, whereas Flame, as Olaf, has generally only been fending against one person. really been PYL sitting in lane with Imp trying to push versus Mithy roam around. But still no turret.
So with Mills and Mithy now recalling from the bot lane, LGD knows there's a chance they would go up top and meet them in the 2v2. That's why Imp and PYL recalls as well. Said, okay, we need to get items. We don't want to sit just on the Dorn's Blade. So it kind of stops the push from happening now. And we might just get standard lanes from here. And with no towers going down, and also fairly even in experience, we just see Flame slightly ahead of Soaz, and we also PYL one level above Mithy. So it is in favor of LGD experience-wise.
There's that level 6. Peke just teleported back to lane. Godby still wants to go a little hard and try and push him out. No mana for Peke already.
Yeah, and if anyone should know both sides of this matchup, it would be Godby. I feel like during the regular season, even though he hasn't shown any of it at Worlds, he was the best Orianna I'd ever seen. He had been so good at not only knowing different Orianna builds, his ability to just have strong placement of the Orianna ball while always moving, since Orianna has so many instant cast abilities. He would just take over games as Ori. And also, he's the one who brought Teleport Diana into the meta. He's the reason so many people started playing it. Now they might try a mid-lane turret dive in LGD Special.
Knowing that Peke just used that teleport, it's going to take a little bit while to journey back to the lane, and they hit him where it counts. First blood, LGD.
I have to question where Mazing is moving on the map. He went straight towards the top side, maybe looking for a counter gank because Source were pushing up. But he obviously has no gank pressure on Flame right now with level 6 for him. So it allowed LGD to take bot lane control completely. They can even sneak down behind the bottom lane of Origin.
Yeah. Good vision control down bottom there, and Amazing kind of none the wiser. Maybe they were a little bit lulled about LGD's lackluster performance thus far in groups, because that type of mid lane turret dive is exactly the type of thing I was expecting to see from LGD heading into this group stage before they lost any of their games. They had executed so many strong mid lane dives, which are so difficult to do. During the LPL playoffs and regular season, there were many games against Pawn where Pawn would be like 0-5 because they were consistently diving that mid lane turret so effectively. Peke's got to be careful now with no flash and no defensive summoner outside of that.
Right, and they're making sure to keep eyes on Amazing as well. Much better warding. All those wards inside the camps to see the Evelynn instead of roamed around. But still, you see the bottom side of the map. Right now, they know where Amazing is. So more plays could be coming from LGD once they feel the time is right. Only 8 minutes in here, not too much of a gold lead, and it seems like though that kill has kind of evened out what was happening in the lane swaps early.
Yeah, the only annoying thing for LGD is the fact that Nils got so much solo experience and is already level 6 against Imp. So what could have been that Graves bully into Kalista is not really going to happen in this game with Nils being so far ahead. And that's also why they could change the focus and say, you know what, Imp, just sit back, relax, we're going to go somewhere else on the map and create an advantage. Flame knows they can go and aggressive on Source because they have so many D-Bots. Just keep going, man.
Flame.
Very hard. That's a low turret. Not going to be able to go with it. Nobody else there to help him as well to trade turret aggro or take it down after. So, got a flash out of Soaz and an ultimate.
Yeah, it almost looked like Soaz shorted the unstoppable force on the escape right there. I don't think he got as much. I don't think he got the max distance out of it when he was running away, which then necessitated the flash too. So Flame with also a decent early game play there. But the turret down bottom keeps the gold even for Origin.
I'm sure he definitely wants to step up this game and prove something for the world stage as well. LGD across the board haven't really done that in one lane, so somebody's got to take it under control. Flame going hard to start off in that top side once they matched up. Back down to the bot lane, looks like GodV may be getting a little bit of roam there, but these early wards from them. Looks like he actually is going to walk away from that. Might have gone for Amazing as well. We're going to let TBQ do it.
Everything in the last few minutes was just set up by LGD being able to get into that jungle and get the deep vision down and make sure GodV had the lead. They didn't spot Amazing. He's going in.
That was a great walk to the left side, staying just on the wing. TBQ right in the back pocket of GodV as well off of that roam, just putting more wards in the bottom red side. And he comes back for help in the mid lane.
Yeah, and this is actually the TBQ that Spawn wanted to see in other games. Instead of going around and playing these tricky lane swap scenarios, no, just gank mid for GodV. Let GodV try and take over the game on Diana. Even though they don't get another kill onto Peke, that's now over a level advantage. They're grouping mid. They're looking to take this mid lane turret and start a snowball.
Really like what LGD is doing so far. Just play around your mid lane, have the deep vision down. It's something they haven't done in the other games with getting into the jungle. They've just been sitting back in the lanes and kind of take it head on. And that's never been working for them because they simply got ganked all the time. They fell behind.
Right.
This is much better for LGD. Sadly for them, it's a few games too late.
Already at a group stage, but where were they this entire time? I'm sure there will be many an article about the demise of LGD. heading into Worlds.
Seems like they were definitely trying a few too many things coming in. Nunu, Vi, a few other picks in the jungle. While those are also still good for diving and what we're seeing, they could never get it to happen.
Specifically, TBQ came in with the small champion pool. Lee Sin, Gragas, or Rek'Sai, pretty much. And most of those things have been banned away, and in disaster situations, he hasn't even been able to get Gragas.
That's true.
Oh, Mythy.
Definitely showing very formidable on this Gragas. The Fate's Call does not happen, not respecting the range of aggro
Yeah,
from LGD.
basically what happened is the Gragas cask knocked him, I think, out of Fate's Call range. So Niels would have had to use that the instant the Gragas started the ultimate, but before it connected. And misplay there by Niels, not pulling the trigger quick.
I feel like we've seen this a few times for Origin in the early game. Some misplays come in, they get caught out a little bit. Against Team Solomon earlier today, they fell behind as well. But then once we get to the mid-game, it's that shot calling that really kicks in for the team. They start out-rotating the other ones and really punish you if you're too passive or making too many mistakes. But in this game, LGD will have stronger side lanes when it comes to split pushing with the Diana in one lane and with the Olaf in another one. So it should be fairly simple for them to keep pressure on the map. Now going for Mythy again.
There's the Fate's Call just in range. Godby's going to try to get that crash in with the ultimate. Will they get Niels? He's on the backside. The slicing Maelstrom cannot stop Flame, and him coming in off the wing. And nice collateral damage, but there's the Wombo back in with the ultimate from Orianna, and it does not look like they enjoyed that. LGD running for their lives right now. What a shockwave to turn the fight around. Godby gets hit. Another dissonance going to slow him down for the engage. Now they take down TBQ, and LGD may be overstaying their welcome a bit. Imp on the front line does not want to be there.
Yeah, a really aggressive call there by LGD, and despite the shockwave combo landing on pretty much everyone, that's not what suffered any casualties for them. I mean, he's behind him, but if he takes a step, Flame will kill him. Good to stay invisible there.
Definitely pushing their limits. Great movement by LGD. Not something they were able to pick up this early in any of their games before here, and it definitely seems like it's throwing OG off guard just a little bit. However, Origin does feel like they still have a bit of strength here, testing the waters themselves, going to see what they can do.
And LGD simply keeps playing around where Godby is on the map. Okay, he goes to the top side, we send up multiple guys, he goes aggressive, and we can take that dive. Look here how they're playing around where Godby is split pushing. So he goes on to Mythy at first, obviously misses the Q, but he still gets to knock back Niels with Mythy. Yep. And this is enough for LGD to really start the fight and have so many guys coming in from the side down here as well.
Yeah, specifically him from the side was a really gutsy flank that paid off huge. And then because I think they bursted so hard at the beginning of the fight, the full burst at this point in the game from Origin wasn't enough to kill LGD, even though they were clumped. Then they reach a little bit on the re-engage, but still an overall successful fight for LGD.
It is really the way you want to play early to mid game, because you have 3 carries, you need farm on every single one, so make sure you spread them out, you play 3 lanes, and then once you start pushing down the minions, it's so easy for you to start moving. Leave the wave once it's going down to the enemy tower, walk in towards mid lane, walk in towards top lane, and then you have a numbers advantage when the fight starts, and it's Origin who has to react. Like we saw just here, they have to come in fairly late, or one by one basically, and they couldn't punish LGD for diving between 2 towers.
Something I was going to say about OG coming into this game that now seems to be lacking is they'd always keep doing what they brought their comp to do. That sounds like every team should. You pick a comp, you poke with it. If it's poke, you do this. But a lot of teams, LGD would pick a comp and sit back and wait for it to work, not pressure its advantages. Seems like OG definitely having that bit of instance this time.
I think so much of that happened for LGD because they just didn't know how to keep up with the early game. And then once they started losing, they just kind of multiplied the pressure on them by putting it on themselves, since they were expected to do well. And now it's actually Origin who's just kind of expected to win, and LGD may have a sense of freedom since they're completely linear from the group. It's making them play much more characteristically to LGD.
Absolutely.
And I like seeing it. Godby down the bottom lane, teleport is up in just a few seconds. Can't say the same for FLICKR on cooldown for now, and he's going to be the guy trying to hold him, but he will never be able to duel him 1v1. It's always going to be FLICKR waiting for the wave at his tower, so thank God we can always move first, set up the play with his team. He's obviously going to be the main engager, honestly, jumping in together with TBQ and trying to get that backline of Origin.
So LGD making moves. Like I said last time, this game at 33 minutes was 51,000 apiece between these two teams. It resulted in a huge fight, and that was the only reason it swung towards Origin's favor. So LGD pretty much has OG's number if you look at that last match.
It's very true. One thing that we do have to keep in mind, though, is that if Origin beats KT in their next game, they are still first place in the groups regardless of the results here. So there might be an element of trying to save some strategies. Remember the way Origin has had pretty much a unique strategy against every team they've played so far in groups.
Absolutely.
And now playing 2 back-to-back games, there's a chance they have a almost better game plan coming into the KT game. But at the same time, there's still a penalty for losing this game. It means if they lose to KT, they don't get to play a tiebreaker match. And they are in huge danger of losing that right now, since LGD is snowballing their split push 1-3-1 competition, and there is no one who can really match the split push very well on the side of Origin.
They talked a little bit about expectations, or Peke did, coming in and how there were none. Well, coming into the second week, there are definitely some expectations now. You have a 3-0. So the pressure does start to weigh on your shoulders just a little bit.
Luckily for them, as you just said here, they are guaranteed to get out of groups no matter what and get into the bracket stage. Let's see what happened in bottom. TPQ.
Nice juke. Misses.
Pulls in the Fate's call with Slicing Maelstrom on. I like it. They're going to keep going, though. Godby onto Amazing. The exhaust from Midi onto Godby immediately. That's not going to help with the collateral damage flying over his shoulder. They are now going to take down Imp. Here comes the TP from Soaz. Do they take down Imp? That's the unstoppable force that's required to do so. And LGD scrap out a fight 3 for 2.
3 for 3 in the end.
You're right.
Maybe just face checking straight into Flame here. Again, LGD are the ones starting the fight.
Yeah.
TPQ, though, missing his ulti at first.
Huge bloodbath here, but even though it's 3 for 3, LGD comes out well ahead since Origin had to use both teleports there, while LGD now has double teleport advantage in which they can force plays. Interesting how Peke teleported for a really good flank opportunity, but then was met by Flame and got zoned out. Flame is playing much better this game. Can't say the same about this initiation from TBQ.
He wanted the tower. He wanted the tower.
Let's call it a zoning ultimate.
One for the homies.
Then he zones more by taking auto attack. It was really, he did nothing this fight, but it was carried late by Flame and Godby.
Look how late the TP is going to be from Soaz as well. I'm not sure if he's expecting LGD to keep chasing or what's going to happen, but he joins in now.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I think Soaz thought the team had that fight and had great split push position in the top lane. He was hoping to force a teleport out of LGD, but when Peke got cut off by Flame, they had to ad-lib because they were actually going to lose the fight, and the teleport was there as an equalizer.
Well, this is actually where a lot of teams can learn what Origin does to adapt, if they are, to get back into this one, trying to open up that present that is mid lane so they can get themselves into the jungle for some deep rewards, something they have lacked all game, really on their half of the map.
Once again, though, the fight we see happening is down towards Origin's base. Because LGD, again, are having control of the map. They're the ones who can roam without using teleports. Flame moved beforehand, didn't have to wait. He knew what was going to happen because they were the ones engaging, and that makes it so difficult for Origin again and again. They have done their best now trying to at least go even in these fights. Soaz probably wish he was going to join a little bit earlier. Maybe he could have saved someone, but in the end, 3 for 3. Now Dragon for LGD as well.
LGD going for Dragon. Gavi Mithy in the top lane. Looks like there are going to be a few. 3's a crowd here. Amazing.
He's going to try and kill one.
Niels, he was running at Niels. He knew that might be the kill. Very nicely played on that side, but they kill Mithy here. Godby may go for that valiant kill before he goes down. They are able to slice him out. This is going to be a kill. Double kill for Flame. If he can keep getting that on Amazing, it's going to be a triple, but here comes the command protect. Shockwave actually pulls him perfectly away, but he gets hit by the undertow. Amazing doesn't get the dodge in, and Flame going huge. PYL now coming in.
Origin needs
Is
to
this
run.
an I think I can situation, or can LGD really pull this into their favor? It looks like they can. Soaz now in that I think I can spot, and he very well cannot. He has to flash out, and he's going to be to safety.
This just goes to show the danger of trying to force a fight when the opponent has double teleport available. The idea of attacking one person who has a teleport is sound, but they didn't account for the second. They knew LGD was down at the Dragon, but they took too long trying to deal with Godby and Flame. You really saw how powerful Godby and Flame are at this stage in the game, and once Imp and PYL arrived, it
Is that 11 stacks on PYL for a Magi's?
I will confirm it is 10.
10.
Right
Good enough. Good enough.
Yeah, plus they're the only team to get a Dragon this game.
Yeah.
You can see the burst coming out of Godby's Diana is pretty unmanageable for Origin right here, as well as now the 4 kill Olaf, who's just ignoring any of the zoning crown control Origin is trying to put out.
This
Replay. Obviously, again, Origin knowing they can just try and trade one kill
word.
for the Dragon, but with how hard it is to take down just one guy, beautiful combos from Godby, getting double ulti onto Nils, and then obviously the TP advantage for Flame. And then now we can see how both teams are trying to send everyone up there to help, but because these two guys have already taken out 2 of them and even take out Amazing with the last axe in the air.
Why turn around? Well, because he put himself against the wall, so if he kept running, actually, Flame was going to hit him with that axe anyway. It was beautiful aim by Flame, and he would have had to juke backwards even sooner.
Fear you may be correct.
It's nice to be like, he should have just dodged it. Well, it was really well played.
So Origin will now have, funny enough, their TP advantage because both Peke and Source will have theirs ready. So this is their chance to avoid the 1-3-1 from LGD, and if Flame is sitting and split pushing, you put Source up there against him, and you try and force a play on Godby again. So you have a 5 versus 4. It can be one of the only ways for you to really get back into the game right now, at this moment, because we know how strong LGD are with their side lanes, and if we just keep getting this 1-3-1 split push, well, LGD is just going to take it home.
I wonder if this would happen again. Bring back the Diana. Used to see it back in NA when Scar would take the long lane to himself and just split push it out. Godby learned himself with that teleport still, making it his own.
And I hate to keep saying it, but before the group stage started, this is the type of play we were expecting from Godby.
Absolutely.
Split pushing monster, 1v3, hard to take down, strong lane, turret dives mid, LGD gets a big lead and starts beating people with overpowered solo lanes.
Bye-bye.
It's just the first game where LGD did not completely mess up the lane swap and fall super far behind early on, as we've seen in so many other games they've played at this tournament. Now, they were even slightly ahead in some experience. If you look at Flame, if you look at, obviously at Godby because he got that kill in the mid lane.
It also was a instance of TBQ not going for anything hard within the lane's beginning. He was in vision, but he was always hovering Godby, always there for a counter, always there for safety. They didn't put themselves in a bad spot this game, as they usually do, with trying to go too hard early. Kind of just fell in their lap this time, and it seems that they can adapt once they have it.
I would have preferred to see Source against Flame on the top side, but Origin might just say he's the only guy who can maybe survive on the tower against Godby. There's no hourglass yet for Peke, so he wouldn't really be able to stop the double Diana engage jumping in on him in the one-on-one. But we haven't been able to see Origin use that TP advantage at all. So we're gonna get LGD back in the driving seat. They can start split pushing once again, push down every single wave, and then now we start looking at Dragons and Barons as the next move for both.
Yeah, LGD will continue to try and split push and keep the pressure up, which they are oh so good at. But for Origin, it is really about stalling the game right here. This is where Origin has to get creative. They've been so creative throughout this group stage, maneuvering around in the mid and late game with even to gold leads, but now it's going to be even more difficult with a 6,000 gold deficit. The one thing they do have on their side is they have an Orianna who just finished death cap for pretty good wave clear, and the fact that LGD actually has very poor siege. It means that if they can get the wave clear, they can get the right wards down, and if they can avoid getting dove, Origin can actually pull this one out pretty long.
Godby will be able to dive someone 1v1 very, very soon for himself. He's going to be strong enough to do it, or at least this time try and poke them away, force Origin to always go back to base and heal, and again, it just buys so much time for LGD to then make that aggressive play on the map, or might even say, you know what, we just start building up some dragons. It's sadly very late for them, because there's only one dragon for them 24 minutes in, so it's Baron instead. LGD needs to look at and say, Origin, come at us. You need to come fight us and stop this Baron, but that gives us that open team fight, where we're going to be so much stronger because our Diana and our Olaf right now are super, super
And the only thing stopping, I guess, just the Diana is that exhaust from Midi. So once that's down, it is free reign for everybody.
Yeah, and with how Godby so seamlessly uses the Crescent Strike with his Lunar Rush, you almost can't exhaust in time because the damage arrives instantaneously. They're trying to catch him.
Oh, Imp going collateral damage right back at him, but it's more of an execute. A little bit of front-end damage there. Looks like Flame is going to be onto Amazing. That could be a long chase down. It's going to be another fight on the other side of the map. Soaz gets popped in. That's not the tank they want. And it looks like it fizzles out for here. Whoa, Mithy actually goes down. That's what we were talking about, or Deficio, that's what you just said. Somebody's getting zeroed out.
And he used the exhaust too. It's just an example of how you can't really stop Godvy's damage because he does most of it from beyond your exhaust range. So you're only exhausting after the majority of his burst has come out. And they now lose the exhaust as well as Mithy once again.
So that window to fight becomes even stronger now for LGD. I'm sure they'd love to take this, but have to watch the unstoppable force and Shockwave coming in. Doesn't even look like it's going to be a problem.
No, Origin won't have the damage to take them down after already losing Mithy. And really this Kennen pick, so much of Kennen Kalista is built around the laning phase, being bullies right there, and take that lead then into the mid game and have these big explosive team fights. That laning phase was never really there for Origin due to the lane swap. And then also this Janna pick for PYL. We just saw it in action. He was standing behind, or he was standing at the Raptors, using ulti just to slightly shoot Mithy away, allowing him to then back down towards their own jungle and buy time. And they couldn't even take down an AD carry on the side of Origin. They're going for Godby now.
Well, pretty ambitious.
Right next to him.
Pretty ambitious here from OG. Looks like they're going to have to back off onto that one. Trying. Ultimate down onto Godby, but you see just how big he is right now. Didn't even really take that much damage from the rest of Mithy, and so as a follow-up.
And there's a really small amount of damage in this Origin team composition, especially when behind. Pretty much all of their compositions to this point have had Soaz on a carry.
See how he's done.
Yeah, we'll get to see. So he took a fair bit of damage from Imp already.
PYL shoot two of them away, so Mithy didn't get the full damage of it, so it wouldn't have killed him anyway.
And he'd already used exhaust on him, so I can correct what I'm saying here, but I don't think it would have mattered.
Oh.
But this right here is the key thing when it comes to the split pushing. Notice how Godby's there so much faster than Pekka, because he can move first with the wave pushed all the way down to the inhibitor turret. And then that also means for Pekka, he can't follow. Because if you blindly walk into the Diana, you're gonna die. So he has to wait and wait and wait until he spots him on the wards, and therefore he'll always be a step behind. And obviously Orianna needs to be there instantly. So you have that wombo combo with the Malphite Shockwave, because that's gonna be the majority of your damage if you are Origin. So they can't afford to send anyone down to stop the split push.
I'd say it's looking pretty grim for Origin right now. The way Godby is snowballing, the fact that Imp is also very well equipped on Graves to continually outduel Niels, and also the fact that PYL is there to stop a lot of the wombo combo. He can disrupt some of the piling on of CC. He's great pick against Kennen, can disengage him very adequately, and because of the 11 stacks on the Soul Stealer, as well as the Mikhails being completed, if someone does get focused, he's very likely to stop them from back.
Everything working out for LGD here as they play a bit of spoiler. OG not ready for this game coming in. Looks like they were definitely taken by surprise. Still a composition that they've run before within this tournament, but it is not working the same way. Peke did not have his start with Amazing, and so as on a little too, not even far behind, but not as big as he needs to be to get these fights going and keep them going.
How do we just TP it in behind him? He's going for Niels.
Flash out of Niels. Looks like they may still want to fight. Moonfall goes down, but nobody gets caught in that.
It's a good trade for Origin, at least. You trade Flash on your AD carry for the TP on Godby. I think I say it's a good fight, a good trade, just because how important teleport is for that split push. Normally, you never want to give up that Flash as an AD carry.
But as far as the context of this Baron fight, if they're able to force it, it's actually really bad for Niels because he won't be able to flash away the next time Godby tries to zero in on him. As far as the split push goes, I completely agree. But right now, Order's going to have to play with a flashless AD carry.
Not going to be easy when they're getting pressure around Baron and losing quite a bit of vision. They have the exit path right now of LGD, so things are going to be safe. They can hold their breath for now, but it is not going to get any easier unless they start stepping up. The Zanyas will definitely help for Mithy. He won't become as much of a target as close to being finished.
But a Baron call for LGD without any split pushing pressure could be also the way back for Origin. Because once you have these guys stuck in the Baron pit, taking some damage from it, that's where the Malphite kicks in, that's where the Shockwave kicks in. We've seen it before in this tournament as well, how effective that can be. So with no TP on Godby for now, again, it just buys a little bit of time for Origin.
It's basically what changed the last game, except for not an Annie.
Very, very true.
Yep. And no Vladimir.
And no Vladimir.
Yeah.
No Emo Play.
Before the big fight came in, before Godby did the teleport in, I was talking about how Soaz has been on damage dealers for most of Origin's successful games, which makes some of their late game strategies very well, is they're kind of outscaling in damage, and then their creative use of shot calling in the mid and late game can find them fights, and they've been very good at dodging initiations. Yep. Normally it's really hard for super squishy teams to dodge initiations and teams with strong front lines, but Origin's been able to do that. Now that they're picking a more conventional team, really old school actually, with Malphite and Orianna, it is diminishing their damage, and it also means that Soaz's flank as far as damage scaling is greatly diminished, and it's more on Peke to deal the damage.
And we need to keep an eye on this bot lane all the time, because LGD is doing what they were known for in the LPL. Always setting up that slow push with the minions while you're baiting around the Baron. So you have two fronts you have to defend on if you're Origin. Luckily, again, in the double teleport meta, it's a bit easier to deal with, because you can always just have Peke sitting here. But it's still 4 seconds where he's not there. And if he's not there once Malphite goes in, again, that wombo combo dies out. So he has to TP in very early to fight for this one.
What's the ward that he wants? Peke seems like he's coming to the backside with the team, so they're all coming from the same spot. Now LGD has that teleport, and they can do whatever they want.
That's why they just start the Baron. It's fairly safe. You disengage as soon as you see the TP, so you can now set up the wave one more time. And it's not there. They're starting it one more time, because Peke canceled his teleport.
That's strange that he didn't actually go in, but he'll make it there in time still.
They may be able to push mid lane here for Origin. They have the wave with Peke coming up. Need to worry about the flank, though.
He's got to be careful to conserve his mana in case there's an upcoming fight. With no teleport up, he's at about 1/3. So the last thing you want to do as Orianna is shield the Malphite going in and not have enough mana to do the alt W combo. You should hold off on casting.
Good job by Mithy. Throwing shurikens, just staying on the edge of LGD's sightline there to make sure he could figure out where some of the wards were placed if they needed sweeping. Clears the pink as well, but they give up the bottom side of the map. You can see the dragon, and that will be dragon number 3 for LGD 32 minutes into the game.
And this would normally be the opening. Oh, Nils, he's going to walk straight into them.
They didn't really have enough vision down here. They may have seen him come from one of the sides and then predicted he was still there without seeing an exit, but LGD just go into a dark side of the map and rock out Niels.
Really big mistake from Niels, uncharacteristic for him so far at Worlds, and this gives a huge opening for LG to try and take more advantage.
Mithy caught where he does not want to be. That Zanya's just used. Looks like he'll be an easy kill coming back up. Amazing gonna have to flash over the wall as Soaz is just ground pounded right now, trying to deter them from going any farther. LGD doesn't want turrets. They're gonna try to focus on whatever they can get objective-wise toward that Baron.
Just about to say this could be the small chance for Origin to get a pink ward down near Baron, but instead they're just getting...
This is a cat and mouse.
Just getting caught out left and right. Nils walking to that bottom and not expecting LGD to just go straight over the wall and kill him. Also with that big wave bot lane, he was saying to himself, okay, they're gonna go back, take the wave on the bottom side, push it back out, they're not gonna go for my red buff. But LGD, you have the control now. Suddenly you don't feel the pressure anymore. You're not really playing for anything. Just try and show what you can do.
Hey man, you want a red buff. Who cares?
Really want a red buff.
And he goes for red buff, he ends up winning the game because they find Niels in the jungle transition into a bunch of...
That's value of a red buff.
That is value right there. You know, could take a minion, could play safe, or I could invade the enemy jungler because they're so superior. No matter who they ran into invading that jungle, it was probably going to be safe.
And Niels getting Kalista did surprise me. Coming into today, 23 KDA on that team, still letting him have it as he flies under the radar. But it seems like as the team starts to fall of Origin, the members also kind of follow suit in that sense. Nobody's really being a huge standout carry right now.
No, and it really was just such a big problem for Origin after that lane swap, because again, we had different members on different sides, like Amazing was on top side near Source for a potential counter gank. It opened up for LGD so easily just to walk into that jungle and take full control and setting up that dive on Peke in the mid lane. Amazing is going in now.
Amazing hits the Agony's Embrace. Mithy trying to get his ult down. Zanya's will not be used before he goes down. Amazing now the focus of Godby, but he's forced to get out of there. A good hit by Niels. The Ren does not get a kill. And there are 3 huge members. TBQ, Imp, and Flame just running down the path of jungle here. Not a safe turret to be at right now for Origin, and they are just going to get sideswiped here. Both sides coming from LGD. One goes down. That's actually 2 already for OG. Is Amazing heads for the hills. They're gonna get Niels, and Origin can't even find safety under their own turrets right now.
LGD is just so far ahead. They were the ones pushing up. Origin said, okay, we might have to just go for an engage here to stop the push with the Baron buff. But we just see how hard it is. They were hitting Godby, the mid laner, all the time and he didn't even go down.
Yeah, Imp is untouchable right now. GodV is playing really well on Diana, and Flame is having quite a successful all-off game as well. I am happy for LGD to find this moment and have a strong game at Worlds, because it's been looking so hopeless for them in the first 4 matches.
First time I see him show off the logo.
He hasn't really had a reason.
Now he has 8-1 and 4.
Seems pretty polished now.
Oh, we're about to go 0-4. Logo. No, man.
Yay, look at us.
They're beating they're about to hand Origin their first loss at Worlds.
It's got to be bittersweet too.
Not a lot of people expecting it to be an upset, that LGD is beating Origin. But right now, that is the case. Man, look at this guy spamming the logo.
LGD's the king of upsets. We were calling all 3 of their losses in the group stage upsets, and then we decided, you know, you're 0-3. We're no longer allowed to call it an upset if they lose. Now it's an upset when they win. Congratulations, LGD.
Well, here's that time that these two teams were tied at 51,000. Definitely a different story coming in here. LGD with a choose-your-own-adventure book on this run-through. 36 minutes, so as getting a little body slam there. TBQ wiping off the sweat, getting ready for another go. Throws out some Gatorade. And it looks like they are just going to haterade right now. Killing wards, going in for the turret. Tanking it up, Flame, why not? He has no reason not to. He is gigantic right now. Sterix, that Black Weaver. He's even got the Spirit Visage finished up so he doesn't get nailed by Slicing Maelstrom or that Shockwave. These guys are ready and prepared. Items ahead and surplus to take these fights over OG. That's what we're seeing.
PYL's got 16 stacks on Soul Stealer and 2 of the major components for Rabadon's Death Cap. I'm ready to see some AP Jana. With the way, like, there's too many targets for Origin to try and focus right now. They want to kill GodV, but Olaf, when he ults into the team, is an immediate focus target. Otherwise, he's going to run you down. Imp is raining terror from the back line, so it's really smart of PYL actually to go full squishy AP damage, because if Origin wastes a lick of damage onto the Janna, the other 3 giant threats are going to kill him.
I am afraid that Origin, no matter what they do right now, will not have the damage. So you just aim for that Janna, remove some of those stacks.
Get a kill.
Get the kill.
Lose the game. But you got the kill.
You got the kill, so I say worth. You didn't get 20 stacks. That's the goal for Origin in this game. Avoid 20 stacks.
Zyrena's talking on the analyst desk.
Zyrena's
talking on the analyst desk. When you achieve your goals, you need to set new goals. Well, maybe if you fail your goals, you also need to set new goals, because it's nice to achieve something.
And it's a simple one, because if Source use ulti on PYL, Shockwave, there's no flash. I'm seeing it.
Obviously, Origin can still achieve their goals in first place in this group stage. They've achieved so much, and this loss doesn't actually punish them that heavily if they don't close out to win, because their next game against KT, a win will still give them first place in the group. It's very important to keep in mind, and it looks like, as far as player cams are concerned, Origin is not taking this game very hardly, the defeat at least.
And that's the key thing, because they play right after this again, so they're going to stay on stage. You just have to kind of reset your mentality, your mindset here. Look at your pick and ban phase once again. Is there anything you want to change? Because maybe you weren't too happy with the way you were drafting. Obviously, it's going to be different against KT. But really for Origin, it's just about saying this game doesn't matter at all for you. And I'm sure the players know that. They were so happy after beating Team Soulmate and securing that 4-0 and getting into the bracket stage.
Definitely a game that Peke was not able to super control mid. GodV didn't go off in mid lane, but he has been a huge part for LGD's success throughout this one. Imp as well, cleaning up those kills, also getting a few for himself. And here, as I said, under the turrets isn't even safe. They're taking out the turrets, they're taking out Origin. Niels gets the Fate's call in. I don't know if you're going to throw yourself back in. Maybe he makes the right choice, and he puts himself in base, but it's also in range of GodV. He was just waiting to see where the hamster went. This could be a triple kill. It is, as he brings in the Crescent Slash. Niels throws up the emblem, trying to give some pride to the team, and what a game coming in. Imp gets another one, 9-2 and 6 on the game with that Graves, and they're going to be going for the Nexus turrets.
Flame using the passive, man. Look at that Olaf player.
First Nexus turret goes down, the LGD flare goes out. They will not go 0-6 in the group stage. LGD finds themselves a win, and it will be over Origin.
Yeah, and this is probably the result that Flame wanted to have on his Worlds debut. Imp, a smile after all of the pain he's had to undergo so far at Worlds.
Leave it up to the
heavens.
heavens.
To have LGD get a win.
Just leave it up to the heavens, says Imp. Another prayer answered in 40 minutes.
Obviously, this also means that LGD's final game against TSM could put TSM to last place in the group or LGD not to finish last place. It also means Spawn has managed to select every single LGD game improperly as far as predictions go.
Throwing him under the bus.
He calls a win in 4 of their losses, and as soon as he jumps off the bus, they're like, well, now it's so light, we can drive around really freely and we're going to win the game. And they achieve victory, so good for them.
You just need that negative aspect, that false sense of security. You get it back.
LGD just wants to prove him wrong. That's
You
it.
say
They just
this?
want to prove him
We'll
wrong.
do that.
Like, you know that person on the English language broadcast, the Kassar League sometimes? He just lost faith. Let's prove him wrong. I think there was more to this one.
Great game, though. I mean, from LGD right here. They played out really well in the lane swap. They set up that dive in the mid lane for Godby. Went back to something that has worked for them. They didn't really play around Flame, even though he had a good game on the Olaf. It was about snowballing mid first, and then get your split push going. The team that started playing Diana mid with TP, they use it again, and it works fantastic for Godby and the rest of the team.
So looking forward now, Origin, well, a little flustered, we could see them discussing, really focusing on this next match.
Gotta shake it off.
Shake it off. Still showing quite a bit out of the champion pools. Peke has actually been running the Orianna teleport quite a few times, so maybe it's the save for something else. We've already seen him go back to a Nivea TF, the Vladimir in the top lane, some Season 1 champion comfort. But that definitely looks like it could put a stick in the spokes for what's going to happen here for OG.
I still do think here for Origin, they have to look at this early game and just quickly talk over like what went wrong, how could we allow them to just dive our mid laner, what could we have done different?
Yeah.
I'm sure that's what the team is talking about now. And then just needs to be fixed in 15 minutes basically before the KT game so the same mistake won't happen because they're obviously watching this game, they're looking at what was going on, and maybe they found an opening even though they're playing the next game already.
Yeah, KT got to watch that entire game. I'm expecting a much different drafting phase from Origin. Like, they had shown the mid lane teleport Orianna so many times throughout this group stage. Like, you can see teams are finding the holes of, oh yeah, he has no second defensive summer spell. Let's kill him in lane. That's happened 2 out of 3 times now.
The thing for Origin with this pick and ban phase is Kalista first pick was not a surprise. I mean, we're going to see that very often. Kennen came in, it did the same in the last game because it's a flex pick. So that was the same once again. Obviously, a lot of jungle bans happened in this game, and Gragas was picked away, forcing Amazing onto a new jungler on the Evelynn. Didn't have much of an impact.
Right.
But a lot of the early picks could very well be the same. It's just if Origin can play different with these picks because Kennen and Kalista rely so much on that 2v2 lane. They didn't get it in this game. They could never really be that bully. So it had 0 impact also because P well could pick Janna into it.
One interesting thing, though, is they knew exactly who Solas was going to be laning against in the Olaf. And oftentimes, Origin has made sure that Soaz has a stronger split pushing threat in the game. It's one of the ways they generate most of their plays with double teleport, but that's not something you're ever going to be getting with the Malphite. No. And they knew that they were picked into that matchup because Malphite was the last champion Origin actually selected, and the last choice on LGD's side was Diana. So I would have expected them to flex the Kennen up to the mid lane into Olaf. At least he can bully early.
Yeah, but you don't want to run that because, especially after level 6, Olaf just ignores your ult, and he just takes you out completely.
That's a wrong
As a
analysis.
Kennen player, I don't like that matchup. Now let's head over to Shox in the interview lounge for more on LGD's first win at Worlds.
Thank you very much, guys, as I'm joined by the AD carry Imp after LGD finally securing that first victory. And receiving the applause from the guys here as well. Imp, in this game, you guys played phenomenally. You honestly played like we had expected LGD to play. What made it finally come out in this game?
임프 선수 일단 첫 승리를 축하드리고요. 오랜만에 같이 인터뷰하네요. LGD가 이제 본인의 경기력을 보여줄 때까지 너무 많은 시간이 걸렸는데 많은 사람들이 예상한 그런 LGD의 그런 탑 클래스 경기력. 근데 왜 이렇게 많은 시간 동안 고생하다가 이렇게 첫 승리 거뒀는지 좀 말씀해 주세요.
저희가 그 중국에서 경기를 치를 때도 그 정규 리그에는 한 6등, 5등으로 끝내놓고 나머지 남은 거에 이제 플레이오프 시작돼서 천천히 올라가는 슬로우 스타터라는 이름이 있었거든요. 솔직히 이런 걸 변명으로 하기엔 좀 뭐하고 준비 안 했는데 이제 와서 열심히 하니까 그래도 지금이나마 잘 하게 될 수 있는 것 같아요. 하게 된 것 같아요.
Even back in China, we were called a very slow starter. We would do like 5th or 6th place during regular season and climb up that playoff. So I know it's a bad excuse, but I think that also worked here. Like we didn't prepare as well during the very first week. But yeah, I think we're a very slow start at that kind of point.
A bit too slow of a start. And well, Imp, honestly, I had expected to interview you a couple of times throughout the tournament. And I want to go back to a video we saw of you before the tournament where you said, I hope that I won't be the one crying this time. And then today we saw you saying, it's up to the heavens. It strikes me as a very non-Imp thing to say for a world champion. Where did that come from?
그 사실 저희는 인프 선수를 좀 더 자주 인터뷰할 줄 알았는데 이번 대회 도중에 좀 더 시간 돌리자면 대회 전에 이제 사전 인터뷰 영상에서 인프 선수가 이번 대회 동안 내가 안 울었으면 좋겠다는 얘기를 했었고 어제 그러니까 이번 또 인터뷰에서도 하늘에 모든 걸 맡기겠다라고 얘기를 했었는데 사실 인프 선수다운 발언이 아니한테 약한 모습이고 월챔 우승자 출신이라고 하기에는 되게 약한 모습인데 왜 그런 멘트를 하셨는지 좀 말씀해 주세요.
제가 제 실력에 대해 잘하니까 그런 것 같아요. 제 실력에 대해 자신감이 없어가지고 그랬던 것 같아요.
I think it came from lack of my own confidence, my performance.
Is that something you think you can build up again looking at next year? And what will it take?
내년에는 그러면 어떻게 하면 다시 그런 자신감을 다시 쌓아갈 수 있을지 좀 계획을 얘기해 주세요.
제가 한국 팀이랑만 하면 너무 약해지는 것 같은데 한국 팀 원딜이랑 안 하면 제가 잘할 것 같아요.
I think as long as I avoid playing against Korean teams and Korean ADCs, I'll be okay.
All right, we'll see if that happens. Finally, though, I do want to get a little more information out of you. Who do you think, seeing how you won't have to play any of them anymore, are the number 1 and number 2 team in the tournament right now, and why?
그럼 마지막 질문으로 이제 더 이상 대회에 이제 출전하지 않으시니까 인프 선수는 객관적인 그 평가를 했을 때 지금 대회에서 가장 강한 두 팀이 어디를 생각되는지 말씀해 주세요.
저희 팀 말하면 SKT랑 가장 강한 두 팀은 SKT랑 쿠 타이거즈요.
SKT and the Crew Tigers, still rooting for those Korean teams. Well, thank you very much. Awesome to talk to you as always. Imp, now guys, back to the desk.
Thank you, Shocks. LGD finding their first win there. I think most importantly, we have to note what Jat pointed out is that Spawn over here jumps off of the LGD bandwagon, and then LGD decides to run him over with it.
And then they reversed a couple of times as well. Like, that was a very heavy hit, but thank goodness for LGD. Like, they went back to their guns. PWL literally picked TBQ up, took him to the mid lane, got Godby the kill, and they ran their split pushing style. And one thing that I will point out about this team, they haven't had a good Worlds, but their allocation of farm that game, you saw that every single carrier on the team got equal amount of farm. This is what the team was famous for in China, because you see eventually Niels has to fall behind because they can only give farm to 2 people, the 2 split pushers that are going up against Flame and Godby, and then Imp just runs over the game. It was really good to watch, but in saying that, it's way too late and Origin really had nothing to play for.
Yeah, this was them picking up those side waves and having that wave manipulation on those carries, but also the skirmishes, the diving, very heavy. PYL got a ton of action that game, and he was even playing Janna. He's not playing this type of dive-in champion. And we saw them grouping up very early sometimes, and they were playing around the Diana, and I really, really like that. They unlocked Godby, and then he became this gigantic threat.
And PYL was famous for Janna. He was the first Chinese support that people really gave credit to Janna for. They're known as heavy engage. He's a great disengaged support. Where has this been the whole tournament?
Yeah. Unfortunately, too little, too late. Hasn't been here for the tournament. Want to hit Origin real quickly, Yamato, because as was mentioned, they've got to hop right back onto stage, go up against KT. At this point now, with that loss, it's win or lose first or second place. They can't force a tiebreaker now because of that loss. So mentality-wise, you've only got 15 minutes. As a coach, what are you stepping up on the stage? What's Hermit telling them right now to make sure that they can get back in line for a win against KT?
I'm pretty sure they prepared for KT already, like, more heavily than they did for LGD, because they couldn't really, I think they had low expectations of LGD, and also on top of that, the KT game would be the deciding game, no matter what, if they won this game or not. So in the end, I feel coming into the game against KT, in this game, I think Origin's way of, when they fall behind, I feel like they struggle, because in most games that they've had like these advantages in the early game, they find it easy to transition it, especially with the Kalista. But the Graves came in, and it kind of is a good matchup against the Kalista, which was very interesting to see come in.
Now, Spawn, big thing that was pointed out as well was the fact that Soaz was taken off of a carry, especially after they had seen that the Olaf was going to be going top lane. Do we expect him to fall back onto something that he's a little bit more pressure on?
100%. I think that the triple threat unlocks Niels, who's the most important member for me on this Origin roster. And Mithy actually does a very good job of starting the fights and then disengaging when he needs to. So they have enough out of that position for me in the support to really get it done. I expect them to play much more aggressive triple threat style.
We'll have a little more time to talk about that game on the other side of the break. Earlier, we opened up our expertise to you with the hashtag AskTheDesk. So let's turn to Twitter and see what you want to know. First up, at Keegan Holm writes, will the amount of champion diversity in champion picks thin out later on in the tournament? An important statistic to note. To this point in time, there have been 68 unique champions picked. That's compared to 59 across the entirety of Worlds last year. So we already have a more diverse Worlds than last year. But how do you guys expect this to trend?
Well, that's also half of the champions in League of Legends, exactly. So I feel like this is going to trend as we get into quarters. There's going to be less teams, less strategies all over the place. And I feel like we'll see a meta kind of settle in. Maybe it'll be like, Tom Kench this game, Tom Kench that game, right? So I feel like we'll see less and less of that as time goes on.
Like personally, I feel like, as you said, the meta will settle simply because everyone will take ideas from the teams that have drafted properly. But I still feel like the teams, for example, Ku Tigers, I feel like a team like Ku Tigers have saved a lot of things coming into the quarters. So I'm expecting some picks, maybe a Soraka, maybe people play more Veigar, something in that kind of taste.
Yeah, I think there are a couple left. I look at Zillion, I look at maybe even an Ezreal or a Corki. They're the ones to me that haven't been played yet and can potentially make it, but I think that we're starting to get towards the bottom of that barrel.
All right, well, on the topic of the world's meta, Je suis Pepe Le Pew asks, what is the best mid-late game strategy to combat double or even triple TP comps? Are we going to see any triple TP comps? He knows something we don't know. He knows something.
It's like in the late game, like teleport as a summoner scales very, very hard, because if you fall behind with the teleport, it kind of shows that you struggle, as in the game against Origin LGD. But if you fall, like if you come out ahead with TP, of course it looks good. But what I want teams to do is do the TSM approach. Go with champions that have stuns, because in the mid lane, if they're going with the TP, they're going to lack the cleanse. Annie is good against the Syndra and pressure that mid lane early on.
So we actually had a pretty smart top laner in the OPL that did something really cool, which is he gets his support to start a Banner of Command minion very far back, and because it's a lot of mid laners, you burn the top laner teleport, and then the mid laner can't actually deal with the Banner of Command minion, and it runs over the base. So I'm expecting teams to itemize a little bit better against mid laners that start this summoner spell by using an item like Banner of Command to try and combat the waves.
Yeah, so the question is about mid and late game, but I also want to cover early game too. So late game and mid game, I would pick hard engaged type champions so that you can force team fights on the people who aren't there. When people are saying go to the source of a teleport, sometimes it's better to just engage on the people and try to blow people up that aren't with the teleport. But during the early game as a jungler, I like to go towards the mid lane. I like to go towards the person who doesn't have that defensive summoner, like the Orianna that we've been seeing. Blow them up, take a support and a jungler, go towards that lane, shut them down. And that's how you deal with Twisted Fates as well. You try to get them early, but then you also try to get to places before them as well. So that's how you combat that in the early game, and I think that's a big part to snowball it, because if the TP gets ahead, then you can't split push with multiple people if they're ahead against you, so it becomes a big problem.
Fair enough. Well, we'll see if any of the teams decide to take the expert advice on this desk. We need to take a quick break, but the battle in pairs continues with Origin versus KT Rolster. We'll be right back with more Worlds in just a moment.
Yay! The amount of wave participation in the crowd is at least like 95%.
The slicing Maelstrom cannot stop Flaming Imp coming in off the wing. And nice collateral damage, but there's the Wombo back in. They are now going to take down Imp. Here comes the TP from Soaz. Do they take down Imp? That's the unstoppable force that's required to do so. But here comes the Command Protect. Shockwave actually pulls him perfectly away, but he gets hit by the undertow. Amazing, doesn't get the dodge in. Both sides coming from LGD. One goes down. That's actually two already for OG. His amazing heads for the hills. Midi makes the right choice, and he puts himself in base. But it's also in range of Godby. He was just waiting to see where the hamster went. LGD finds themselves a win, and it will be over Origin.
Welcome back to the League of Legends World Championship. In just a moment, Origin will return to the stage as they take on KT Rolster. Now, this game is going to be the deciding factor for which team comes out as the first seed and which team comes out as the second seed. A lot on the line in this game. I'm going to start with predictions here, gentlemen. I'm going to ask you to explain your thinking as we go down the line. Yamato, once again, we're starting with you.
So I'm going to choose KT simply because this time KT has red side, and I feel that the matchup between Someday and Soaz is favored in Someday's favor, of course, and Someday getting the counter pick is going to have a massive impact because last game we saw them face each other. They kind of just threw in the mid to late game. So I feel like if KT kind of solved that problem, I feel they have the edge.
Alrighty, Spawn?
Yeah, this was a harder game for me. I'm also going to go with KT. The reason being is I think that Niels and Mithy have now been shown that they are so much importance for their team, and I think the double teleport thing will start catching up with Origin a little bit as well now, just like it did for LGD. And I think that Someday's usage and his zoning of backline has only improved as the tournament went on. So I think that Someday is going to have, once again, another massive game, and the bottom lane of Origin is going to start becoming a huge focal point for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, I'm also going to go with KT on this one. I feel like even though they got out macroed last time, a lot of that was Nagne in the mid lane was not able to hold up on Echo. And I think that Echo is not something we're going to see again, and most likely for a lot of this tournament. I don't think it's a favorable pick there, and they wasn't able to get in a Kog'Maw composition. So Someday in the top lane, like Yamato was saying, I think is a key to victory here, and they're going to be able to exploit the rest of the map through that.
So no faith in Origin here on the
I have faith in them. I feel like Origin could take this home. There's a very high chance, and this was, like Spawn was saying, a very hard game to predict because these teams match up very well on paper.
All right, so the desk is slightly tilted in favor of KT.
I mean, LGD's been losing all tournament.
No, yeah, Spawn is just entirely tilted as an analyst. But the desk itself is tilted in KT's favor. It's time to see who will go to London as the first seed from Group D. So let's send it down to the casters and get this one underway.
Thank you very much, Dash. Great stuff on the day, guys. It's been amazing listening to you go back and forth, but we do have more games to go. Myself, Jat, and Deficio still here, and this now for OG means they have to kind of wipe the slate clean. Yep. They're still on blue side, but does that hurt? Nagne came out very big last game. He may get a counter pick that he wants coming into this pick and ban phase.
So Origin as a team really like to target ban. We saw TPQ receive the Lee Sin Rek'Sai treatment against Team Solo Mid. They banned away 3 mid laners. I think they're going to ban like a Zia against Nagne. Could even go for the Blanc ban potentially. Take a Lulu away as well on that blue side. Aim for him. Try and shut him down a little bit. We, of course, get Mordekai as a gangplank from KT. And then they could potentially get 1 target ban.
Yeah, week 1, Nagne was actually one of the weakest mid laners at Worlds. Statistically, he had massive CS discrepancy and wasn't doing damage in team fights when compared to the rest of his team. But today has been much different. He's had some really solid performances. He had something like an 80 CS lead over Godfrey later into that game they played earlier today. And they have actually chose not to fully target ban. Well, they did target ban him. You're correct.
Sure. You get at least a Zia ban against him. Lulu, of course, a flex option. Would still expect that to go towards the mid lane. But it's a very standard blue side ban now because you don't always want to first pick it and then show your composition already with that first pick. Now, I like the Kalista ban from KT. Think still LG should have done that last game.
Yeah.
Means at least, obviously, 4 amazing.
Talking about how Niels is kind of flown under the radar here, but Spawn made a good point. You see how important Niels and Mithy are to the team. So once they do get hit a little bit, they can't start to produce results. Here in the picks and bans, Elise is picked up by Amazing. Allow some catches and starts in the early game here if he wants to go hard. We've seen him kind of power farm with that champion in the beginning of the game go.
Very, very smart top lane in these lane swaps, knowing when to back away, don't want to risk himself getting killed 2v3, 1v3, whatever it is. But I think we also saw with Origin in the last game is when Mithy is not on the hard engage support, how that has to go over to someone else. This last game it was over to Soaz. You talked about it in the game as well, how it kind of eliminated them from running triple threat composition. So I think getting an engaged champion for Soaz is very key for this team. Oh, sorry, for Mithy. It's very key because he's so good as well as timing when to go in.
And I think it's smart of KT to not pick Darius early against Origin. Origin has actually been saving when they're on red side their last pick so Soaz can pick a counter matchup, and getting rid of that advantage for Someday to actually pick a counter matchup to Soaz is huge. So even though Darius is up, because both Someday and Soaz are so good at counter picking, I don't expect the top laner to be picked until last for KT. Or they can just wait a little bit and hope that Origin shows their hand early.
Origin might want to just flex again the cannon. Obviously means you can't really pick your support at the same time because that would kind of ruin the whole purpose of it. Not expecting a cannon mid lane to happen. Another champ that's open, in this case, I'm only saying this because Jinx is here, is Tahm Kench. And I think the Tahm Kench Jinx combos we've seen so far have been very, very good because he kind of gives Jinx that extra mobility she needs to survive when the engage happens from the other teams. And also in the laning phase, you kind of turn into a farm lane.
Yep.
I want to see if Peekaboo wants to play it. Also against the Thresh, I think it's a fine pick.
Yeah, so we've been doing a fair bit of talking about Tahm Kench versus Janna, and we thought like maybe why we weren't seeing Janna is because Tahm Kench was doing that job better. But I think there's a little bit of nuance to this, as the Darius actually is locked in, so there's still going to be the possibility for Origin to pick a counter matchup. But I feel like Janna is better against AoE teams because she can disrupt the Wombo combo, but Tahm Kench is much better against single target teams. Both are good defensive supports, but they have different strengths.
And Origin right now have a lot of single target CC to catch out members. The pick composition they're somewhat building with the Elise and the Thresh, very, very standard. That does allow the Tahm Kench to stop this guy from dying. Again, I don't know if KT wants to run it, but it's still fun to always look at some of these new support picks coming into the scene and where they start working in the meta.
They will lock in the Shen. Since week 1, we have not seen the Ninja take place back on the Rift, but it's actually going to be locked in here, meaning a support Shen for Peekaboo.
So 2 things KT are doing in this pick and ban phase. 1, they're getting ready to counter double teleport by having Shen support, so you can shut down what Origin used to beat KT in the last game.
Save that
obviously,
one guy that gets caught.
Yeah, exactly. The 1-3-1 split push and stop that one-on-one from ever really happening, so you have extra global pressure on your support. And by taking Darius, you have that last pick for Peekaboo, last pick for Nagne, in case a TF gets locked in from Xpeke here. So he might be able to get a good matchup, take a LeBlanc into it, take a Fizz into it or something, and try and kill him in lane.
I'd love to see Twisted Fate from Peke here. I think it's really important that they're able to focus down Someday in lane, but at the same time, going to keep their AoE damage going. This is such a heavy magic damage team if they lock in these picks.
Yeah, we've seen this a few times today, honestly. I think the reason Origin does not want to go for Twisted Fate is because of Shen. They don't want to risk getting into a split push war against a global support, basically, and double teleport potentially anyway on the side of KT. So he goes for the very safe option. Do think Victor, after some of the nerfs happening to his early game, is not as safe as he used to be. And you can take quite a lot of lanes that can try and go for kills against him.
Yeah, I'd actually call him much more balanced. He runs into some mana problems if he tries to harass, because he used to be able to just wave clear as well as harass and then roam, but if he's using his wave clear now, he then doesn't have as much mana to hold off, and his scaling is much more gradual towards the late game. So I like the niche he's in as you see, 17% pick. That seems about right.
Does he just take Veigar here? Blow up the entire team. Could go for Diana still. Teleport in the mid.
It's another good matchup for Diana. We saw Godfrey do the same in the last game. It's so difficult for these control mages to really pressure her early game. Again, she can start, if she wants to go full sustain, flask 3 potions. Even Dorn's Ring is okay into double potions as well. You have the TP for yourself, so you can sustain yourself in the lane early on and farm up that Nash's Tooth as your first item and then start becoming that split pushing threat really effectively. And you're so good at setting up these dives. So what you have now is a combo where a Shen support can easily join in when a Diana goes aggressive, and you can very easily dictate when do you want to fight. Do you want to shut down someone 1v1? Do you want to tower dive him on the side of KT? And of course Darius is going to be the rock sitting in the other lane. But he's been counterpicked. Kennen is a good champion into Darius. You can keep the range, you can poke him there. It's just very hard for you to kill him.
I think it's a great champion against Darius as long as they get to lane against each other. I think this will be a very lane swap heavy game. And on the topic of the mid lane picks, Peke versus Nagne, Victor versus Diana, I think that's an incredibly swingy matchup.
Sure.
Because Diana needs to fully engage onto Victor. If she can blow up Victor, she wins outright. But if she comes in to that range, she will get stunned in gravity field and then counter blown up by Victor. It really just depends on who gets a little bit ahead in that matchup.
We see the coaches shaking hands and heading off, leaving the teams now to fight for the first spot in Group D. Who's going to be able to grab it here, Origin or KT Rolster? Send your hashtags over to Twitter, hashtag OGWin or hashtag KTWin for who you think is going to come out into this game. OG a bit warmed up, trying to clean the slate. KT just had a chance to watch that game, and the first time that OG has faltered, maybe they know why. Maybe they can replicate it. We'll have to see. We're about to be on the Rift. A very big game here for Group D. to show us who will be that front runner.
Possibility of tiebreakers is no more. Winner of this game will definitely be first place. They have both secured a spot in the quarterfinals, but also, if you're a second seed in the group, you have the possibility of having to face the undefeated SK Telecom in your first quarterfinal matchup, which neither of these teams want to have to do. KT had to face SKT in a best of 5, and that was a 3-0 in the finals over in LCK for the summer.
Maybe you could get the Flash Wolves #1 seed coming out of Group A. So you're rolling the dice here. It could go very wrong, or maybe you could get a matchup I think both these teams would look forward to playing against the Flash Wolves. We're going to have to see what happens, obviously.
You can't really predict anything this world. Everything has been blown wide open.
So
besides that C group.
About this early game here for Origin, they will very much like to have standard lanes. Getting Source into that one-on-one. He needs to be so careful, though.
So as going to have to blow a flash here over the wall. Do they follow? It's going to be Someday. Apprehend.
He did
just
so late.
Misses.
As
flash for flash top.
As
and
silly as it is to face check that brush, Origin wins that trade. The top laners are down flash. Arrow used his flash, and Peekaboo used both summoners. That was a 4-summoner for 1 exchange, and Origin still gets counter wards. They lucked out big time there.
And they now know KT's going to be in the top side. We just said it before, Origin wants standard lanes. KT does not. You don't want to face head-on against the cannon. Double range lane as well in the bottom lane for Origin versus Shen support. KT can be very happy if they get the 2v1, but look here, Origin already lane swapped. They're going to be spotted on this ward at the tower, but it's so late they moved through it that KT won't really be able to recall in time and get the 2v1 unless they just push out the wave with Jinx and then recall and swap the lanes around.
Looks like it's going to be Soaz to lane. We'll see Someday getting his level 2 in the jungle with Score, and then he'll head back down. Get that Darius matchup in the lane versus Kennen. Both their flashes are down, so definitely going to be keeping the range on the side of Soaz there.
Nils is very late to this lane here. I think he's going to lose at least 1 or 2 minions.
It's also a bit of a strange open. That's not a double jungle going on for Origin. Soaz is soaking minions in the bottom lane, and Amazing actually solo started the jungle on his side, so a little bit non-standard level 1 here.
That was actually a really great taunt, too, from Peekaboo, stopping the Relic for Mithy to get the ones that Niels couldn't reach, so even a little more pushing them back on their heels as they start off this lane. We'll see how everything pans out. Someday going to get the blue as he takes it down to the bot lane. Score's not going to need that.
Okay, so KT is trying to give Someday a good lane. Give him a blue buff because he's going to have to spam the axe from max range to farm properly against his cannon.
Yeah, and the thing is, Soaz is going to get a good lane. He double jungled, and then the wave wasn't frozen on the bottom side, so he's getting the giant wave that Soaz pushed into the turret. That gives Someday an experience advantage in that bottom lane where both members are flashless.
You're right.
Plus this top lane, since Niels was late to the experience war, is going to be losing that as well. Both side lanes are at a disadvantage currently for Origin.
Look at this. We haven't had this too much where both mid laners have that TP. So 1-1 backs, you're definitely going to try to get the advantage of getting back in time, getting yourself in the lead. Whoever uses it to the side lane, better work first.
Yeah, I really like that blue buff on Someday. Again, he has to sit and spam the max range axe to farm properly, so he needs it to keep up with Source. We might also see if Source keeps being a bully in this lane. We just have Score coming down for the first early gank and trying to at least force a flash. No, he doesn't even have flash from level 1. Score should definitely move down towards the bottom side. Amazing though is doing exactly the same.
Yep, both junglers actually need to mirror here. And it is really about who gets there first, specifically against a Rek'Sai. If Elise can get position, I'd actually love it if Amazing just stood still for a little while because he's in undetected, and Rek'Sai won't expect the counter gank.
They saw Score on the ward here in the mid lane.
If Amazing moves around, but it's going to be a fight.
Here we go, and on Someday, uses the Decimate. He's actually going to try to run a bit towards Score. The teleport coming in from the top. That's mid, I'm sorry. Nagne is going to be hitting it. No mana there on him. He's trying to get the autos in. It will be Soaz going down, maybe. Apprehend's not going to be there. There's a slight bleed. He tries to dodge out in the zigzag and Score, but he finally goes down. Amazing. Had to leave him.
I love how KT waited to get Someday that kill, knowing he needs it to win that 1v1 matchup against Soaz. Also, really clever pathing by Score to get down for that gank. Amazing thought he was safe because he really didn't expect a Rek'Sai coming in from that angle and therefore wasn't afraid of a counter gank, but then the counter gank did arrive. There was no reason for Peke to match Nagne's teleport since it would have been a lost 3v3 anyways, and it gives First Blood smartly over to KT.
It creates a big mismatch in the top laner teleports as well for further plays. Half up already for Someday. They're going to know Soas will be down for a while.
Trying to trap Soas again.
And that
still doesn't have flash.
This is exactly what they did to Peke when he blew his flash last game. Can't get in close enough, though. KT is really trying to put the hurt on early.
And think about all this action in the bottom lane, and also Origen going in for that gank onto Someday. Darius wants this fight. He wants you to come at him and take the fight. Kennen is more sitting and poking you slowly down. So taking that 2v2, which it was expected to be, would almost always be very difficult for Origen to execute because Darius benefits from taking the fight and not the poke.
I absolutely agree. Darius wins pretty much every 2v2 matchup, which means counter-ganking for Darius is exactly what you want to do, which is why I have to credit Score's pathing so heavily. Amazing was there first, but Score took a really clever path and was able to get a counter-gank from Origen's side of the map, which is why Origen was willing to engage on it because they did not expect Score to be there.
You almost think they should. Knowing the Scuttle was there, seeing him clear the pixel brush, and then not disappearing through Scuttle. Had a pathing somewhere down towards that bot lane, but like you said, OG not ready for it. Now still trying to produce their own results here towards the top. 3v2 in this situation. Score very far off. Teleport down on both mid and top. Will they be able to get Arrow on this one? The Cocoon flashed out by Arrow. Nicely done there, and KT just kind of saunters out of that one.
You can see how Origen, both Mythi and Amazing, are trying to save the skill shot, wait for that flash to happen. One of them landed onto Peekaboo, and then the next one, Arrow, could just flash away from it. We might see a counter gank.
They may not have seen that ward placed there during the fight.
No, definitely not. So Score is spotted. They have full information on where he is. Origen might try and bait this one because Arrow is so low and with no summoners at all.
No heal. Would they be willing? Niels is also low,
Very
so
low.
they might just decide.
Boom on 2 members.
They decide not to. Honestly, even though Origen is actually even in gold right here, I have to credit a lot of the way KT has been playing this game. The way Arrow and Peekaboo dodged that gank, despite not being in position at the beginning when the gank arrived, the discipline they had on when to use their flash and escape summoner spells avoided what would have been certain death for a lot of other duos.
Sure, we're seeing some good decisions. Again, fight down the bottom lane. Someday walks into his minion wave. He's against double skill shot champions when it comes to the Cocoon from Amazing and obviously most of the damage from Soas. And he just dances around the minions, barely takes anything. Rek'Sai joins in. It's a lot easier to execute that 2v2 on the side of KT, which they did. Now we see the lanes swapped around. Bottom lane's going down to get some of the control on the bottom side near the dragon. And that means because Origen is slightly faster, they could go in and get a few deep wards. That is very, very key for them. KT not being able to mirror it and do it the same. So good little change from Origen being a bit faster, recalling.
Yeah. KT has a teleport advantage for another 40 seconds as far as top laners are concerned. Also, that's an advantage for Someday. Oh, he actually caught him with the Uttering the Decimate, which is what Soaz wants to avoid, obviously.
Definitely not becoming an easy lane after your opponent becomes 6 as Kennen. Usually ultimates stop him from getting any kills on you, or he can already do enough damage. That's what Soaz is dealing with. Went Sork boots first, so he's looking to participate in the fights, hopefully. Not really worried about that matchup versus Someday. Nagne getting the blue in mid lane. Good pink coverage on the side of KT to keep things safe in that sense.
Look at what Amazing is doing. Because they had that full vision of KT taking the blue buff, he knows it's very easy for him to just path over on the top side, steal away a buff for himself. Doesn't have any wards sadly for him to place, but at least he takes a buff away from KT, so just taking a small advantage. That's again because they recall first on the top side. He might even be able to sneak in behind Someday. He doesn't expect this one.
Got it. Misses the Cocoon though, so Someday still has flash. He's going to want to get to the Baron Wall before the stun.
Looks like he's actually going to have Nagne on his side as well before Peke can make it across. Very nicely done. They also know the pink ward now in mid. A bit of a help there to give themselves some more control. Mythi and Niels trying to push up here in this bot lane, but Peekaboo's been hitting these taunts, then the chompers every time. It's just enough, and that was a great lantern to avoid so much damage for Niels.
And Niels has gone Sheen though, so he wants to be able to trade back in a lot of those scenarios. And he's actually not worried about kill threat. Nagne snuck in thanks to the ward that Someday got while Amazing was counter jungling.
Oh! Call that the point of origin. When you're standing right on the stun usually does not hit you. Cocoon missed there. Amazing goes down right to the top side. They are just obliterating this half of the map as now we see Soaz go down. And Nagne actually uses this for a chance to go hard as well on Peke.
Some big problems for Origen here, not communicating properly. We saw Nagne move from the mid lane. He was pinged by Xpeke all the way. And Amazing started the Grump. So he just sat there, he waited for Nagne to show up. ends up dying, and then Shen backs away from the bottom lane. Instantly, we see a play on top side from KT. They get 2 kills for it. Some miscommunication from Origin in this early game, and you can't afford to do that.
Yeah, especially against KT, because we can see how aptly they capitalize on the smallest opening.
Yeah.
When they killed Amazing, they also knew it was safe for Peekaboo to abandon bot lane since the jungle gank was not going to come, and there's no way Arrow was punished by that. So they take one play and pretty much half a second later turn it into a second play in order to get 2 kills.
And really the key thing for KT is the fact that what beat them last time, the 1-3-1 split push that could pick them off with Twisted Fate and so on over and over. That's going to be in favor of KT in this game. Because you have the Diana now, we have Darius in the top lane, you have Shen support. There's so many good globals and split pushing opportunities versus Origin, so they will have to take the team fights against you where KT normally shines so much.
It's not going to get any easier from here on out for Origin. We already saw a difficulty to adapt in the last game versus LGD. Now it seems that KT may have their number as well. So as very afraid to go out past that kind of 75% farm mark on the side of Someday. So he stays, waits for the turret, and gets himself a little bit more coverage on the top side. Pings towards the bottom. They are going to meet back to the bottom lane. Possible teleport play being pinged out here. And then Dragon for KT Rolster.
They have all teleports up in the entire game.
That's true. It would be mess. It would be pretty bloody.
Which can set up some really explosive fights. It's also really important to try and get a pick elsewhere to force a teleport, then you can get those advantages. This is what they call the third teleport. Rek'Sai coming in for Soaz.
It's not a farm alarm, ladies and gentlemen. It's the kill alarm, and it is going to be Soaz 0, 3, and 0. Going to have to use that teleport to get back to lane.
Look here, the Origin trying to make a play on the bottom side. If they go for a kill, Darius can TP in then.
Don't know if he's close enough to it. The box goes out to slow Someday down. They're almost forced to go towards the turret a little bit first, and Origin gets completely caught out as soon as KT has the teleport advantage.
Another mistake from Origin right here. Beautiful play from KT. They invest Rek'Sai's ulti to get a kill on top. So they know, okay, Soaz is dead, he cannot TP down to the bottom lane.
Yep.
And suddenly Origin decides we're gonna push on the tower. Obviously KT has now the advantage with teleport on 2 members. Instantly join in, pick up more kills, take the mid lane tower, can now rotate Arrow to mid lane if they want to, or even top, take down another one, and really get out of control.
I think they are out of control right now.
Absolutely.
And this is a perfect example of what we call an arms race as far as global skills are concerned. Origin has been getting their advantages by outmaneuvering people around the map. So both sides have double teleport, but KT also has Rek'Sai and Shen. In killing the Kennen, they then know Someday can teleport uninhibited, and Origin just fails to account for that teleport threat. Someday didn't have to burn anything for that initial spell. Origin only has 2 globals. KT essentially brings 4. So when they take out one from Origin, they just have even more advantage, and it's not like Origin is even equipped to attack the weak points of having a global team comp, because they themselves are also running a global team comp. KT took what Origin was doing, but they're doing it better.
And now one of the ways you normally will play against like 4 globals from KT is that you have a team fight composition with a lot of engage. A lot of tools of saying we can group mid right now, engage on Diana, or whoever's sitting there defending, kill him, take the tower, and force them to abandon the split push and get in there to defend.
Right.
But Origin is running very much a pick composition when you look at jungle and support, and then flanking from that Kennen. That is not hard engage in any way possible.
Yeah. And how do you flank a team where everyone can teleport on the map, aside from the Jinx, who gets to shoot a Super Mega Death Rocket as well?
Oh, Peekaboo onto the turret. That's going to be amazing. The repel, nicely used to get himself to safety. It looked scary for a second, but it was okay for Origin. Arrow keeps himself safe. He does have to flash away from that slicing Maelstrom with Soaz to get himself to safety. Mid turret, however, going to be taking some damage. Nagne now coming up as well to assist on that. Looking at the cooldowns of Someday's and Nagne's teleport. Should be all right to have those up soon. And actually now mismatched once again with Soaz and Peke as they just made a move to the top side.
Origin needs to be careful. 5 members are going to show up.
That's a long run. They have so far to go down this lane, and right up the river is coming Someday and Nagne, a wall of death that OG is about to be running into. The Voidooz tries to slow them down, but it's not going to be enough. Soaz breaks off, takes the low road. Niels tries to stay on the high road, and neither are going to work on this one.
Unless Origin is staying grouped up, they are not allowed to be that far up on the map. KT is just taking these free kills all across the map right now. It's just like candy everywhere.
Pick it up. Pick it up and eat it up. 2-0-2 across Nagne and Arrow.
It is so
Rest of the
easy
team
for
playing
KT.
amazing.
It is so easy for KT to manufacture a numbers advantage if Origin isn't sticking together or near a turret. And that's exactly what we're seeing here because Origin is consistently pushing up beyond their safety zone and they're not grouping.
Right. Look how many forward wards they actually had for that. Pretty much in tri-brush. Didn't know that really anybody was coming up the river until it was too late. Now into the mid, a good play by Mithy. They may have Nagne for a kill, but Score will pop them up, deny the damage. And they just have the right composition to get out of a sticky situation.
And again, for Origin's comp here, if they played, or if their early game had gone way different, they'd maybe at least been even. They could very easily have gone mid lane with, of course, Niels with Peck. They start sieging in, land a hook, land a cocoon, and set up a kill, and force KT back with a relatively low wave clear. Yeah. But because now they've been punished by these mistakes and not communicating properly, listening to each other, and then all these globals happening, you start falling behind, and then suddenly your comp just more or less falls apart. Right, that siege is not going to happen.
As almost as Jab was discussing earlier, the junglers now have to mirror each other. Beyond that, the game has to mirror each other with teleports on both sides. The one who gets the upper hand in that continues to run the upper hand.
And just kind of as a larger meta discussion, I don't think I'm going to get time to get into this one.
Of course,
this fight
they'll
happens.
fight as soon as you start talking.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons the teams that haven't had strong early games have struggled more heavily than usual at Worlds is because of this double teleport meta that has taken over. Once you do get ahead with this strategy, if you know how to pull it off, there is almost no coming back aside from being ridiculously creative or having a completely different stylistic team composition. But if both teams are willing to go with a heavy double teleport strat, the early game is king.
And the problem is when you bring 2 teleports to the fight, and the other team then brings 4 teleports to the fight, in this case with Rek'Sai and Shen, you're always going to be outnumbered in the early game when it comes to taking that early advantage. So grouping is the only way for Origin to win. And they're trying to get Arrow again, but it's not going to work.
That is the worst feeling in the world as a Kennen player. Just on the edge of slicing Maelstrom, the AD carry is able to avoid it with a summoner heal. The rocket flies by, but it's already 2 members down for Origin, and they are losing ground fast in the mid lane.
Desperation calls for Origin. Just trying to get a kill.
Yeah.
Never really a backup plan or plan B to get out after you've gone for that kill.
Generally in the camp, it's better to lose fast than to lose slow, so Origin may be taking the first option.
Nagne a little too hard there going in.
This could be a turnaround.
Gets him killed. What are they doing? KT way too ahead of themselves on this one. Score's going to get hit up. Mithy with hook in just a few seconds. 2-1. Does he make it happen? They're going to hold it. Try and just get the play in. He flash plays. Doesn't need the hook. They want to completely secure everything in this one. 4 kills on KT.
That is actually a massive turnaround because not only did they kill 4 people, they killed bounties of extra gold from KT. They were losing this game awfully, but
you're right.
That also the kills went on to Coglock,
bounty,
which is huge. This game was out of control. Now it's 2,000 to 3,000. Origin's actually still in it.
Just when you talk about how this game should be almost impossible for Origin to win.
Oh my goodness.
KT's like, let's dive one by one, guys.
Let's make the impossible possible.
Oh, Nils, yeah, you want some kills?
All right, let's see this again.
Yeah.
Nagne was in.
Yeah. So KT already had 2 people dead, so they thought it was a safe dive. But he takes turret aggro before the team is willing to follow up. And then Niels just comes in the backside of the fight.
And let's just remember, we were only 18 minutes into the game. Diving a tower when you don't have any armor yet.
Well, they also didn't have Darius. Like one of the ultimate turret dive cleanups. Niels based after this fight with 2,500 gold. So he's got a few. He's got a few good
rush as well.
Sure. Even with that, they're still 3,000 gold down. But now they have a chance.
Scratching back, definitely grabbing the first rung of the ladder in a necessary climb. They got 3 needlessly large rods to help as well coming out of base before and after that fight.
And they finally get a chance to group now in the mid lane because there's no teleports on the side of KT. So there is at least a small opening to get together as a unit, try and push up, have Source even with his teleport, take one of the side lanes and see if you can get any vision into the jungle of KT. Otherwise, you're still just going to be pushed so far back on the map that it's just a matter of time before KT has the cooldowns ready once again to enable the 1-3-1 and do exactly the same as before.
See what moves KT is trying to put on the table. Nagne now back down to the bot lane. This teleport not up soon. These are some days, but they're definitely playing around that for sure. Score into the jungle as well, making sure that Nagne has a nice defensive wall of wards to play with here so he can get out in any amount of time to make himself safe. Baron is alive. Start to see wards towards that area, but like we saw on that turret dive, nobody's really strong enough to be taking down those. So no Baron just yet.
I'd like to see Origin be more aggressive now in this mid lane here, because you know there's no TP on the side of Nagne and Someday. So as long as they just sit back and defend against them and Source doesn't get caught by Someday right here, you know you can push up mid. And it's at least a 3v3, but you can even get your members to join in and have a 5v3.
Well,
or you can get caught out.
I think the Black Cleaver is giving him the move speed, and that's a dead Soaz.
Great buy on the Merc Treads. Did not stun him for enough time. Someday comes in, kills Soaz. OG a little late to the top side party as Someday getting much, much bigger. Is killing Soaz much, much faster. 6-0-2 for him. He has been having a fantastic tournament.
There's actually been a lot of talk about who is the best Korean top laner here. Is it Someday or is it Marin? Both of them are playing absolutely out of their minds.
I think you can add in Smep, another top laner who's really been showing up in this tournament here. So all 3 Korean top laners.
All right, they're pretty good.
They're decent.
Well, some of it does speak to the style of the way Korean League of Legends had been played even before Worlds. We talk so much about how this meta is unique, which it is, but even before this, top laners in Korea were getting a significantly higher number of resources from their team than any other region. So they're already accustomed to doing this sort of thing, and beyond the early game, the mid game and the late game is still formulating in somewhat the same way, and they're very comfortable having kind of these top lane carries, and they're very practiced in doing so.
And even when the dynamic changes, we see Arrow carrying on Mord previously earlier. These guys can switch it up with who's really pulling the hard carry. Nagne as well stepped up for the team, so all across the board, it's going to be very hard to put a dent in KT Rolster. Going for Dragon, that is going to be number 1 for them, number 2 of the game, as Origin has already grabbed one themselves.
If somehow Origin could get a 4v5 or a 4v4 that didn't involve Darius or Soaz, the game is basically even. It's a 2,700 gold lead that Someday has over Soaz at this point in the game. Of course he has teleport and he has no reason to burn it though, so that's actually kind of an impossibility. It would be nice though.
That's the freak
That's what they
strategy.
need.
When I do Origin,
and then take the gold back.
if you're a KT, you're not gonna make the same mistake you made earlier, going for that 1 versus 1 or whatever dive was.
Which was without Darius as well.
Okay, no Darius, you're right, he can join in. But for now for KT, keep pushing your side lanes like you're doing right now. We saw what happened last time Source, but even close to Someday, completely destroyed. Even had to flash away but didn't survive in the end because the ulti followed him and killed him. KT can start setting up pings around Baron. Already bought them when you see 2 guys coming from base, Arrow and Peekaboo. And you know what? You just have another way now of baiting a potential fight, or you take a free Baron.
OG can still bring out the brush. I know it's a Fnatic brush, but it has to be in the playbook. Get in the brush, make it happen, get a bushwhack fight, and just surprise KT. Not really a team you want to group up on, so if you can get somebody like Arrow first, it would be the best. KT, however, moving too good around the map right now, getting everything they want, and wards in place, so OG can't even enter a brush without KT knowing right now. Amazing. Trying to force Peekaboo out, but there's not much they can do. 1 sweeper there, but you can see he still has 3 around that area, and these sweepers aren't upgraded yet.
Yeah, it's so hard when you're working on these low gold incomes when you're behind to want to upgrade the sweeper, but it's absolutely necessary if they want to have any type of safety when pushing up, because one of the... Oh! Woo! It might still go for it. He had to respect the flash from Score, which is why Neo's flashed away early. And there's Someday.
Someday is walking around in wards right now, but they can't do much about it. Just leave this guy be right now. He goes up towards the top side. No flashes need to be burned there other than Niels to get out of the fight. But there were some ults, 4 ults, and Nagne's TP was used.
Yeah, the TP is actually really critical because that means they can't threaten his split push as much and can give Origin a small chance of grouping up. Additionally, the other thing that's stopping Origin from grouping up as 5 is the fact that they don't have the upgraded sweepers and can't clear vision behind them,
with
two
on the other side.
And which makes them completely open to flank teleports if they do group up as 5.
Sure.
Now they kind of have a bit of a window.
It's also just for Origin the fact that if they ever move forward, even if you have all the sweepers in the world, you're just going to see Nagne and Someday run from their lanes. They push so far down through the jungle, Origin have to just appear behind them anyways. Like, there's so many ways for KT to flank as long as they have the side lane control, meaning that Origin has to catch someone out in this mid lane among the 3 guys. Peke is completely out of mana, and here's 2 guys coming.
And there's Shen. Goodbye.
So, Origin reaching a little bit for resources here. Possibly a finished item for Peke as what would
Stalled
come
this
from
pretty
this.
well. That wasn't a
kill
stall,
on the
though.
top
Oh
lane.
my God.
OG is going to go for the Baron. No, they peel off. It's going to be on Nagne now. The exhaust goes down early. That gives him time to kill Niels if he actually wants to dive back in. He gets hooked when he tries to go for the Lunar Rush. Nagne is definitely going to go down here. The teleports to the top side now as KT is trying to get into this area and make this fight theirs. They do so. Nagne goes down and 3 are dead from Origin.
I think it's safe to say that Nagne is playing much better than he did last week. I also think it's safe to say that Soaz is having a terrible game.
Yeah,
for him right now. He is not recovering or playing well from behind right here. And it was an interesting move here by Origin. They thought they were going to force the Baron while Pekka was getting caught, but Nagne just ended those dreams. They're teleporting in on a Lantern too!
Little Lantern out. Soaz can't really get himself to the back line. Will a smite come in? Will a hit happen? Score does get the Baron. And
actually
now
a good call by Fnatic.
He's going to have to push himself out. Someday goes down. Double kill coming in for Niels. Can he get some living artillery in for sight and a catch? They don't even want it. They've got what they needed here. A few kills. Hopefully they can stop the Baron, but it's still on 3 members of KT.
Yeah, and we still just see how far ahead KT is here. 3 guys can go down to the bottom lane and get a kill, and you can still stop the Baron at first. 1 guy just killing Soaz with Nagne jumping in, taking out, and then the rest can just return.
For being 0-7, that was a really good play by Soaz to get some return kills and even more kills on Niels. Also, I thought I was going to make it and not call Origin Fnatic by accident when I see Soaz and Peke at Worlds. But I saw Soaz teleporting in at Worlds, and I thought it was Fnatic. I failed.
Yeah, you only had an entire year to realize.
I failed. Well, it's Worlds.
That's all right. I had Super Hot Royal Club last year. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah, so teleporting on the Lantern, classic good play.
Pull them out. So they're stuck here, taking a lot of damage from the Baron. Again, it's the best Origin can get here. There's no smite for them. But just get a few kills, get more gold for Niels. He's really the guy getting everything. The problem is he just never gets the chance to sit and deal damage because 2 or 3 guys are coming in from different sides and they always just jump straight on him and take him down as fast as possible.
Still quite an effective Baron. If Nagne has it, he can kid himself on those side lanes. Someday did lose it, so that won't help as much. And the teleports are down on both sides now, and they're not timed with KT's side. OG kind of working with the same timers, so they may be able to make another big play. But right now, get a lull. 13 seconds until Dragon. I think this is easily going to be KT's see Origin cleaning up some resources in their own jungle.
And we just need to see Origin basically say the only way for us to get back into this game right now is to create a pick. So we need to get some pink wards into our own jungle.
The only way, yeah.
And try and simply create some sort of shadows in there where KT might run through and get caught out. Because in the open lanes, KT can see everything. They always know Source is at his tier 2 tower. They know Peke is at his tier 2 tower on the bottom lane. So they are never going to be surprising KT at any point. So it's about Amazing and Mithy, who creates a trap in their own jungle. And when Peekaboo walks in like he's doing now, you catch him out and kill him, and you buy yourself some time.
And this is so great. Score top. Score has ult up. He can farm alarm down to the Dragon even if necessary, but doesn't need to. KT just grabs the Dragon. They had everything in place if the fight were to even happen for a 5v4.
So many different people on KT can pull off this split pushing job. This is
it's crazy.
This is the ultimate split push team.
Now towards the mid lane. This turret, they dove under a little too hard last time. A little trial and error. They take it down first before going past it. And now the outer ring of turrets getting beat up very hard on the side of Origin. Looks like the bottom lane is the focus with the Baron being and Dragon being down. It's all about the turrets.
That small little opening Origin had where they didn't manage to catch Peekaboo when he cleared out the ward is now gone because KT has moved in with every single member. They've taken over the jungle. So we are looking at basically a tower dive for KT going wrong.
Right.
That Origin can punish a second time to buy more time. But because KT made that mistake at first, I think they've said, okay, guys, we don't have to be over-aggressive. We can keep just playing it fairly safe like we've done for most of the game outside of that one play.
Yeah, and that one mistake stalls the game out substantially. During the regular season, even just looking at Peekaboo games, KT played longer games than most in the LCK, who already played kind of slow games. So they made that mistake, but they haven't been the best team at actually winning games quickly. They've had pretty solid secures. Once they get a lead, they often don't lose it, but they definitely don't know how to do it very quickly, which does leave them somewhat open to potential counterplays. And this game, while 30 minutes in, with KT having control throughout most of the game, is still only a 5,000 gold lead. And the later this game gets, the less relevant 5,000 gold becomes.
So wards just outside of the sweeping range. Do you see what KT is trying to put in here? Origin will know they have flank wards on their shoulders left and right, so they're trying to set up pinks to stop this from happening. FLICKR, pretty much the only one that can continue to laser clear and keep away from Nagne here in a full burst death. Now trying to hold the bot lane.
And remember, KT can have Shen sitting in mid and just use that ulti on Nagne if he jumps in onto FLICKR, who has no defensive tools, no hourglass or anything. Mithy's trying to get Arrow here.
Is there anybody to give the lantern to, though? Nobody can come in. Arrow hits immediately. Peekaboo on his back, flashes forward for the taunt. Soaz goes down. And Mithy, I think they were trying to deter KT from taking it and weren't ready for a fight. And KT wanted a fight. Now inside the base of Origin. That's going to be another dunk down. The apprehend misses amazing. Someday almost living, but goes down to a Cathy surprise. And that's going to be one last shot. It's the laser. Just burning out the heels of Arrow.
And you know what? That's another 3 for 3. Even though it's such an advantage for KT, Someday went deep, Arrow followed, and they don't lose much outside of a bit of split push pressure on this map. It should have been huge for KT, but again, Origin managed to pick up 3 kills on the backside.
Nils using the passive really well, getting that kill onto Someday just before. And really just for Origin, they managed to sneak in behind KT, even though it should almost be impossible for Mithy to get in here and land that first hook, but there's no follow-up for him.
Soaz literally cannot move past Darius without dying. So I don't think that was a good flank by Mithy because there's no way Soaz actually follows up on that play. From there, he gets Noxian Might, which means 1 spell land gets 5 bleed stacks, which is why Someday saw this kill on Niels and said he could go for it. 1Q, auto, ultimate. But he continues to tank the turret, and so does Arrow.
Something could easily walk out of that one,
Look
but really...
where Mithy walked too. 2 pink wards just sitting there. They had no right to be in their own jungle.
And that was the thing. Mithy didn't need Soaz to do anything. He needed both Niels and Amazing to be able to follow him in there when they made that pick. Get that first kill onto Arrow, because what KT did wrong, small thing still, they gave up the mid lane pressure by moving Arrow to the side lane and joined Darius to take down that tower. So that allowed Origin to say, okay, we can leave mid lane as well with our 3 guys because there's no one who's going to push it other than just the support Shen. So we can move up and look for that one pick. Problem was Niels and Amazing were not with Mithy. So even though they caught him, they didn't kill him. And instead trade 3 for 3. Still good enough for Origin, but they also lost the tower.
I love when teams sometimes so far ahead, it makes it a lot easier for them. Just keep adding on to the effect they're trying to do with the game. Split pushing, the banner of command now out. Another lane they can kind of leave to itself now. And KT just has so many variables to work with here to get themselves even closer to OG's base.
It's 2 AP champions that are defending side lanes for Origin. Banner of command says, well, you're not going to clear this minion. So suddenly Origin will have even less ways of stopping that split push from happening.
Yeah, to me this is the proper use of double Aegis. You upgrade them both into the different items. So they still get the Locket Shield, they also get the split pushing, but they're forcing Baron. And this is actually finally KT grouped up. If Origin has a chance, it's right here.
Looking for Niels, he's staying on the backside. Nagne does hit his first Crescent Strike, but nobody is going to get the Lunar Rush to follow. They pull off, and they're going to say, we have you routed to your own base. They don't have a big minion wave on the top side, but it's enough to go for an inhibitor. They want the fight, however, in the jungle. They have this completely warded, and Origin is looking at darkness right now, and is why they cannot enter.
So good move from KT, pulling away, not risking that big 5-on-5, and try and force Origin to move away. There's no minions pushing down towards Origin, so they can safely stay Might even be able to get some damage on mid tower. Next wave is coming just behind Nils.
One of the first times their bot lane hasn't been in their face. This is a good push by OG in the mid lane.
Yeah.
What can they make of it?
I don't think they can make much, but they can buy more time. The big misplay there by KT Rolster is they didn't prep a side lane when 5-manning the Baron. This entire game they've been running Origin around and never letting Origin have even numbers, but for that moment they gave them even numbers.
Good Lantern out. Great ultimate to get out of Peekaboo.
And they also lost Dragon Pressure. This is another thing Origin could be able to
flank
deal.
them.
Soaz can flank it. Would be another 5v5.
Score.
Oh, they peel off. Niels is caught a bit.
Not able to do much. Everybody holding their breath on this one, seeing if the catch actually happens, but they're going to have to concede Dragon once again. Watch that go down. It's only 3-1 in Dragons. After this, it starts to get a little bit hairy, but it's still about the Baron. Now that it's spawned again, does KT get both Barons in this game, or can Origin stop this?
So once again, the side lanes are not in favor of KT, at least not for a while down the bottom lane.
Yeah.
So once again, Origin can move in and stop this Baron.
KT is still stronger, but this is the chance for Origin. They are all grouped up. You'd expect them to go.
It was given. Now all 5 members are going to be Baroned up. They can play whatever lanes they want. Lantern is out, so everybody on the front line has to be very safe of their positioning. Soaz going to be seen coming around here. That is not where he wants to be. He's wanted the flank. Deficio, you said it was going to be near impossible, and that could be a pop-up. If Score gets in range, he cannot tunnel in. Flayed back by Mithy. Things do not look like they're going well. Ever so slowly, Origin keeps getting slowed. They finally lose 1 member, but Nagne also went down in that fight.
Pekka got a solo kill off the screen here. But once again, KT, they go back to start the Baron. Origin couldn't move in time to stop it. And then they have this problem where they have to run away. They can't really see where KT's moving. Soaz walks straight into Someday. Ends up staying alive, though, due to another good lantern from Mithy.
This is turning into a really weird game, because KT had such a massive lead in the early game, and we were expecting with their multitude of globals to be able to close this out very quickly. But every once in a while, they just keep dying when they're going to be making a power play. Nagne really overcommits for that. When he doesn't land his Q or his R on Peke, uses all of his damage in order to gap close.
Yeah.
And Peke still hurts. Like, that was a really bad play by Nagne.
Like he thought Peke wouldn't respect the fight and walk out, right?
You need more than just your ulti as a Diana to kill someone 1v1.
Like, what does he think he's going to do? He uses his Q and the first ultimate on a minion.
But I'm seeing greed from KT right here. First, again, abandon mid lane, send the Jinx to topside to take that tower faster than they had to. They could slowly just chip it down because Darius was 3 levels above Kennen in that top lane, allowed Origin to go in and try and trade for some kills, maybe catch them out. Now start Baron with no side lane pushing at first. Again, buys time for Origin to get out of their base, get grouping, get some minion waves, get some jungle camps. So they have allowed Origin to get something, at least, in a situation where Origin weren't really supposed to do anything.
Yeah, and when we do get team fights, if we do, so much of this will be on whether or not Niels gets instantly blown up. He has gone such an aggressive build right now, just completing his Infinity Edge. There's no Mikhails anywhere, and there is a Death Cap Diana on the other side versus no magic resist on Niels. If a Crescent Strike lands from Nagne onto Niels' Kog'Maw, I think he's dead.
Yeah, it's bad news
unless
bears.
Mithy would basically have to flay him out of the Lunar Rush in order to keep him alive, which is possible because Mithy's really strong. I also don't even expect that to fully happen because this is now KT with the Baron buff, able to put up strong split push, and they're using their weakest members to split push, the jungler and the support. When have we seen this? This is the perfect 2 people to have on the side lanes. It makes it so hard for Origin to engage on any of these waves.
Doesn't look like they can do much. Watching their turret go from just 100 to 10%. A little bit of a hit on Peekaboo, but there's no kill going into Shen from Soaz. He just deters the bot lane damage.
So I would much prefer Someday to sit in one of these side lanes because he can get up and hit the tower. He's tanky enough to do it, and he has Peekaboo to help him. Peekaboo is just sitting on his bottom side, not doing anything really other than pushing in a wave. They have to go for this tower now, though. Arrow can take it down so quickly. Look for Origin to try and catch him out with some sort of skill shot.
Not enough minions to get himself back in, but the minions definitely aren't coming out of the base either. They are going to bring up Peekaboo now.
Yeah.
Looks like everybody towards the mid lane. This is going to be all or nothing onto this turret. OG has to be ready. We're talking about if Niels gets hit up, it's going to be eyes from Mithy on him with that face of the mountain and the shield from the locket.
These are the moments you either use your base gates or you use the home guard teleport because they know they're coming in. Soaz was actually recalling a little late, but he's now in home guard teleport position. Will he trigger it?
He's gonna have to.
He's
going way far back here. Could go to the right, but it would deter KT right away.
There he is.
He still can't flash in. That's gonna be the ult-on arrow. The cleanse gets himself out very far. He's gonna be safe. Score is forced to flash. Nagne, Zanya's right in front, but the inhibitor turrets down. Can the team give him the attack that's necessary to win this fight? 3 members of OG fall immediately. Soaz could not do enough damage. The spread of KT on the slicing Maelstrom was too good. It's like they expected it.
The 0-8 cannon flank is unfortunately not the deadliest. It was a nice effort there because he landed the ultimate on many, but at the end of the day, they did enough damage to the backline. Origin couldn't finish this off, and it looks like KT is going to get first in the group.
First in the group. OG coming out 3-0. KT with a falter in the first week, but they patch things up. They get eyes on the prize. They figure out how to take down Origin from the get-go.
Niels.
24-15. Niels trying to have one more thing to say about it, but it's all about Arrow. Eyes on the Nexus. You're not going to be able to stop that. And KT take first place in Group D.
Niels very nearly killed everyone at the very end there, but KT, what a day they've had. 3-0, going from second place to first place in the group.
And Origin really needs to look at this early game now. Fell behind in the first game of the day versus Team Solomed. Fell behind versus LGD, couldn't come back. Fell behind to KT, couldn't come back either. They're just getting pushed so far down, they cannot use their own double teleport they were so good at using in the first week. That gets completely shut down because they fall so far behind early on. It's KT this time who can just split push all the way to the victory.
For better or for worse, I'd say it's a good thing you played your best and your worst in group stages. You know what to work on, you know where the flaws lie. These things can hopefully be patched up now.
Yeah, and the important thing for Origin is that they're moving on. The important thing for KT is they're moving on and don't have to play SKT right away.
That's the better. That's the better. The worst is the second place SKT face-off.
And SKT really is the only team we have seen at Worlds so far. We can say these guys are consistently fantastic to watch. They make so few mistakes and they punish whatever mistake you make. Every other team we have seen problems, things you could punish. Origin showed some today, but KT of course showed up big time and deserved to get #1 in the group.
They really did. Nagne, after having a week where definitely heard on social media that people were saying, oh, weaker link, completely stepping up, showing us the season Nagne from the regular splits.
I'm still looking at Someday though. On this team here. Every single game he plays, the decisions he's making, I'm not even gonna just praise his mechanics.
That's true.
The brain
he
has,
deserves to be talked about in the
the way he reads the game, the way in these lane swaps, he always managed to be at the right position. He never gets caught out. He never gets killed on the tower or anything. He always backs away, maximizes farm and experience. And then he just have these moves where he's sitting and waiting in bushes and the Sora sneaks up on him and he just kills him instantly. And it further increases how far ahead KT gets in the game and how hard it is for Soras to get back in the game.
An incredible amount of wards kept KT ahead in that one. You look at their inventories right now, full upgraded sweepers, full upgraded trinkets, unless you're Arrow, you have the scrying orb. But they had those sweepers so early. We saw it when we were talking about OG clearing 1 ward, but they had 3 more around it. Already had those sweepers to play the game in the way that KT wanted. You can't win the game if you can't see anything.
Yeah,
it's kind of fundamental.
A lot of split push pressure. Like that type of team composition is really difficult to execute well. And
you're getting pulled in every direction.
It creates a lot of creativity. 4 different people that are capable of filling the split push niche.
And then score 30 minutes in.
You need to be able to keep track of all that. Like, where's the central shot calling? How well are they communicating together? There were slight slip-ups when they were trying to pull the trigger. A lot of greed as Deficio was saying. But ultimately, it's because they were so far ahead.
And Origin had a lot of problems early on when it came to communicating as a team. Again, we saw like Nagne leaving lane. He was pinged. The amazing stays in the jungle, dies. Whenever the teleport was available for KT, Origin wouldn't respect it and still go for a play in the early game and get punished. That was really what set KT so far ahead because they were better communication and, of course, double the amount of globals also help. Can we just highlight how fantastic it is to see a composition versus a team that are so good at running double TP?
So, like, you could theoretically fit more globals on the team. You could put, like, Shen top lane with
80
teleport.
carry TF.
Get Tom Kench. You could have put, like, you could do those things. But that would actually be bad because you'd be way too committed to one specific thing. And even if Origin had picked more of a teamfight composition without teleports, actually, they would have been better prepared to deal with the massive globals because they were completely behind in that arms race, and KT crushed them.
Well, KT crushed, get first place in the group. Right now, Shox is standing by with one of our winners. So let's check in with her in the interview lounge.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined here by Peekaboo, who is going to do this in English, so bear with us. Very glad he is willing to do that. First up, congratulations.
Thank you.
First seed in the group. First, tell me about your strategy in this game. You were moving around a lot on the map.
Last game we played with Origin, and we thought we were gonna win this game, but final we missed Baron calls and then we missed ordering and landing swap, so we lost, and I got really angry about that. So I tried to focus on that what we did wrong, and yeah, that's why we can win Origin, because we did really practice well and we tried to get win. So that's my strategy, and I try to keep our teammates to get really easy on game. So I keep moving around and roamed. So that's my play style. So well, that was a good things to move.
Yeah, very good strategy, and it worked versus OG. In the end, Origin also still showed some good moves, some good shot calling. How do you think Origin can do in the rest of this World Championship?
Origin is a really good team, I think. Maybe Fnatic and Origin is the best Europe team in this world, so maybe Origin can go like a final, maybe if they come, and yeah, so.
If they recover from this loss versus you guys.
Yeah.
You guys played great throughout the group stage, first seed. First, I want to ask you something about Imp, because I heard that you guys are really good friends, and it's because they won the last game that you guys were also able to secure the first seed. You're going to give him a big thank you.
Yeah, thanks for Imp, because if we win Origin, we need to play against one more time, so I'd like to thank Imp, and I love you, Imp.
Well, there you go. He'll be happy to hear that now.
Yeah.
Finally, first seed, fantastic play so far. I heard that before the World Championship started, you said that SKT could win the whole thing, or maybe you guys. You guys are already really good, but what do you think you have to improve on the most to be able to make that happen?
But nothing to say, but I just need to focus on what I'm doing, because I really made a lot of mistakes during these seasons and during the game. So I need to keep more hard about myself, and I just need to keep carrying our teammates. So that's the point, I think.
Okay, well, team has been doing incredible since you joined that lineup. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for doing this in English.
Thank you.
All right, fantastic. KT, the first seed. Back to you guys. Fantastic.
Thank you, Shox. Congratulations to Peekaboo and the rest of the team. A much-deserved first seed there after a tremendous day today. Zyrene, it looks like you got something.
I want to talk about Peekaboo really quickly, because that guy has an incredible work ethic. And when he said that they lost the game and they were really angry, when Peekaboo says that, it means he's playing his heart out every day. He's the guy who was on SKT, an elite team, and they said, you know what, we're going to bench you for a little bit, have you recover. And he was like, I'm bouncing, guys. I still want to play. I don't want to recover. I want to keep working. And he jumped to a different team. He got picked up by KT, and you saw their season completely turn around. So Peekaboo's putting in that work. And even there, he just left #1 seed of the group. He's like, I still had mistakes. I need to clean my play up. I need to get better. In my opinion, that's what I see as a world champion mentality and a worlds type player. This guy definitely elevates the teams that he's on, but he's not blaming other people. He's always looking at himself and making himself better. And I think huge shout out there to Peekaboo for that.
Well, that's a great endorsement there for Peekaboo.
I think it's incredible, and it shows in his play too.
And everyone agrees. Let's look at the rest of the team though, because it's not just Peekaboo on this team. I want to look at the rest of the team that was a part of this 3-0 performance on the day.
Let's look at their top laner for a second.
Oh, yeah.
Because I don't think we've seen a carry top laner like this for quite some time. And watching Someday, you heard the guys on the desk, like his decision making's good, his mechanics are fantastic, but his team fight impact and how intimidating it is to play against someone this far in your face as an AD carry is just amazing. And he's in a group with like Niels. He's in a group with Imp. These players that are supposed to be absolutely gods in their roles. And he hasn't had a bad game. Like, Someday is well and truly arrived on the world stage. He was the MVP of the LCK, and so far he's been by far the best top laner in this world.
I think it's very important to highlight though, like in this game, KT, like they played out, it looked kind of similar to the first game against Origin. They had the advantage on Someday, but this time they kind of pushed it to further limits. But we also saw some slip-ups when they kept like diving these turrets and kind of overdove in a way, like once in the mid lane where Nagne kind of jumped in, and then that one time in the top lane where they just dove, and like I think Arrow died as well. I think like the late game and mid game decision making still needs some fine tuning.
See, I don't know if they are slip ups. Sometimes, Yamato, it's just about sending a message.
Oh,
when you have a Darius
no, everybody stop listening to what Spawn is saying right now.
Do whatever you want.
No.
Ben, I hope LGD was also sending a message as well for your sake. But oh my God, yeah. The thing about KT is they reached that mid game and it just looked like Nagne really wanted to blow people up on Diana, and he was just using his Q to get to minions, to R and then R again, and that's not enough damage even by calculation standards to blow the person up. So I just feel like they're going way too hard when they could just calm down a little bit. Take that turret, and then you're fine.
I want to talk about the double TP meta that is developing. The guys in the caster booth touched on it a little bit. The idea that if you do fall behind or if you do create an early lead, it is that much better. Yeah. It has so much more impact on the map. Yamato, you were talking a little bit about how this summoner spell scales so well.
Yeah, it's like my biggest difficulty with Origin's team composition is if they fall behind, it's pretty much like it's so hard to get back. Even though KT, as I mentioned, had these slip-ups, like Origin's team composition is full magic damage. Like, even though we had a 3k gold lead, it means so much more simply because the magic resistance they buy just means so much more. But back to your point about teleport, I feel like in these matchups, like on the other side, we had the Shen and a teleport to just counter that, and then we had the snowball on top. So if a team with the double TP obviously going to end up ahead, it just shows that they will just snowball the rest of the game.
Yeah, and it's something that I talked about when countering the double TP, is you have to take it to them early on. Because if they get that lead, they put the people in side lanes, and then they can 1-3-1, no problem. And then you don't have people who can hold up in the split push, and you slowly but surely lose those lanes. And we saw Someday doing that the entire time.
Hey, we all got it right. They went double AP teleports as well, and there was a Banner of Command. Peekaboo was a legitimate split-pushing threat in that game with Banner of Command Shen, because there's no one could kill that creep.
Lastly, a little time for reflection here on Origin's performance today. They are still making it out of the groups. They did what they needed to do to secure that second seed. However, that's probably not what they hoped for after their 3-0 start last week. Looking at them specifically, individuals, Soaz in the top lane did not look good in this game. We saw, reminiscent of some of that old tilty Soaz that can sometimes come out if people target him.
Yeah, you can actually really see it in his player cam too when he's on tilt, because he gets his face, he just definitely sees it. And that's the thing, is they targeted him specifically. They went after him level 1. They were hiding in the brush. They blew 4 flashes just to get his, but they capitalized on it. And Soaz is definitely the guy that, the team needs to be able to keep him centered, keep him focused, because this is what happens when that goes off. And he starts ending up in positions where he's the sole member engaging on the team from the back, from the flank, and it's just not working out for them.
Something that worries me, though, is like today I feel like Origin, it was a complete different Origin than the one we saw last week, simply because I think the draft, simply with this full AP composition, feels a bit lackluster because of the Banner Command, as you said, the MR efficiency. I don't like this full AP composition anymore.
Yeah, they felt like they got a little bit exposed today in their strategies, but they did make it out. They've got time to regroup, refocus, and do what they need to do for the bracket stages. We're going to step off the rift for just a moment, and when we return, it's the final game of the day as LGD goes up against TSM. We'll be right back.
We're going to do it for first place, boys.
Do it for America.
Do it for
Do it for America, guys. Do it for America.
Soaz breaks off, takes the low road. Niels tries to stay on the high road, and neither are going to work on this one. Score does get the Baron, and
actually a good call by Fnatic.
He's going to have to push himself out. Someday goes down. Double kill coming in for Niels. The apprehend misses amazing. Someday almost living, but goes down to a Cathy surprise. And that's going to be one last shot. Nagne Sanya's right in front, but the inhibitor turns down. Can the team give him the attack that's necessary to win this fight? And KT take first place in Group D.
everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of Worlds. The players are getting things set up for today's final match, LGD versus TSM. Now, neither of these teams can make it out of group, but both will be looking to end their Worlds journey on a high note. A player in particular who will be looking to do that is Dyrus for TSM. He's been outspoken about the fact that he'll be retiring after this year, and I'm sure is certain would like to end with a very nice game under his belt.
Yeah, having it be Dyrus's last ride, and he made some posts about this, that he has been thinking about retiring and all of that, but you have to look back on this guy's career. He was there at the start when TSM really took off and started taking over North America as the #1 team, and they had a big stronghold, ironclad grip on that. And a lot of that was because of Dyrus in the top lane. And with him leaving after this game, this might be his last game here, he's the last of the old guard. It's a completely new face TSM after that, and you really have to take that in and just support the brand still. They still have Reginald and all of that, but that would be the last player. So Dyrus, regardless of how he's played on the world stage, regardless of what you might think about him, this guy deserves your respect because he has been there and he's made it to every Worlds. He has been at every World Championship, and only a handful of players can say that. So heart goes out to him for this game.
Yeah, started with Epic Gamer, played with a lot of the old guard, Dandin, Westeros. He's like famous for like Olaf, Sins, Jax. His Gangplank and Udyr were amazing. Like this guy at WCG's had some of the best troll plays ever. Like his Surface in Season 1 World against like Shen is what inspired Looper to pick up the champion. This guy has a history book that you could not rewrite if you tried in League of Legends. And you know, it was great when he first came over from Hawaii, moved into the TSM house. He's had a fantastic career, and I can't wait to follow what he does afterwards. But this is definitely a huge last game for him.
It's like for me, I still have memories of when TSM, they had this period when they were scrimming and playing tournaments on EOS. And I remember watching Dyrus stream and just sniping him and playing against him. And to me, he was a role model for me back then. And I think Dyrus is a goddamn legend.
There you have it. I feel like that's all that needs to be said before we get into this game. The teams are ready, so it's time to send it back to the booth for the final game in Group D.
Thank you very much, Dash. And there is quite a bit of energy here. A standing ovation as Dyrus was just on the screen. Everybody was take my energy and chanting Dyrus's name over and over again. So he has to be feeling good nonetheless coming into this game.
It's happened a couple times, the crowd here at Paris during the group stage to just yell, take my energy,
so
over
great.
and over when prompted by the casters. But it's nice to see.
It is, and I mean, full respect to Dyrus, and his career has been fantastic. Analyst Desk, I think, talked a lot about it. And he deserves all the praise he's getting.
All right, Singed.
Singed. Okay, it has to be first pick.
That's going to be a question. Do we see a pretty try-hard game, or do we see kind of a fan service legacy game? Because we got the potential for one of those, Flame versus Dyrus, if this actually would be his last game. Or when we saw LGD win that one game against Origin, it seemed like they were kind of full try-hard there.
So looking at the first ban, doesn't look very try-hard from LGD.
Who is she? Oh, Ezreal, gotcha.
Yeah, well, they're just adding to the unique picks and bans
of
Worlds so far.
Of course.
Every World seems to have a game like this, where you just kind of expand the champion pool.
Gangplank will still
Did they
be there.
misclick that? Like,
I mean, they're looking back somewhat confused, but then again, maybe they don't really care.
Flame had a bunch of client problems in the earlier game. I feel like that's exactly what happened again.
Misclicking.
Remember the old Annie and Nivea? Or Annie, was it Annie Mumu? You'd ban one and
it was Annie and Nivea. So the same letter in the Korean alphabet, and you would type it in and ban something. And that was kind of before they offered remakes for misclick bans, which is something you do now as long as you notify the referee that it was a misclick ban. And it was actually kind of a manner thing in Korea that if they banned Anivia, that with respect, you shouldn't pick Annie. But every once in a while, a team would pick Annie because they'd left it up.
Yeah, TSM is very angry in the chat here that Ezreal was banned. Bjergsen was planning on playing it, apparently. And now, so Imp is saying it was his Ezreal. So everyone wants to play Ezreal this game.
So everybody thought they were coming in to pick their own champions. That happens, you ban it sometime. No, I'm just kidding.
We've all been there.
Flames Ezreal top.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see it.
Right. Still carrying from those positions. So it was a misclick. We are going to get back into picks and bans. And it looks like it was a Lulu.
It's the same, just with a hat on.
That's right.
Exactly the same.
You can see how that misclick happens.
Yeah, sure.
Easy peasy. All right, Gangplank still on the board, or I should say on the bench.
So far, we are looking at very serious bans.
Yeah.
No Mordekaiser, sadly.
Super serial.
We are keeping it very standard so far. Will this be the first game where TPQ gets a proper jungle pick? It looks like it with the ban so far.
look good. Origin, he got to play Gragas.
Yeah, for him, a proper jungle pick. He had that ulti at the tower,
This
you know.
is the only... His Rek'Sai is open.
Okay,
he's got
his
Rek'Sai.
going. He can get Rek'Sai or Elise for TPQ.
Or Elise, that's true.
First pick.
Boom.
There we go.
Got it. Now you just put a lot of pressure on him. Because if he doesn't... Coming back to you, Deficio, if he doesn't do well.
Sure.
Like TBQ.
I take all the blame.
Okay.
I will take all the blame.
Perfect. You heard it, Reddit.
TBQ has not performed due to the pressure. Deficio,
Yes.
European LCS caster, has put on the LPL jungler.
Shot of the Danes and then Dyrus, as Dyrus and Santorin are the first two to pick here. The Nidalee mechanics are there for Santorin, a very high mechanical player. Once it gets into the game and the structure of the game has already kind of been laid out, he doesn't get a chance to make all those plays. They are going to, however, go back to Gragas and a Jinx here, while Turtle's going to try to steal some dragons.
So I did this in the last game. I'm going to do it again. This is a Tahm Kench game. Jinx has been locked in.
Do it.
Tahm Kench is going to go next to her.
Great combo.
Against Elise, and nobody's ever going to die.
Spit
Well,
on the chompers.
The thing is, Tahm Kench was a bit of a surprise pick here at Worlds. I wonder how many
No, they're going to pick it away.
actually prepared the Kench. And how much
Everyone
they want to
did
pick it
now.
away.
After that, a few more
Yeah,
days.
true.
Everyone tried to spam it. Problem is, it scrims. Only one team gets to play it. Maybe you even ban the way. So we have to see who was lucky enough. And LGD, they know exactly
There
what
it
was
is.
going on. They knew the Kench was coming. So they had to steal the way.
They left it up.
There it is.
And now he's going to play Ezreal.
Bada bing.
That's exactly what's going to happen. I do have to say, though, like, even though both these teams are eliminated from Worlds and this will be their last game, coming into the day, both teams were still statistically possible of advancing from the groups. And with playing 3 different teams on the same day, they would have already prepped game plans for every single opponent on the day if they were doing their jobs properly. So I'm not surprising that they are doing
Saying that
draft.
about the team who just admitted they were being lazy in scrims and having a bit of fun and not really doing that much practice.
You don't get that much practice.
You would hope that as lazy as they are, they got one guy in the back who's like, all right,
Sure.
I'm just going to do these picks and bans for 3 teams.
He just wrote Tahm Kench,
all
Tahm
it
Kench, Tahm
takes.
Kench, and ban Ezreal.
Take
It was a
pick
mind
good
game. They were
and
taking
underline it
Ezreal.
3 times.
So the Thresh Gnar picked up. Dyrus will be back on Gnar this game. We'll be going for the fan show. TSM definitely looking to get a win under the belt here. And we will see what Imp and PYL now pull out. Godv choosing, or getting his pick chosen for him. Imp will be able to choose his AD carry here.
Yeah, and so far, again, very standard pick and ban phase on the side of Team Solo mid. They get early Jinx. Centurion gets a Gragas because Elise was obviously picked away. Obviously, as a bit more utility, some scaling up. You have a big front line now with Gnar and a Gragas to protect him. And Bjergsen gets his counter pick as we normally see.
This LGD comp hurts my heart, though. There's so much denial on getting a kill. Like, even if they pick LeBlanc, then you have the mirror image, or the mirror image when she has her passive go off, which kind of denies a bit of ending damage if you were to kill her. Tahm Kench can eat somebody, repel from Elise. It's going to be difficult to finalize a kill here for Team Solo Mid. Let's see what they go for their final pick on the matchup. They're going to go around the board.
Lustboy is
Lustboy
cycling through all the
always does it.
classic
Always
top
cycles.
lane picks of days gone by. Now he's just trolling.
We're going down memory lane, boys. A little bit of memory lane champion.
Z-Top was a thing for about a few weeks, and then people realized, no, you know what, that was a thing for like at least a few patches. And then TP became a big thing, and Z kind of died out.
Yeah, I was there for a while.
He was.
Yasuo,
Was it
also.
Wicked who played Zed a lot top lane?
I don't think so, but no, you know what? I think you're right.
Yeah.
Because Froggen didn't play it in the mid lane, so Wicked took it to the top lane.
Yeah.
I will say, though, from
That was
playing
garbage
against
Froggen.
it, it wasn't something teams would ban away very often.
Lissandra.
It's a nice way of saying it.
Lissandra getting picked out
Hey,
here for
yeah.
Team
The fact-
Solo Mid.
So something that has been pretty critical in team compositions for TSM today
What is that?
is when the opponent gets Mikhails or QSS, TSM runs out of options. Week 1, Bjergsen was doing all the damage and all of the kills for Team Solo Mid, but this week they decided to also make him bring all of the crowd control. He has been the one setting up and trying to carry in these individual fights. Lissandra, kind of a kill one and be done with it type of champion, so we'll see if the rest of TSM can pick up the slack.
It is a good counter matchup into LeBlanc here. Very hard for LeBlanc to do anything, and you can set up so many easy ganks onto Walter as well, or at least force her to play very passive. Also, she's bringing cleanse in this situation, so less kill pressure for Godfrey.
Force LeBlanc into cleanse. Small victory right there.
I want to see the teams do something crazy again. Put Lissandra back to the bottom, AD carry support middle, push down the middle, make it happen, dictate the game right out the gate. Just light the fuse.
Still on that, it's like, might be Darius' last game. These teams can't make it out of the groups. Why not do something crazy? They don't want to finish last.
All right, yeah, this is true. The champs are now locked in. The teams are loading up. So start sharing your picks for this game. Hashtag LGD win or hashtag TSM win. We'll tally the votes as we go through the game. You'll see them at the bottom on how you are voting and who really has that backing. It's been very back and forth today. A game could start one way and then even out towards the middle. This group has not panned out how we thought today.
No, funny you say that though, Riff, because Team Solo Mid, between 1 minute and 15 minutes, have looked like one of the best teams in this group. After 15 minutes, however, they've looked like one of the worst teams in this group. And despite getting all these early leads, that shot calling in the mid game and forward just seems to drop completely dead. They take down the outer turrets, they have the goal, it looks great, and then nothing happens from there. You don't deny vision, you don't get objectives, you don't push more towers, you don't go aggressive. You had a Malphite earlier, you could just tower dive, you were so far ahead, and it never happened.
I feel like that's very telling on what teams, such as Team Solo Mid, falter in the mid game, need to focus on. Across many games, the first 15 minutes are always somewhat the same. There's almost a gentleman's agreement. You do the same thing over and over again, and then when something breaks that mold, it becomes difficult if you haven't practiced it before.
Yeah, the thing that's so confusing to me about the TSM strategy is it's almost like they're just following this script for the first 15 minutes of how to execute their early game, and then from there they don't know how to shot call. But that's not how the game works. Like, you can't follow a script for the first 15 minutes. It's actually like every individual knows what to do for the first 15 minutes. They can make their own decisions, and then when the game progresses to the next stage, it seems like they lose the ability to work together.
Right. I don't know if this is the case for Team Solo Mid, but some of the teams who do really well in scrims very often only get to play the first 15-20 minutes really serious and get to really play out that early to mid game and practice it again and again and again. And once you get to late game, a lot of teams are like, oh, we're down 5k gold, just surrender, go next game. And you don't get to practice your late game shot calling. It is a problem for a lot of EU teams I know. And it might be what's hitting Team Solo Mid. They simply don't get enough serious, try-hard late game practice. So once they get on stage and they get in the same situations but the team does not surrender, you now have to try and play it out, and you don't have the tools or the options or
it's almost backwards, but it's the nature of the beast. You want to play more games in a day, so if you know you already won, you stop playing it so you can get another game in, see if you do it differently. But if they never go that long, then the beast becomes a lot harder to fight once it does. So we'll see how this one pans out. We are going to get a standard lane this game. And very back and forth between standard and lane swaps throughout this tournament. Finally, we get to see the matchup.
Just to finish that conversation, and we can drop the topic, it's even if the scrim would be true and they're not finishing many games, that would be true for pretty much any team. So something is still fundamentally wrong with the way TSM is communicating in the mid-game outside of their practice environment. So we'll see if that holds true in this game as well, and if they can actually pull ahead early game where LGD played very well against Origin.
So they can be happy so far getting standard lanes. Again, that double range on the bottom lane is going to be very strong for Team Solo Mid. Tom Kench is a very defensive support in many ways. It's hard for him to be aggressive because you need those 3 stacks. And it's very, very easy to spot when he's running forward, shoots his tongue out, hits you in the back, and then he keeps moving. I mean, you know what's going to happen. So you can play around that very effectively. And also the Vayne obviously just want to farm in the early stages, get that level 6 first at least before LGD is looking to make a lot of plays in this 2v2 lane.
They are just trying to push Imp into the turret over and over again. Quick back coming in from Wild Turtle and Mustboy. See how they manage this. TBQ's going to scuttle bottom side. Does not look like he will be running into Santorin, but this is TBQ's first time on that Elise pick, and it looks like he wants to go pretty aggro already.
Yeah, the only reason you recall that early is if you're initiating a swap. But they've also initiated a swap while Santorin is still in his jungle. So he's got to be really careful of an invade or even TBQ because there's no backup for Santorin.
They do start to head top. TBQ hovering, but on a ward placed just after minion spawn time from Team Solo Mid. So they have eyes on that. Dyrus now will head to the bottom, and we already see movement from PYL here to try and counteract this.
Very surprised Team Solo Mid wants to swap this around. They had a fine 2v2 lane on the bottom side. Gnar does get pushed in early by Darius, but once he goes back one time, like normally gets a phage, he can then start doing really well in this lane.
Exactly. I felt like TSM had favorable lanes. The only thing they needed to guard against was an Elise turret dive on the top side while Gnar is getting pushed in, but Santorin very easily could have just started jungling that side in his rotation and kept Dyrus safe. But either way, they swap in a disadvantageous spot. They do early recalls in order to swap. So they put themselves at an inherent disadvantage to get this lane set up.
And that means Vayne gets her free lane where she can sit alone, reach level 6 very fast, the first big spike for her, and farm out towards that blade. They might catch up PYL. Keep in mind, he's very tanky on this Tom Kench.
You have to hit him for a while.
I like
and
the hold
that
on the
gives
flash.
time for backup.
PYL playing this one very nicely with peace of mind. Just lets TSM walk in and keep getting the hits that they want. Teleport is going to be coming in. Does not look like it will play too much of a role here. No, they get the apprehend onto Turtle. Very back and forth, waiting for Team Solomid to get that Lantern. It does get Turtle to safety, and Glacial Path from Bjergsen gets him to safety as well. I thought those would come a little sooner, but TSM just didn't have the cooldown yet.
So we praised the early game of Team Solomid before. If you look at the first few games of the day, now I really just again have to disagree with how they're playing it. Chasing in a Tom Kench into his own jungle with the amount of HP he has with his E as well, that double HP coming in, and once again you leave Vayne all alone. Wild Turtle left the top lane to join the fight, so he's on 25 CS.
Yeah, and they leave the ward over the wall while the jungle camp is low, so Godby gets a free Raptor taken for him, which means he'll probably hit level 6 before Bjergsen as well.
He did his flash for that too.
A lot of things LGD are doing are better than TSM, but that's because TSM is just kind of making... They're actually taking initiative, but the choices are wrong.
I feel like
for TSM near the game.
LGD is just kind of sitting down on the floor, and TSM is just standing and firing candy down their mouth, being like, here you go, take more, because LGD are not really the ones making the plays. They're just reacting to what Team Soulmate is doing, and they're handing everything over to them right now.
Deficio, let me tell you, Tom Kench can eat a lot of candy.
He can eat a lot of candy.
So you're not going to overkill him by dumping candy down his mouth, unfortunately.
That's what they're trying to do for now.
That cleanse still in for Godby, putting some damage down into Bjergsen. He'll control the damage a little bit with the Lissandra, but still gets hit out on that one. A level up from Bjergsen means he has 6. He can still put himself in the Glacial Prison if he wants to, but Godby looking to get a kill quite soon here, even without having a kill summoner on himself in the mid lane.
So LGD makes a good play here around the bottom lane where you have him sitting already, pushing in the wave, force Dyrus away, get some damage on this tower. You might even be able to take it down. And then obviously on the top side, TSM has to just mirror and respond, which they are doing for now. So we'll be able to trade towers.
Turtle, Lost Boy, unscathed here in the top lane. The swap has put him down a bit of CS within that lane, however. Imp, as we said, getting his free farm in the bot lane, played a very nice Graves game just recently. Now onto the Vayne, show his skills in the last game that LGD will be playing here on the world stage.
Yeah.
TBQ actually still in the jungle. He seems a lot more comfortable now. After the Gragas game, after the Elise game, taking a lot more chances. Very close for Dyrus, possibly could be going down. He does for first blood. The sixth sense was there that he needed to get out, but there just was not enough room for him to do so.
How many times have we seen this in the short side of a lane swap? He overstays while his turret is dying, and there is really no reason to not be at your second tier turret while the lane is getting bounced like that, because you're really just opening yourself up for disaster without any positives. He wasn't going to be getting anything for being in that spot to begin with, and LGD uses the appropriate summoner spells and gank to kill him.
And some things about Vayne now that we see him get a first assist. He's already level 6. Almost getting Blade of the Ruined King on his first back. He can be more than happy after Team Solomid gave him that free lane. Vayne as a champion, one of the reasons I feel we haven't seen it too much right now is because of double teleport. It's very hard for it to be a split pusher because you're not running teleport as an AD carry. The team's gonna wave clear, push the wave out against you, and then just TP away and force a fight, and you're stuck up in that lane. You're fairly slow at pushing the waves. In this game, because Bjergsen didn't run teleport, that's not gonna be a problem because it's gonna be Gnar versus Darius up in the top lane. And it's now going to be Imp in the bottom lane against a non-teleport user. So you can suddenly use the Vayne properly as a split pusher. And TSM also gave him now that free lane. Really got a question also not running teleport on Lissandra. I think that what makes her strong is that your TP ganks are so effective at level 6, but Bjergsen is aiming to kill his lane.
Godby not getting a lot of chains out. Makes Bjergsen a little bit easier for him to get kills if he wants to, but here on the bot lane, TBQ waiting off on the wing. PLL getting one good lick onto Lustboy. Just a love tap there, and Lustboy is actually may go for this ward check here. look like he's going to get too much out of it.
I love watching Tahm Kench when he's setting up for a gank. It's like walk through the minions, just hit you once with one of the lowest movement speeds in the game. It's like, yeah, okay, I think the jungler is here. Let's just back away.
It is quite telling. PYL having to give quite a bit away. Lustboy has not been able to get back to lane with Turtle just yet. This may mean his life. Going to ward is going to cost him pretty much everything. He gets eaten up. That's going to be PYL's kill. No, has enough coming out with the shield. Lives, and they are going to get that one over to TBQ. Turtles Rockets coming up nicely, but I don't think he's going to be living through this one. Another kill going over to LGD, 3-1 now.
And LGD, once again, playing like they did back in the LPL. When we had a Vayne, they would always try and get her high level in a lane swap and then play around her because she's so strong compared to other AD carries after level 6. What happens? Fight down bottom side because of TPQ. Team Soulmate jumps right into it. LGD wins the fight. More kills for them on the bottom lane.
And TPQ is baiting on Tahm Kench the way you're supposed to. Like, when we talk about Tahm Kench, and when people are trying to say why he wasn't good before we started seeing him, it's like, all he is he's annoying. You just walk around and not die.
He's very annoying.
Exactly! He's really, really annoying, and TSM is allowing themselves to be annoyed by him, dumping damage, and then capitalizing on the backside of it.
Lustboy having to follow now, follow the leader with PYL towards the mid lane. Good save onto Bjergsen, but definitely means that TSM is now on the back foot.
Yeah, because there's a 2-level advantage in the side lane between the AD carries.
Yeah.
Kind of necessitating a 1v2 if Wild Turtle ever wants to farm safely. And as Deficio mentioned earlier, not having teleport on the mid lane, Bjergsen makes it so he can't provide impact. He needs to be able to win his lane if he has Ignite.
Oh, what a nice play. Doesn't get frozen by the W, gets out to take no damage from the Glacial Prison, but cannot get back in for the finalizer. Thought that Godzi would have stayed with the cleanse, but he does go for the safe play, just knows he has the upper hand on Bjergsen now. Imp, PYL doing what they want to this bottom lane, not having any trouble.
The rotations!
And it seems like TSM out lane swap themselves this game here. It's not going to be easy to come back from. LGD to the mid lane.
Moving through this, man, it's a straight line. It's not a rotation right there.
It sounds better.
Translated to
On
the lane.
TT and everything.
Oh dear.
And that's going to be a dead Santorin.
The trans rotation right there makes it into the mid lane. And they were so far ahead of the play there because of the Tahm Kench Santorin pays the price.
You can make so many plays with the Tahm Kench, especially once you start having winning lanes and he can make use of his ulti properly to go tower to tower to tower way earlier, or way before the other team can even react. And he can also try and save his AD carry.
Look at where Imp can play right now.
Even spits it forward.
Absolutely disgusting. Spits him into the box. He might just end up in one, but the tumble gets him to safety. A little hairy there for a second, but he gets out with Summoner Heal. Imp is laughing.
He is cracking up for that one. Thanks a lot, PYL.
Yeah, we saw the good and the bad about a Tahm Kench. Man, that was nice. We've also seen a Tahm Kench send his AD carry into the middle of the enemy team as an engage. Happened with Ku Tigers. I like it. I like how these supports are trolling the AD carry a little bit.
Imp, you have 2 kills. But can you get out of this one? Goes him right in.
It's too bad you can't chew up Kog'Maw when he's in his passive and spit that at people.
That would be fun.
That would be pretty broken. 13 minutes
him up
in.
even more.
Speed up the Acathian surprise.
Or just have him inside you while he's exploding and he still does the damage to other people.
Yeah,
Not
Tahm
only is
Kench
it a
has to
gray
take
health,
damage at that point.
It just gives him more gray health.
You could explode in Abyssal Voyage and it's just like an underground mine. All right, moving on. Wards to the mid lane, not really allowing anything to happen here. Pure vision for TSM. They know Godv roamed up. Nobody's going to go crazy and walk into any Fog of War in the jungle. But that is exactly where LGD is coming from right now. TSM is going to be forced to run down here. As PYL, his presence is dictating everything right now. If he's in an area, TSM is not.
There's no TP for Flame right now, so TSM might be able to win this
down
fight.
Towards red. They were just seeing where he could go. The Abyssal Voyage takes him down a bit. We're going to head up. That's TBQ falling down as Godv gets himself out with the passive. That's a bit of the denial I was talking about. Once you're about to finalize that kill, you may not be able to get it. PYL hoping or wishing he was close enough to Imp that time to chew him up, but it's not going to happen. And TSM get LGD as they're trying to do a little too much.
Yeah, that was an Abyssal Voyage gone wrong right there because LGD just got a little too aggressive, a little too casual, a little too jokey, and TSM capitalizes with some nice plays.
Flame was just sitting top with no teleport, kind of being like, guys, I have no TP. And PYL is like, I'm going to fight. I'm going to go for this one. He jumps straight into the in his own jungle.
It's like there's a fight down there, and then you just hear elevator music when we see Flame on the top side.
Oh, man. And it was a really spread out fight.
Yeah.
Too.
Whoa! I kind of saw that coming. Not sure how Turtle did. Still had to use the summoner heal, but the Lust Boy was just behind him. I would have lanterned out. Godvive really taking advantage of the situation. Team Solo Mid not respecting the area of aggro that LGD can work with here.
Godvi's been doing really well in his lane. Always
he really has.
aggressive on Bjergsen. Let's see it again. So Flame sitting top, really does not want to fight, but TPQ gets caught out at first. Ends up going down, and Godvi tries to do what he can, not enough. And he is randomly a catfish and Imp.
It's like, I saved him.
They just attempt to 2v3. Maybe they were trying to set up a play with the Elise, but then the Elise got cut off. Not much they could do to win that one.
Oof.
To be fair, I don't think a catfish is very smart. So I don't blame him.
That's why they bite on to people's arms while they're fishing and get caught.
There's no way out. It's all in.
I don't know. What if they're hungry?
It's an arm attached to it.
Well, they just know it's an arm. They don't know what a human is. They just see some meat in front of it.
It's an example of how they're not intelligent.
That's true.
Okay. All right. They haven't figured out yet. Well, I guess you can't go back and tell the other catfish you made an arm because you're done at that point. Damn. That's a rough life.
It's dark.
Looks like PYL has chosen the right targets, however, throughout this game. He's been doing good.
Well, except he just killed himself just before. But apart from that,
it happens.
It happens, sure.
Some have to sacrifice for the other catfish as well.
For those of you who weren't listening yesterday, it's called noodling.
Noodling.
When you
indeed
fish for catfish using your arm.
I think we've pretty much hit that in almost every game today. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive, I'm not going to lie. 17, coming up on 17 minutes, I should say. Godvi doing very nicely for himself at 1-0-1, but he is tied with Bjergsen right now. We thought this would be a pretty close game, and it really hasn't gotten out of control, but LGD is definitely making all the moves, dictating these fights. Here, another one to the bot lane, and it is just spread to both sides. Turtle on the bot, Lust Boy on the top side. Both of them go down. A little bit of flare love.
Yeah, Wild Turtle's a sitting duck in this game. I feel like he's going to have many deaths because Godvi's getting enough kills on the block that he's going to start taking over. We already saw Maple take over this one, and Imp pops ult to 1v1.
Ha! Huzzah!
He wanted it, but not.
That was a boring 1v1.
Well, he saw the Narbar go up real quick. He's like, actually, never mind. Just get thrown into a wall real quick and slowed over and over again. TBQ, no real danger, rather. Cleans up Scuttle and just continues to give LGD more ways to get themselves in and out of fights. Actually pretty effective. You Abyssal Voyage past everybody. You have a team that can come through river on a Scuttle Crab. More of a translation.
Sit in mid lane.
It's an Abyssal Voyage.
Jump down to the bottom lane with two guys. That's insane. Zoning out people. LGD can do 1-3-1. They have Imp on top side. We mentioned earlier no teleport to really punish him other than the Gnar. But he doesn't care about that. He can kill him 1v1. He probably could even have killed him before, but played it very safe. Ended up condemning him anyway.
Still 2-level difference here for Imp onto Wild Turtle. No Dragon Steals for him this game.
Not yet.
Things that allow TSM back in, not happening. And usually they're the crazy highlight moments. That's not what you want to have to just use to get back into games because they're very far few between. Right now, there has not been much choice. Glacial path to the backside. Bjergsen actually put himself in a nice spot for safety, but LGD still wants this fight. TSM is grouped up nicely if they can find the right targets, but now that they have split all into different channels of their own jungle, they continue to get picked off. Now Godvi is going to be able to rejoin. I hope TSM still remembering that one. Somebody's going to get chomped up. That's Darius thrown back out to slow the team. No, Flame comes back so they can get a nice engage, not throwing anybody too far forward. Godvi looking for one more kill onto Lust Boy here. That's the distortion forward. Sigil into chain. TBQ is actually going to help pick that one up. Bjergsen now completely low on mana. He's going to be going down, and they are indeed farming. You have to worry about the small families and kids. They still need food no matter what is happening to the village, and that's not what you want to have happen.
Is Bjergsen the village dying?
I really liked his defensive use of his ultimate during that fight. He got a lot of damage off, used it for the self-heal, and I feel like nearly won the fight for TSM. But ultimately, Godvi has been able to zero out Wild Turtle in so many of these fights. There's nothing to save him there, no flay help, no hook help, no, shield, lantern help from Lustboy, and he's just getting picked off again and again.
And it seems like Im doesn't really trust PWell anymore because they're very split up in the fight, and normally PWell will be here to save him, but you can see how all of Team Solarmate is going to go for him now first to buy some time. Im is so far away from him as he could possibly be, and Wild Turtle just before going down gets to fire the ulti as well, killing him. So looks good in the start, but then they just keep chasing. PWell keeps being annoying.
Yeah, when he ate Flames Darius, it's one of the big things that turned the fight around. TSM just didn't end up having enough sustained damage because Wild Turtle didn't do any damage at the start of that fight.
Frustration of the denial starts to come in. Looks like blue buff will go down here. PYL actually taking quite a bit. He has to use E right away, create that shield that's already taken down, so he could be killed here. TSM does not look like they can even get past him, though. Everything's used to just get PYL low. And LGD assesses the rest of the fight. Darius actually coming in, Meganars him against the wall. TSM will be able to start cleaning this one up. Imp in a bad spot. He finally gets cleaned up by Wild Turtle. And Turtle's double kill, hopefully getting him excited for a triple kill here. Exactly what Team Solo Mid needs. The quadra kill. The right target is the one that distorts, obviously, so they know where to go. But TSM wins a fight like this, and they aren't getting anything else on the map. We'll see LGD probably back up. This is TSM clawing themselves back in.
Delayed quadra kill, they're right back in the game. PYL, while it's nice to take a bunch of damage on Tahm Kench, your team has to be capitalizing on the damage you take right there. And they funnel into such a small choke point against Gnar, Jinx, Lissandra, and definitely pay the price.
21 minutes, the second Dragon goes over to Team Solo Mid, a team that sometimes you would see allow those Dragons to go to the wayside for what they're doing around the map, but here it's been falling in their favor, working for them.
So LGD not really going to split push at all right now, just going to team fights against Team Solo Mid, and while it looks pretty good at first, Centurion does survive. Now it's probably invested everything onto the tank. Massive Mega Gnar from Darius, very well done from him, and Bjergsen gets into the backline again. Im is just dancing around behind the enemy.
Yeah, I mean, LGD has kind of a split-pushing team, but with the lead, they just decided it was time to team fight again and again. And Lissandra, Jinx, Gnar, with Gragas and Thresh, is a massive team fight composition, so it's the big reason TSM is back in this game now.
Im trying to dance around Wild Turtle all the time, but just gets shot in the face. Not working for him. I think he needs to stay with PYL. Because you need the Tahm Kench to eat the Vayne. When Team Solo Mid is trying to kill him in the backline, you eat him, you avoid all this damage, because like Lissandra is a champion that relies so much on being able to ulti, like the upfront burst.
Yeah.
That's what you deny with the Tahm Kench. But Im is just constantly, for some reason, behind Team Solo Mid.
I think we'll see it over and over again. There's no shortage of fights coming. Blade of the Ruin King into Quicksilver Sash, rushed Aegis for both TBQ and PYL. They want to keep fighting here. And Im's just giving him a way to stay safe in these fights if he gets close to Bjergsen or gets a hook from Lustboy. So they are building to keep the fire going. TSM is actually starting to put it out right now, getting themselves back in, now only down by about 1,000 gold as we move up to 11 to 10 in kills.
Yeah,
Bloodier than usual game, though.
Turtle is very fed on this Jinx, and maybe it's what they need. Maybe now they don't have to make a lot of calls because the fights are coming to them on the side of Team Solo Mid, and they can take these straight on 5-on-5 team fights where Turtle just sits and shoots away.
Yeah, they need to be able to have a good amount of vision control beforehand, because even though he has 9,200 gold at this point in the game, Godvi will still be able to nearly zero him out with a good combo on the block. Especially if he's unable to sidestep those chains that Godvi has landed so accurately on the Wild Turtle.
LGD is still looking to have Flame in the same lane as Darius down here with the teleport, and just let him take the other lane. Whoever walks up there to 1v1 him, he can kill them, or he can at least push in the wave and then leave. And LGD can force a play around the mid lane or in the jungle if they catch out Team Solo Mid. Right now, they're just gone straight into 5-on-5 team fights, which is what Team Solo Mid wants.
Yeah, Team Solo Mid's main weakness so far at Worlds has been their inability to make calls around 15 minutes, while LGD's making them for Team Solo Mid.
So at first, it was Team Solo Mid giving it to LGD in the start, being like,
now it's the other way.
We're going to give some calls, here's some kills, and now we just turn around, we return all the candy.
You love the candy.
I don't know why.
I mean, a lot of people do. A lot of people do.
People is baiting quite a lot.
That's not really a bait, that's just death.
Pretty damn good candy in France. Apparently, they just gave a little too much to PYL. Sometimes it'll make you sick.
Jab said you could do that.
So in order to bait, there has to be a trap somewhere else. They were just throwing food into the sea at that point.
The catfish walking.
Too many never-ending gobstoppers.
Oh, didn't kill him.
Whoa, Godfrey blasted away. Bjergsen didn't get the hit he wanted because of that chaos due to the explosive cask, and now Bjergsen puts himself in a not-so-good position. Lustboy's where he does not want to be right now, and there's the other back and forth now from Team Solo Mid over the side of LGD.
It was
give
a bait.
it right back.
It was the long bait.
He knew it all along. That's shot calling right there.
Yeah, big mistake there by Team Solo Mid going so deep there. In a 5v4 with all of their ultimates, they lose 2 for 0. Godv got the large amount of damage early on in that fight and allowed him to get into the flank without real threat onto them. And maybe LGD actually takes the Baron for this one.
Santorin smite up. He is on the top side. My eyes are on how close he can get. Baron going down fast. Dyrus not going to be able to gnaw out here. No, he does gnaw out. That's the bar going down. Almost gets himself into a good spot, but they did not do enough. Santorin, body slam over the wall, cannot get it. It's actually taken with early smites from both junglers. Santorin didn't even. Imp gets a shot on that one, and it is going to be the Vayne take for the Baron.
YL saved the day, finally flashed over, put Imp into his belly, he stays alive, spit him over the wall.
Plays the long Kong. Make him think that he's not going to save Imp, so that they will commit to killing Imp, just so PYL can consume him yet again. Yeah, this game's gotten a little bit messy, I would say.
Just a little bit. A lot of good fights. Not sure what happened with their last one where Team Solo Mid went over the wall. Didn't get the kills.
What happens when you noodle a catfish and you let it back out of the boat? It just wreaks absolute havoc. It knows then. This is the one that made it out.
Sees the true weakness.
Yeah, PY. He knows where the armor is broken.
Yeah. So there were already a dead Lissandra and Thresh for this one, so it's a really safe Baron for LGD as long as they zone out DeGragas. And here they actually all flash over to kill the Narwhal, and really they should have been flashing over to kill Santorin because the steal is a very real possibility. Let's see what ends up happening. Yeah, TBQ smited right before he was going to eat it with Elise, so it was actually a Vayne auto attack that ended up finishing it because the smite did about 700 and it left with sub 100 health. Santorin just didn't get it in time to do any damage.
I feel like Flame is not allowed to do anything in this game. Godv even steals away the Grump from him. 1 kill, 3 assists, every single team fight. Flame is kind of just running behind his team, trying to get in there, but never really doing anything.
It's like, you had a good game the other time.
Yeah, now it's our turn.
It's my turn.
Well, it's one of these things with Darius. Like, if you want Darius to be successful, you normally have to kind of build around him. But this is really an every man for himself team composition. And Elise, Vayne, and LeBlanc have all these cool tools to get closer to people, whereas Flame has absolutely no way to do so unless he wants to extend Flash. So everyone else gets to do stuff in these fights, and Flame's just kind of left in the dust.
So we need Tom Kench to deliver Flame to the backline?
That would be the way to help him.
Oh, man.
First dragon in the game for us.
Good call.
You think so?
I mean, it's 27 minutes. It's kind of lazy getting a dragon now. You can't really get 5.
Oh, you can get 5.
I mean, okay, sure. If we're here for like another hour, you're going to get 5.
You're making these statements.
Give him 24 more minutes. And it's a 51-minute 5th dragon to Fischio.
Can happen. TSM, like I said, they've given up a few before. I don't know if it's going to go that long. Back towards LGD inside TSM's jungle. This is pretty much where they've lived. Not really paying too much rent either. They come up with their own kills when they're here. TSM has only been able to scrap together a few. Banner of Command now being used by Lustboy. This in the bottom lane, middle lane. Where is it? Looks like it's already dead. It is just on cooldown, so they won't be able to use that to split push really any lanes just yet. Trying to keep LGD on the back foot. It's not working though.
That's down the bottom lane, a big cannon.
Oh, it came in the second one. Yeah.
Moving in, so
I scrolled past it too fast.
Massive wave incoming. LG don't care, they just want to dive your tower. Not the members, but the tower.
Yeah. I was going to say, what happened to the Baron buff there, but it must have timed out during all of this. LGD not taking huge advantage off of that Baron secure. And they still actually don't have a super strong team fight unless they get a clean initiation on a Wild Turtle who's built a Spectral's Cow. Despite the advantages they've again accumulated, it's also a lot of free damage that Godby took.
Just trying to spread TSM very thin right now. Looks like it's working. Dyrus does have that teleport up, so he's trying to get himself into a spot in mid lane at least. He'll be able to walk up towards that top turret. It exactly is where LGD is taking TSM right now. With bot lane pushed, they may have to respect that and come back to clear it. Flame now down to the bottom lane. Take a little bit of time. So now LG gets to take a breather here. See what TSM can set up.
LGD not exactly running a good siege composition. Have to split push or catch someone out. Decent enough Baron power play, despite us barely noticing anything.
It's above average, actually. So the Baron power play, if people aren't familiar, is the gold from the Baron as well as the 3-minute duration of the buff. So in like the ensuing fight right after they got the Baron, for instance, when they killed Santorin and they killed Dyrus, that gold counts towards the Baron power play because it's still part of the Baron. Probably the reason.
And now that you have seen it, that turret doesn't count. So stops right after that, after it wears off. I forget who's had the highest one. Last game we only saw about
we've seen like
1,500.
7K.
I think 7K has been
really far up. I mean, obviously, if there's a lot of, if you take the Baron and win the fight right after, you obviously walk in and take 2 or 3 towers as well because everyone is dead for such a long time. Often, once Baron has been taken, you get these massive power plays. Sadly, if you move in and finish the game, you get a terrible Baron power play. So the trick is to never finish the game with Baron if you want to top the rankings.
We haven't even posted the rankings anywhere.
In my head. I got the rankings.
Officio's internal power play rankings.
Number 1 right now, I believe, is HQ of Flash Wolves.
You don't even know who's number 1.
I know, I'm just saying. I'm literally just talking out of my ass right now. I'm not
it's in my brain,
anything.
I promise.
Hey, I just got confirmed. Flash Wolves have the highest one.
Boom.
That was Spellsy's ranking, not
Spellsy.
Officio's rankings.
But it was in my head.
Flash Wolves, how much was it?
There.
6,000?
It was, wait.
565 off the top of my head.
Spellsy, how much?
6,500. Give me the top.
Yeah, 6,500.
Boom.
There you go.
Speed stats.
How far we've come.
And we get to thank all the awesome people behind the scenes like Spellsy for great nuggets like that.
Except he didn't give me the number, he gave it to Jad.
Yeah.
This is my ranking.
It's not your ranking then.
Well, I was right.
Also, multiple stats people.
Flash Wolves
Spellsy,
is
Optimus
number
Tom,
1.
Yut Win,
Win.
Clark Smith, Kyle Horn. A lot of people contributing to this.
They help make everything sound so pretty while these teams hopefully make it look pretty. Pretty gruesome right now for Team Solo Mid. LGD coming in from the side. They will be able to get out of this one. Team Solo Mid was grouped up way too nicely in a death ball, and it looked like they would have come out on top. Imp seems like he's a little too far from the crowd, but the cleanse is going to help him. PYL ready to chop him up if anything goes too bad, and that's going to be turtled down immediately. I didn't even see its health bar turn red. Flame going in. That's going to be actually 2 kills for both Vayne and for Imp. And Vayne and Imp, for Godby and Imp, I should say. Bjergsen waiting around. Makes himself gold, but it doesn't make him king. He goes down as well, and that's the ace on Team Solo Mid.
I think Santorin just delivered Godby to Wild Turtle. He shot him back, and he just instantly one-shot him. And Flame got to play some League of Legends.
Flame must have been so happy he used his flash, and he actually got to play in a team fight. He got double resets off of his ultimate. He's level 16, so it's a full reset. He can use it if he fights again. Massive team fight win there for LGD.
Getting the dunks that he needs. The team takes the inhibitor, gets out, and I'm sure they feel so good about these fights. They're going to keep continuing them. The builds have shown that they will do so, and so has the play that they've been putting forth. 7-3-5 for Imp, 6-1 and 9 for Godby. These, I'm sure they were wishing that this came out in the first week.
Yes. Would probably been a very different game. Both teams definitely ready.
Absolutely.
To just fight it out, see what happens. We're going to get a Baron start.
Desperation Baron, because there's recalls on LGD's side.
Sometimes you got to go for broke, boys.
In time.
Look at Tom Kench ulti right here.
That Abyssal Voyage.
VP, Dyrus is coming in. He's actually got a pretty nice Narbar on this one. This could pay off for Team Solo Mid. Lustboy taking a bit too much. They got to focus on the peel for the backline. Godby over the wall. Wild Turtle completely almost zeroed out. Completely almost. He'll get there eventually. There it goes. He goes down. 2 kills for Imp already. Oh my word. Lustboy with the hook save. Oh, he puts down the Dark Passage himself, brings it to the light, but he still gets the sigil down. Godby takes him out, and these fights go coast to coast each time. Imp taking a drink. He's going to go for the inhibitor turret.
He really wants to show that logo again.
Oh, Imp completely wrecked Bjergsen in that fight. Bjergsen came over the wall on Lissandra and was instantly condemned into the wall, and the stun lasted long enough that Bjergsen could never use his ultimate on himself and just died before casting any damaging spells.
It looks so good when TSM's coming in. We heard recently Dyrus saying, you know, we're all working together now. It's like we're all body parts of the head, the feet, and the arms, and we come together and we work together. But LGD has taken that arm and they're saying, why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself right now? And TSM just cannot do anything.
Yeah, well, they Desperation Baron. They didn't even have Bjergsen right here. Flame is the first in the fight was exactly what LGD wanted.
And look, PYL helping him, deliver him to Bjergsen. Get to deal some damage, he dies. Godry really gets to show some mechanics in this game here. Dancing in and out.
Yeah, he does.
Killing Team Solomid left and right. PYL, obviously, the MVP, because he plays Tom Cash.
Well, also, you look at the kill participation, 17 assists. TBQ is actually the true MVP of this. 18
No, you're at
kills
13
or
assists.
assists.
That's not enough. 17 is more.
5 kills, dude.
Don't care about kills, 1 assist. I used to play support. Assist is all that matters.
All right, counts the same.
PYL confirmed
I'm sure Edward
MVP.
would feel different.
Sure.
Bloodthirsty supports around the world are very sad right now.
Oh, man. Dyrus plaqued up on the wall by the Condemned, gets taken down by Imp. Flame and PYL coming over on the Abyssal Voyage. It looks so great as they come up. And they are now inside Team Solo mid space, looking to put the final nail in the coffin here. Dyrus will not be able to help with 30 seconds left on his timer. Looks like LGD may go around the horn here. They could have another inhibitor to drop if they're able to get this turn.
Yeah, well, this
and they will be.
Third inhibitor, Dyrus still dead. I feel like LGD has all the ability to end the game right here if they want to.
Looks like they may stick it. They have a nice mini wave coming in on the bot side. LGD looking to take down Team Solo Mid for the final game of Group D and take that 3rd position. And at Wild Turtle taken down on the fountain. Condemn, oh, the laser! Yeah. It doesn't kill him, but it is going to be Bjergsen flashing forward for one more valiant kill. He will go down in this instance. No, Santorin throws himself as a wall of meat in front to save his mid laner, but the Nexus turrets are going down. There's nothing that Team Solo Mid can do about that. Eyes of the minions and LGD on the Nexus. Slowly, they're more focusing on the fountain right now. 36 minutes in, LGD was able to rout Team Solo Mid in their composition, find their way to the Nexus, and take down TSM.
Let's say as a fitting way as any to end the group, unfortunately, for LGD and TSM. LGD finishes at 2-4, whereas TSM's lone victory will come last week against LGD, and they will finish last place at 1-5.
Obviously, both teams having a bit of fun in the last game. We got some good fights. Got to see Godry on LeBlanc dancing around Imp for some reason, trying to assassinate the backline a few times as well. Overall, though, a very fun game to watch.
Yeah, 29 kills for LGD. Maybe the highest
18
number of
assists
kills someone has so
for
far
PYL.
in the game.
18 assists.
High number of assists. High in support, I would say. He had a lot of assists in the Jana game as well. So racked up some pretty big numbers in the last 2 games. And there's the applause for Dyrus. Very emotional moment for him.
Absolutely emotional.
It's got to be difficult having his final game end in defeat.
And there's hope. You know, you got to put hope out there for the Dyrus fans that in this moment, a lot of players will step back, find something else for Drive, and actually step back onto the Rift.
Sure.
It's been a very, very long career for Dyrus, and maybe that's not his choice, but there is always that option for players.
Yeah, there's been the talk about him stepping down for maybe a year or so and be a sub for the team, stay,
Absolutely.
of course, in the house, and then he can always come back if he wants to. But for now, he has made it very clear that he has been burned out. I mean, he's been playing League of Legends for so many years, so much practice coming in. He was one of the big stars all the way back in Season 2. Season 1 even made it to Worlds.
That he did. So LGD take that game, are able to come out with the win on that, and a fantastic one while they were having fun. It seems like something they were missing all throughout the tournament.
Yeah, it's strange. LGG, they had such high expectations coming into the World Championship. Pretty much a unanimous choice for first place in this group amongst experts. But they came in so cold here and ultimately could only win once the pressure was off and they had been completely eliminated.
I believe we are going to be getting an interview with Dyrus as well as he makes his way to the interview stage to have a chat with Shox. You can see how much emotion he put into his career, this tournament.
fans incredibly supportive. So much of Dyrus's life has been playing League of Legends. You can see how much he cares about it.
A lot of support from his family, from his teams. When some fans weren't there, a lot of fans still back Dyrus.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And he had reasons to keep going and show as much as he did. And I'm sure for Team Solo Mid as well, them behind him all the time. We heard turmoil back and forth, but the team would always assure their fans they work together. It's not that we do this to Dyrus, it's that it's a choice of the team. And this is where it ends for him.
Yeah, and while the team now only picked up 1 win in the tournament, we still got to see, I mean, it's a very, very tough group they were in. Some great teams in it. We got to see fantastic early games, something they were really bad at during the summer split. They were always fall behind early. They changed that coming in. Sadly, there was just other areas they had to them prove they could get better at, which sadly they didn't.
Yeah. Another group where my picks have been squashed.
Same. I had LGD
Thank you,
number
Origin,
1.
I guess.
At least the pick'em got a little bit better towards the end. KT finished first. And it's close to where I had them placed. I had LGD winning the pick.
I think most of us put LGD up there. They probably did as well. And then they disappointed us.
Well, coming in this strong, definitely looking at LGD, without their win, it just would have been the biggest difference that anybody would have seen for a team coming in, or the worst performance, I should say.
Yeah.
Thinking they're one of the biggest contenders and then falling all the way back like Ozone did previously. It's not something you see all the time, and it definitely kind of makes you think there's so much more than what happens on the Rift for a team.
Yeah, that's the sad thing, how in the end, they looked like they were starting to play more like the team we have seen in the LPL.
Well, right now we are going to send it down to Shox in the interview lounge.
Thank you so much. And well, first off, a huge thank you to you, Dyrus, for willing to do this interview, because I can only imagine how emotional it must be. Maybe start by telling us about the very last game you played here in the very last World Championship and your first thoughts after coming off that stage, because I see and I saw that it was getting quite difficult for you.
Honestly, I didn't know what to think or what to say. The overwhelming fan support, even though I really respect the energy of the crowd, no matter who they're cheering for. When it's either SOAS or Imp, it's all really fun in the end. And when someone makes that huge play and all that energy, it's just really exciting to watch. Unfortunately, on my side of the end, I wasn't able to perform when it most mattered. And I'm really sorry to all my fans that I let you down.
Dyrus. I think it's only normal for someone like you who tries so hard to do his best to feel this way in this particular moment. But all these people really, genuinely support you. And there are so many people who do, because you've built up an incredible career. Every single NALCS game. 6 times in the finals in the NALCS. 5 times at the World Championship. That can't be underestimated. And they've always been there for you. What do you want to say to them?
I have nothing but my respect and my thanks for everyone. I know that everything that's there, it's been done, and now it's time to open a new book. Right now, my story ends here, but I still, even with me gone, I still want everyone to support TSM and all of my teammates. And I'm really thankful for everything that fans have given us, that we've brought into esports to this far. I mean, back then we didn't even have a pause button, so like we're really getting somewhere, and I have nothing but gratitude for you guys, and I wish the best of luck to my teammates in the future.
I think there's nothing left to say. You have influenced the lives of so many people, and you'll continue to do that. Thank you so much for willing to do this. And one more time for Dyrus, his incredible career, and the fact that he was willing to talk to us here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That'll be it from us here. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Shocks. You know, it's hard to imagine an LCS and League Esports without Dyrus, but I would contest his point about his story ending. I think our thanks goes out to him for the dedication, the years of dedication and inspiration that he's provided to millions of people around this world, and that his story will continue to live on through those people that he's inspired. You know, he's a legend in his own right, and his contributions to this community will not be forgotten. So thank you, Dyrus, once again. Now reflecting on that game, I mean, there's not, I don't think, a whole lot that needs to be said other than the fact that, you know, all of those players, they went out there and they played a world-class game on the world stage.
I think so. I definitely think so. And to what Dyrus said about his last kind of words to his fans, that he's sorry that he let them down. Dyrus, on behalf of your fans and somebody who was a fan of yours before and a fan of yours, you know, from till the end of time, you didn't let us down, man. You didn't let us down at all.
Feels bad, man, JPEG.
No.
All right, well, I think, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, what a fitting way to go out. You know, he did the team thing, picked Nara again. He's always done the exact same thing. He's played, like, from carry to support to tank role on his team, and it was a great last game of League of Legends against a quality opponent. It would have been a lot of fun to play there, and hopefully the future is all the best for him, so, yeah.
And with that game, we close out Group D. So let's take a look at the order and the standings to see how the teams are stacked up. KT Rolster took first place, only losing one game in the group stages, while Origin were knocked into second and will be advancing to the quarterfinals as well. LGD took third, and TSM and Worlds in last place for the group. Now, following the conclusion of Group B's games tomorrow, there will be a drawing on stage to determine how KT and Origin will be placed into the bracket and which teams will stand in between them and the semifinals. On their climb to the #1 spot, KT put on a show that Allurl LP called out on Twitter. That KT Arrow Pickaboo combo was amazing. This is what we came to see. Let's check out your World League play of the
Blind
day.
face-checking as Evelyn is incredibly dangerous.
TBQ and PYL getting aggressive. Flame is back as
Alistar's
well.
camping on the
Arrow
lantern.
in a lot of trouble. PYL is good. He got it on the lantern. I can't believe it.
Immediate flash as he hooks him off of the lantern right before it's about to disappear.
Yep.
So Thresh and so clean.
So Thresh and so clean.
So Thresh and so clean. The
crap.
call was just as good as the play. But, you know, it's so interesting. We've seen a few new innovations around Thresh Lanterns. The wards being placed in order to stop lantern grabs, as well as now Thresh is pulling people off of their lanterns in order to get their AD carries to safety.
I'm hearing reports that Crepo and Kobe high-fived after that call because it was just apparently so good.
And the thing that I love about that play, not only does it demonstrate how class KT are, it sums up LGD's tournament in like one play as well, like bodily dragged up it. And KT, that combo is very good.
Oh, poor LGD, man. That 2 and 4 finish. They were just ramping up at the end, and all I gotta say is They should have ran Flame every game.
Yeah, well, Spawn's going to go home wondering what could have been. He will go home wondering what could have been. Spitting super hot fire. Well, we've got another full day of action lined up for tomorrow as Group B battle it out to see who's moving on and whose world's run will be cut short. It begins with AHQ versus Invictus Gaming. Then it's a battle of the Atlantic with Fnatic going up against Cloud9. After that, AHQ get their shot at Cloud9 and will conclude the day with Fnatic versus AHQ. If there are any tiebreakers, we'll serve those up immediately following the conclusion of that match. And a reminder, the final day of the group stage gets going 2 hours earlier tomorrow. That's 10 a.m. for our friends in the Central European time zone and 1 a.m. Pacific. They're not making it easy on us, gentlemen. So be sure to get your rest because you won't want to miss a minute of the action. Real quick, we got a preview of yeah, you know what? Let's just stay here, sleep over at the desk. No, we got a preview of tomorrow's games. This is another really exciting group as it was turned on its head in week 1. What are the key matchups we're looking at tomorrow and how do we expect things to play out?
AHQ. Has to be AHQ. They had such an impressive run through MSI. They came out of LMS first seed, and Flash Wolves did so well in their group. Now all the pressure gets transferred over to the other team in the LMS to see what they can do and whether Cloud9 can continue their dominance.
It's also important to highlight, like, today already, Origin was 3-0 coming into this week, and they lost 2 games. So, like, sure, there's this hype around C9, but I don't think anything is determined yet in this group.
No, they are not safe. If anything was evidence of that, they are going to have to come in and put in the work. Zyrene.
Yeah, they just got to win one game. I'm looking at Cloud9 versus Fnatic, NA versus EU. Once again, that's what I'm looking for. Also, I want to see Invictus Gaming because LGD, they look like they were picking up steam there at the end, but I don't know if Invictus Gaming is going to have the same type of success or if they're going to have even more in that group.
Yeah, there's so much to look out for in tomorrow's group. I'm
questions.
actually very happy that it's the last day of group stages because it's going to be exciting. I can guarantee that. Keep it tuned right here because in 15 minutes, Quick Shot, Freak, and Jat will be along to chat about the latest and greatest from Paris. Now, for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow for the final day of the world's group stage.
Here in our first game of the day, today we find out who from Group D moves on to the quarterfinals.
Rohel doing this dragon. 5th dragon doesn't go. Turtle stole the dragon, and Origin denied.
Jinx. Malphite, just kill Malphite. Take care of the Jinx. Take care of the Jinx. Take care of the Jinx, Sirin. Syndra from behind you. Syndra behind you. Syndra behind you. She's dead. Good job.
And Origin 4-0 already. Alex camping on the roof. In a lot of trouble. He got it on the lantern. I can't believe it.
My life is so
Big knockup from Dyrus. Arrow gets back under turret, trying to do some damage there. He's still going for now. Dyrus manages to help Bjergsen take him out. Keeps pursuing. The damage on Bjergsen is huge. The slow just avoided. Whoa, Peekaboo with the flash ult. TSM is out of Worlds, and KT secures their spot in the quarterfinals.
But here comes the command protect. Shockwave actually pulls him perfectly away, but he gets hit by the undertow. Amazing, doesn't get the dodge in. Leave it up to the heavens. Just leave it up to the heavens, says him. Soaz breaks off, takes the low road. Niels tries to stay on the high road, and neither are going to work on this one. Nagne Sanya's right in front, but the inhibitor turns down. Can the team give him the attack that's necessary to win this fight? And KT take first place in Group D.
What are they talking about?
I feel the spirit bomb.
They're saying Dyrus, take my energy.
Lift it above your head.
Alright.
Santorin, body slam over the wall, cannot get it. It's actually taken with early smites from both junglers. Santorin didn't even. And that's going to be turtled down immediately. I didn't even see its health bar turn red. Flame going in. That's going to be actually 3 kills. No, 2 kills.
Now it's time to open a new book. Right now my story ends here.
qui ne passera pas. Dimitri qui est derrière. Et bon, sous les coups de sang, c'est la game. À moins d'un miracle. Walter
And welcome to Worlds Tonight. Today, we're taking a look at how the group has played out. You're taking a look at shots there of Notre Dame Cathedral. Beautiful. Actually went there earlier in the week, did some sightseeing. And unfortunately for a few more teams, they're going to have to do some sightseeing now. Team Solo Mid knocked out of the tournament, as well as LGD. I'm not going to need the tissues. It was an emotional interview with Dyrus.
What is it about the emotion? CLG winning at Madison Square Garden, super emotional. Now they're gone. TSM retires, super emotional. Now he's out of World. So maybe the emotion, like you don't have to worry about crying when you watch a League of Legends broadcast anymore.
I mean, the problem is every time you face against Imp, he like wants you to. So I mean, that's.
He's gone too, so there's more safety from crying.
I'm sure there's more safety. He's no longer looking for people to cry in the tournament.
Well, let's talk about how and why TSM ended up getting knocked out of the tournament. Jack, you were saying on the cast today, something we talked about a lot backstage, how TSM actually had a very good 10 to 20 minute mark. They followed a script, they had a game plan, but then it seems to fall apart. Like, why could they just not get it together?
So luckily, TSM is like the most diagnosed team in the world, because not only do they have so many fans, they also have haters, and they also have a documentary about the team where you get to see the inner workings of them. So there are so many reasons that TSM continued to not succeed. I don't think we have time to go over all of them here.
Would you like a 1 hour special and then we'll move on to the next team? Is that?
Well, we could if you wanted to.
Production, can you?
I'll just say some like kind of jokes I was maybe making before. Wild Turtle kept getting caught out like a lot of different times for just like, I'm gonna take this blue buff while I have no vision. And the day that stops happening, the day he changed his name from Wild Turtle to Turtle. Beyond that as well, I feel like TSM has been able to get rid of all the good parts about Turtle while still suffering the consequences of having a carry who gets spacey some of the time, because he no longer makes the aggressive plays because they're telling him not to use his flash forward, but then he also doesn't use his flash defensively, dying to a Jinx missile without using summoner spells at the end of the day.
Well, the thing is that if you know Wild Turtle, he tells everyone that he believes he's a cat, and cats have 9 lives, and so he's trying every game to prove this to you that he can respawn 8 more times and still play League of Legends. So I think he's just role-playing here.
Well, it's not exactly the most optimal of strategies. I think as a team...
I like more analysis, my analysis.
Yeah, I think it felt a bit more accurate. But I mean, like, as a team, there was signs of life, and there was, certain moments that were good. I still think putting all your eggs in the Bjergsen basket is no longer viable.
Well, of course
it's not working anymore.
I mean, so here's the problem. Bjergsen's actually really good. And that's what it comes down to. Like, there was the graphic at the very beginning of the match where it's like, Bjergsen is like the #1 damage share of all mid laners at Worlds. Everyone else is 15th of everyone in their role at Worlds. Like, Bjergsen's actually incredibly good. And the problem is the rest of the team is not up to his caliber. So, like, whether you like it or not, Bjergsen is your carry. So, find stronger players, find better coaching, whatever it is. But you have exactly one bright point.
I also don't know what happened to Lustboy. He was potentially the weakest player on
Point blank binding did not connect today. I mean, level 1 face check. Yeah, Cocoon missed as well. I mean, let's be fair, but
I mean, you're right.
Just difficulties. Similar scenario, similar story maybe for LGD. Although this is just in reference from week 1 to week 2. Game 1, Deficio came out with some very strong words that LGD managed to look worse than in week 1. But then they pick up like 2 surprise wins, and all of a sudden, like, beat Origin, who was topping the group. And look, the last game was a little bit more chaotic.
Over TSM as well. And that's the thing is, like, I was like, happy and sad to see LGD this tournament. So I was happy that we got to see 1.5 like real LGD games. We saw like their game against Origin felt like LGD as LGD is supposed to be, and about half their game against TSM, the first half felt like LGD being LGD. I'm like, man, this is the team that was at Worlds. This is the Godv that we had as like the #3 player at the entire tournament.
Conspiracy theory, really quick. Flame 2-1.
Yeah. Okay.
Disagree. I do not think Flame is the reason. Conspiracy theory vanquished.
Really? Come on.
For me. We could go into that. But
Flame got Flame Horizon in his very first game at Worlds. He was not exactly the reason they won.
And then 1-2 game.
It was like 1-1-2 when the team had 15 kills. And it's like, all right, man, you're doing it. But aside from that, here's my theory for LGD. I think there's a lot of times like they didn't necessarily get good practice in.
Oh, they didn't.
It didn't seem like they practiced very much between week 1 and week 2. But one thing that was true of that team, I think, during the regular season that was not true at Worlds was that was a very relaxed team during the regular season.
Yeah.
They didn't really seem to care. They were having a lot of fun. They just kind of played, and then they had a bit of an on-switch. But at the end of the day, the expectations weren't super high for them. They knew they'd be able to win, and they just kind of wanted to prove it. But when they won first place in China, everyone expected them to dominate. So the instance they failed the expectations, I feel like it's the first time that team was legitimately disappointed. And they didn't know how to recover from that.
Everybody predicting this group.
Well, I mean, all our fantasy picks just went out the window. It's like Group A, but worse.
Yeah, and I think that theory is backed up by the fact the instance they were mathematically eliminated, LGD came back. And that was the team we expected to see at Worlds.
I think it's a fair statement. 35% of the people in Group D had voted for LGD to be the #1 group from Pick'ems.
Yeah.
I'm one of them.
Me too.
And
Me too.
It just, well,
100% of us.
We're absolutely.
We're worse than coins here on the Worlds Tonight.
No, nobody's worse than coins. That's Spawn's sole honor. Stepping away then from LGD, who had a massive disappointment in the tournament, arguably one of the most disappointing international showings from such a highly seeded team, to Origin, who then surprised, go 3-0 last week in, let's be honest, they were contested games.
Sure, absolutely.
They really had to fight for their wins. Today, they pick up a win against TSM, hard fought, very close, and then drop the ball to both LGD and KT. I mean, missed positions, bad play, disrespecting ultimates and globals. It's not what we saw from Origin last week.
I mean, I think, if I remember correctly, both Origin KT games were close, whether last week or this week, if I remember properly.
Yeah.
Like, they were close matches. We actually saw LGD beat LGD, and if that LGD played the entire weekend, and last week as well, they probably would have been a 6-0 team. So, like, a lot of these games you can almost expect. Like, it almost kind of went according to the script.
Maybe.
But, like, results-wise is all I'm going to say. Like, results-wise, you can expect this based on the caliber of the teams in this group. But, yeah, Origin looked worse than I kind of would like them to. The fact that they went 1-2 after being 3-0 is definitely a surprise, and that's why I said I'm also partially glad LGD played the way they did, because otherwise there'd be a tiebreak right now. Origin probably would have lost it, and they'd be out. So I'm glad
would have been great. I would have wanted tiebreaker.
Western teams making it to the top 8 makes me a happy person.
I keep expecting tiebreakers to happen, and then somehow the games fall and the groups are just decided accurately. Origin, to me, maybe relaxed a little bit after they beat TSM. You could tell there was a lot of relief after that game, and they were really happy to make it out of groups because, as we heard from Peke in a feature later in the day, I think they lost focus a little bit. And then because they lost back-to-back games, like they had to play back-to-back games on stage, and that's a kiss curse, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like, you win the first one, you're going to carry your momentum through the second one, but if you lose the first one, it's really hard to come back on that second game. And I think they got surprised by LGD and didn't necessarily recover in time for the early game against KT.
Kiss curse, KT was kissed because they had back-to-back games, which they ended up winning. Not only did Nagne get a Zia earlier in the day, which I think should never happen, by the way, managed to take a game off TSM as well. That started their run. Then all of a sudden they surprise Origin. I mean, maybe surprise is a strong word, but they all of a sudden sneak into first. Take the first seed. Korean Overlords are back.
Yep.
Another first seed. All 3 Korean teams are now qualified for quarterfinals.
I saw a funny thing earlier. Korean teams' records at Worlds this year: 6-0 SKT, 5-1 KT, 4-2 KU. Last year, 6-0 Samsung White, 5-1 and 4-2. It's exactly the same result.
But
21 Korean starters left. The Korean exodus happened.
No Samsung White this year. I've been told on Reddit explicitly, no team is as good as Samsung White was last year.
Especially when Imp's already been, kicked out of the tournament. I mean, there's less members on that team
Definitely
left
no
at Worlds.
Samsung White.
Well,
but
okay.
No, I agree with you. Like, Samsung White is the idea of this total powerhouse that comes in and crushes everyone. And it's obviously too hard to tell, but I'm willing to say SKT has a good chance of proving that later. I'm not going to give them the title yet.
SKT definitely looks like the closest team to that. What I actually like as well, just real quick, is much like back in Group A, there's a team that went 3-0 in the last day and took first place over. Flash Wolves did it, and you saw KT do it here, and that's actually really impressive to me as a team that, had a middling first week, 1-2 or 2-1, and then be like, buckled down, got the prep in, we've dialed in onto our teams, and that to me is a sign that they can prep for their further opponents. And once you know who you're going against and you've seen the 6 games they've played so far at the World Championship, you can dial in on their picks, you can adapt in the middle of best of 5, and those are teams that I think have a good chance to go far.
I think it's a great point, especially when you look at KT roster. In particular, their draft against Origin with all of the globals. It's actually something that Origin did to Fnatic when they were trying to challenge Fnatic's map play. Fnatic was like, hey, look, we're a better map team. So Origin says, okay, we'll put Shen support. We'll punish you when you make a cross-map play.
Yeah.
Except they got Shen, they got Rek'Sai,
That
and they had
composition
double
was
TPs.
so cool. Like, I freaked out on the caster desk when they were split pushing with their jungler and support.
Oh, yeah.
And had the really strong players in the mid lane. Deficio didn't like it because he didn't think those guys could kill a turret. But I was like, that's not
They
the
have
point,
minions.
dude.
Yeah, who
That's
cares?
not the point. They're using Baron in, like, the perfect, ideal way. When they were designing the new Baron buff, the biggest fear is that teams would 1-3-1 and automatically win that game. And the reason that that didn't end up working is when you 1-3-1, you're too vulnerable because your 3 were too weak and you get initiated on and lose your Baron buff. But they kept the 3 strongest people there and had support and jungler globals. It was like the perfect way to use Baron buff. I thought it was so cool.
Yeah, it was, and much to the dismay of European fans and baguette wielders here in Ladakh, because it meant Origin then, of course, took the second seed. So that's gonna, baguette pen is best pen for the record.
It's great.
So yes, that rounds out the group. I mean, KT roster first, Origin second. We know that the quarterfinal draw will be happening tomorrow at the end of the Group B games. So do not tune out. We will be finding out who's going to be playing who. But now for tomorrow, it's going to be Fnatic, AHQ, Cloud9, and IG.
Oh, baby.
Cloud9's 3-0. They're actually just behind us on screen if you can see the fans waiting to take photos. Is this going to be another 3-0 team that stumbles on the busy day and all of a sudden surprise happens?
Too. So the only way Cloud9 doesn't advance out of groups is if they go 0-4. Because they'd lose 3 games, and there's no way with the current standings of the group that they couldn't at least get a tiebreaker for second place. I feel like they're going to pick up at least 1 win.
Yeah, I don't think
C9
stumbles that hard.
This is why I'm so excited for tomorrow, because I really don't know who's going to make it through.
Yeah, but now what about Fnatic? I bumped into Daylor very briefly earlier and said, how the guy's feeling? And Daylor said, look, we think we fixed the problems. I wouldn't say it was, it wasn't scared, it wasn't bravado. Do you think Fnatic's going to bounce back?
I do, because I think their issues were the most fixable. Like, their things like, okay, you're clearly playing overconfident. This is something you can fix in a week, right? Go scrim SKT, get your teeth kicked in a little bit, be like, right, okay, we can't just jump on everyone and be really stupid about this. Like, there's, of course, other 1 and 2 teams in that group. Obviously, they all had mistakes, but that's the easiest to fix, I think.
But I'll say of the 1 and 2 teams, Fnatic had the most winnable games.
Okay.
They had the games late in the stages where if they executed properly, they would win. And that's something IG and AHQ didn't have as many of.
AHQ pulled a late game victory over Fnatic. Westor, Fizz as well, phenomenal performance. And IG, the third of the Chinese teams. We've lost 1 Chinese team. LGD, the first Chinese squad to never or to not make it out of groups. What do you think of these 2 squads and their chances? Because we've touched on the Western teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's still a good chance. Like, the fact that everyone beat everyone else and Cloud9 got what I would consider kind of fluky wins and people kind of underestimating them. I mean, everyone seriously does have a chance because they all beat each other. The fact that AHQ was able to rely on their AD carry so well. They played a Jinx Tom Kench comp, and Jinx could never die, so congratulations, On got to carry all the games. Like, that's a good thing to have here. And most of the bot lanes that he's up against are not very aggressive either, right? Kid and Kitties are actually kind of fairly weak, and the fact that On can just farm safely against Reckless and Yellowstar, who aren't really known for lane dominance. So, like, that's a player that can continue to carry and bring AHQ up.
Well, we'll find out if they do. Before we end Worlds tonight, before tomorrow.
Worlds tonight.
Jet and Freak.
Yo.
Which are the 2 teams that are going to advance? I'm putting you on the spot. I made predictions last week.
I don't even cast it tomorrow, so I'll just do all the predictions. I think Cloud9's going to go 4-2.
Okay.
I think they're going to beat IG, which is going to knock IG out. And I think Fnatic's going to triumph over AHQ. And if they don't get in from auto-qualifying, they'll win a tiebreaker.
So 2 LCS teams you're thinking make it out. Freak?
Yeah. Pretty much the same situation. C9 drops 1 or 2 games here. Actually, yeah, I'll say that they probably win 1 game. Fnatic, the other team to go through. As far as 3rd, 4th goes, I'll say IG over AHQ.
So my results are also slanted by the fact that I think that gives us the most compelling quarterfinals. Because it would be like 3 Korean teams, 1 LPL, 1 LMS, 2 EU, and 1 NA. It's just like a big mix of awesome.
Okay, so you're just predicting based on what could be awesome.
I think it'll happen,
well,
too.
LCS teams.
There is one final point that North America has gone 0-3 in the last day every time so far.
Woo. Well,
so C9 could.
We'll see. Apple Pie, Cloud9.
Just keep that going.
No, they have to go 0-4. There's no way they can go 0-3.
They can at least start with 3, though.
Continue this debate.
Afterwards doesn't matter.
Because Worlds tonight is going to get wrapped up. Tune in tomorrow. We will start earlier than today, 10 a.m. local time. That's 1 a.m. Pacific time. We'll see you tomorrow to wrap up Group B and then the quarterfinal draw.
first game of the day. Today we find out who from Group D moves on to the quarterfinals.
Will help doing this Dragon. 5th Dragon doesn't go. Turtle stole the Dragon, and Origin denied.
Malphite, just kill Malphite. Take care of the Jinx. Take care of the Jinx. Take care of the Jinx, Sirin. Syndra from behind you. Syndra behind you. Syndra behind you. She's dead. Good job, good job.
And Origin 4-0 already.
Camping on the turret in a lot of trouble.
He got it on the left turret. I can't believe it.
My life is so
Big knockup from Dyrus. Arrow gets back under turret, trying to do some damage there. He's still going for now. Dyrus manages to help Bjergsen take him out. Keeps pursuing. The damage on Bjergsen is huge. The slow just avoided. Whoa, Peekaboo with the flash ult.
TSM is out of Worlds, and KT secures their spot in the quarterfinals.
But here comes the command protect. Shockwave actually pulls him perfectly away, but he gets hit by the undertow. Amazing, doesn't get the dodge in. Leave it up to the heavens. Just leave it up to the heavens, says him. Soaz breaks off, takes the low road. Niels tries to stay on the high road, and neither are going to work on this one. Nagne Sanya's right in front, but the inhibitor turns down. Can the team give him the attack that's necessary to win this fight? And KT take first place in Group D.
What are they talking about?
I feel the spirit bomb.
They're saying Dyrus, take my energy.
Lift it above your head.
Alright.
Santorin, body slam over the wall, cannot get it. It's actually taken with early smites from both junglers. Santorin didn't even. And that's going to be turtled down immediately. I didn't even see its health bar turn red. Flame going in. That's going to be actually 3 kills. No, 2 kills.
Now it's time to open a new book. Right now, my story ends here.